are continually pale and washed out, weak and run down. Doctors will tell you that these conditions are often caused by a deficiency of iron. The iron you need to keep you physically fit and mentally alert. Medical studies show that 2 out of 3 women and many, many men lack the daily iron your body requires in a form your body can easily use and put to work. Every dose gives you more than your daily minimum iron requirement.
We are the way, we are the way, we are not alone. We are striving for more.
So if you're not getting the iron your body needs,
We are the way, we are the way, we are not alone.
if you feel weak, run down, and are easily upset,
We are striving for more.
start taking iron today.
It's Friday, my dudes.
Thank God it's Friday.
TGIF, everybody. Welcome to Have No Sphere, right here on the Iron Realm Media YouTube channel. Oh, man, TGIF. Wasn't a long week, per se. Just, I don't know. Taxing. It was a taxing week. Emotionally, physically, mentally, I am taxed. But that's all right. That's why we're here this evening, because this is my recharge. This is my therapy. This is where I get to hang out with all my family and recharge. Shake the week off, rinse off the normie smell, and ease back into some nice, intelligent conversation. Let's say hello to the people that join me this evening, starting off with one Mr. John Savage.
Savage!
Because everybody loves the soundbite. John, how the hell are you doing this week?
Everyone but me. God, bloody hell. Another week. It's just literally flying by, isn't it? I don't know how time's going so fast, and I'm not doing anything exciting that's making it go quick either. I mean, it's just day to day, hand to mouth and stuff, but it's just coming round and around and around. Yep, I've had a good old week. I think I've avoided news. I've avoided as much as I possibly can, because I think that's good for my health. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to catching up with me mates and chewing the whatever you chew, cud, on a Friday night. Looking forward to it.
Sounds like a plan. Well, let's say hello to my partner in crime over there on the Ironworks on Truth Frequency Radio, one Mr. Walter Johnson. Or if you are a fan of YouTube, you may find his channel, Flat Earth Head, there as well. Walt, how are you doing? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, sir. Happy Friday, John. Happy Friday, Zach. Happy Friday, you watching, listening, hanging out. We appreciate it. You might find my channel. I don't know what you'll find there. Truly, I feel like I really have neglected my subscribers for some time now. Like I said, at one point I was at least putting up like, promo clips for what we were doing over here, trying to push people this direction because I wanted this channel to get bigger, and we got it bigger, and I just kind of stopped putting the promos. And I guess I'll start putting guitar stuff. That's what I'll do over there. It'll be my guitar.
You know, I bet you that would be really good. I bet you people would just go live and just practice and jam. And I bet you people would tune in.
It'll be bad, but I'll do it. I don't have to worry about it. Oh, wait, it's my channel. I don't even know if I'm monetized anymore. I haven't even, who knows?
You know, there's ways around that. We'll talk after the show.
All right, we'll talk. We'll talk. Anyway, I'm here. You're here. There's somebody else here.
There is somebody else
Dude we missed this morning that didn't make it to your homestead, unfortunately. Damn it.
Not yet. Not yet. I was hoping he would be here, sitting right next to me. But he's not. He's still there in Colorado. Just got the final things packed away in the truck. Door closed. Hands done. Busy working hard, taking things to the dump, Mr. Zachary Zabala. Zach, I bet you everybody's just all of Twitter there in Colorado. They're at the Nodell household.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. You know, it's starting to set in that this is really happening. Jaron the last few days has been like just in disbelief the whole time. I mean, he's lived there his whole life, you know. But yeah, packing, man, a lot of stuff. It's a 8-foot by 9-foot by 28-foot long trailer, and we got it packed like to the brim. It's just, yeah, you don't realize how much stuff you have until you try, start moving it all around and doing this stuff.
So that's with no pods? You didn't do the pod alternative?
Well, no, it's kind of like a pod, but instead they just bring you like a mini semi-trailer, a 28-footer.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, so it's a lot taller than the pods would have been, and it's much cheaper doing it this way, I guess.
Is that like a shipping container, or is it on wheels? Or?
Yeah, it's the back end of a semi. It's on the tires right now. You know, it never was put like down on the ground. We have a ramp that goes up to it, but it's only a 28-footer. Usually the long ones you see are 56 feet, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
And this is like half of one of those.
I think they're 44 foot over here, or 20 foot.
Yeah, they come different sizes and whatnot, but yeah, it's a big old thing, and it's
a lot of space when you pack it down. Isn't it?
Yeah. But yeah, we're getting ready. I'm gonna just stay in a hotel tonight, and then I'll hopefully hit Josh's by tomorrow evening. And if not, if it's too hot, it's supposed to be a nice day, so it shouldn't be bad. But if it's a hot one, I might stop somewhere and just camp. There's a couple places off I-70 in Kansas. And I don't think I've ever camped in Kansas yet.
Kansas.
We'll see.
Kansas is pretty flat. Just saying.
It's actually the 7th flattest.
Yeah, isn't Florida the flattest?
Don't know.
I believe. Yeah, I'm not 100%.
We need to have a flat off.
Pretty exciting times, though, eh? Jaron must be like, wow.
Yeah, Jaron, how you feeling right now? How you feeling? He's hanging himself right now as I speak.
Whoa.
He's got his lanyard around his neck, and he was sitting there tying it up to the truck.
I say teenagers should know to lock the door.
Well, I'm not sure how to
Yeah, he's not sure. He's still undecided if this is going to be a good thing or a bad thing. I think it's going to be a great thing.
Tell him it'll be a great thing. As a kid who moved way too many times, this is his chance to reinvent himself, be who he wants to be. Don't worry about no bullshit, no baggage, no whatever. It'll be great. It'll be amazing.
It'll be an adventure either way.
Yeah,
good or bad.
He's still young. In about 30 or 40 years, he's going, man, Remember that feeling you used to get, that unexpected, what the hell's going to happen next? I have no idea what to expect type of feeling.
At that
You'll
age,
miss that. You'll
I'd
miss
have
that.
been excited enough just to go stay in a hotel, but not in this day and age where you don't know whether you've got to wear masks or slippers to the bathroom or some crap that Fauci's coming up with. Are you guys all wearing, got your goggles?
Got my goggles?
I've got my beer goggles.
Yeah, I just roll straight gas mask now. If it's goggles and a mouth covering, then I'm going to do it right.
It's just gone
If they
insane.
want me to worry about this, then I'll actually take it seriously and do it. You know, no, I never would. Nope, not wearing a mask.
They're playing trauma games over here in the UK. They said, you know, everyone get ready, get your businesses open. Loads of businesses were going to open on Monday, and and then now they've just slapped them all back and said, no, you can't have it. We're locking down the north of England, and by the way, you've all got to wear masks in bowling halls, cinemas, anywhere else inside, and you really should be wearing it in your home as well. It's classic trauma-based mind control, giving them an incentive, giving them something to look forward to, and then pulling it away, and 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. It's just incredible. But from my Twitter feed anyway, I'm seeing tension. I'm seeing a lot of people getting really pissed off. So that's nice to see for a start.
Yeah. It's, remember we were talking about, this had been a few years ago, of course, when you could still count the waves of flat earthers as they were still rolling in, and decided that was probably a good thing because you didn't want all of this happening at once, didn't want it happening too quickly because of, those 7 stages, that progression of what it takes to actually come to these realizations, that you can't really have too many pissed off people at once because things will get really goofy really quick. And I'm afraid that's what we're going to be looking at if we don't watch ourselves. Too many people waking up to too much tyranny too quick and too many pissed off people.
Things are pretty goofy as we stand, though, yeah?
And again, for you on that little island there, I suppose that your spectrum is a little bit shorter than ours is.
I don't think
mine
if
extends.
it wasn't for fluoride, I think we would have had an all-out worldwide civil type war.
Well, it's interesting mention of fluoride. If you look at who the most fluorided country in the world is, it's Ireland, because they know full well that from historic times, the Irish didn't stand for any shit whatsoever. They would revolt. They're like the French today, but they fluoridated the shite out of Ireland. Just Southern Ireland, I think, or Northern Ireland, probably Northern Ireland. But I remember seeing a demographic map of the whole place, which was highlighting prostate cancer in Ireland. And you could literally see the border between North and Southern Ireland as to the cases of prostate cancer. If people look that up, you can see it's where they fluoridate, it was absolutely rampant. Where they didn't fluoridate, and I apologise if I got them back to front arseways around, but there were, there was no blued out area of the maps. I'll see if I can bring that up.
Yeah, I'm sure there are all kinds of connections with fluoride and different illnesses, or even just illnesses being, more severe in their cases. Yeah, it's poison. I mean, it's poison. It's rat poison. Sorry, we're still moving stuff around over here.
Are you not able to?
Yeah. Shit.
So since the very beginning, since way back when, we started doing live streams and I started playing around with these live streaming softwares and some of the fun things that could be done. I've always wanted to have some sort of audio visualizer for our streams. So I finally found one that I thought would work. And this week on Tuesday, just as a test, I threw it up because we've been live streaming our Ironwork shows as well. So there was a nice little audio visualizer, nothing fancy, real simple. Just there to go with us. And I had this idea of what I wanted to do. And I wanted it to be subtle, but I wanted the screen to like flash with our voices, almost like a light. But when I did it, it looked even still just a little too much. I needed something a little more subtle. So I thought maybe a picture. What could I do to get that to happen? So I just came down today, took an hour early off work because fuck it, I can. So I came home and just started playing around. Zach and I were sitting here on the call, and I'm just playing, and I'm like, maybe I could just do the Have No Sphere logo. Maybe there's a way that I could jimmy it around and get it to work. And sure enough, I was telling Zach earlier, every once in a while, man, I really surprise the shit out of myself, and I do something that actually works. So I got that nice little audio visualizer that makes our Have No Sphere logo look almost like it's a neon sign. And it blinks and reacts with our voices. I thought that was pretty cool. So there we go.
Very cool.
Look, I was going to say, look, I'm filling. That was my fill. I filled as best I could. John was looking for a picture, and I'm just trying to fill time.
Cool. And I'm in chat saying, hey, to everybody, just needs to have some cover. I haven't been able to do that in the mornings because in the morning I usually have Zach there while he's saying a few things and hellos. I get a few hellos and hugs in the chat. And apparently I missed Liz, even though I thought I got her, and I'm trying to play catch up. So if I missed you and didn't hug you, somebody puts a hug. Sweet, sweet, sweet hug. All right, I covered. I failed.
So how's that picture coming, John?
How's that picture going there, John? I missed somebody I know. Crochet May 3, welcome. I didn't hug you in the chat or say hey or anything. So, and it's all love. And
What picture's that, sorry?
there we go. You got it?
I have, yeah. It yeah. Oh, where do I want it? In here.
Share screen or give it to us. Chatter wise.
Yeah, share screen. There we go. We've got 3 different: prostate cancer, leukemia, both sexes, and pancreatic cancer, both sexes. So can you tell which one's fluoridated and which one's not?
I would say the purple is fluoridated.
I can't read the legend, so I don't know. That's why I was a little bit because I don't know if that's high cases. I would say yes. Southern Ireland is fluoridated because Northern Ireland's green, and you're not going to color code it green, are you? But it's quite distinct. And I can understand why they're fluoridating the hell out of Southern Ireland.
See, but when you look at the prostate cancer, that looks more like you're going to have little blotches of prostate cancer popping up in the south. So I think it's probably the green that's fluoridated, and that's showing the density of the cancer cases.
It could be. That's why I was a little bit reticent about.
Although the legend does look the other way around.
Drop that link over to me, John. I just want to look at it up close.
Okay.
Link to the actual site. Yeah.
Stick it in the chat. Let me stop sharing before I get myself in trouble.
Okay, do that. At some point, there's a little something I want to look at and just kind of explore. I haven't even done this yet. I haven't looked at it. It's going to be a surprise for me, too. It's the map I was talking about on the show this morning. But first, I want to get a better look at this thing.
It says a recent massive review of the adverse health impact of water silicofluoridation in Ireland was described. One component of the 360-page study is reprinted with permission here. It is a map of Ireland showing the borderline in red that separates Northern Ireland from the Southern Republic. Water fluoridation does not exist in Northern Ireland, but has been conducted in Southern Ireland for over 4 decades. 4 decades. Bloody hell. Yeah, so it's the South they fluoridate. You'd think it would be the North, wouldn't you? Being British owned and there you go, I filled.
Sorry, I'm in chat answering questions. Oh, and then I hate when it does that.
Yeah, and I was actually
Okay,
trying to
Karen. Yeah, Karen asked, "Why aren't we on the road yet?" I know. We're just all beat today. I don't know what it was, but the last 2 days really kicked our ass. We've been kind of dragging ass today compared to the last 2 days. I mean, we would have been gone by noon today if we would have been, gunning for it. But we found out we had the trailer the whole day and all that stuff, so everybody was really content on just taking it easy today. But yeah, I'll be leaving 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. I'll start heading out. I'm sure Ted won't be too far behind, if not before me. And shouldn't be too long. We'll be there pretty quick. But yeah, I'm out of shape, man. I can't wait to get to Karen's and start getting filthy in that clay and getting back in shape.
You a bit pear-shaped?
No, nothing like that. I don't get out of shape that way. Just like my hands get soft. I like having my calluses and all that stuff, and they're not there. These last couple of days, last night, my hands were hurting. Today, it goes away. You get those calluses formed, but yeah, I got nice cuts and scratches and how my hand should look.
Should be wearing gloves and goggles and a mask. And earmuffs, just to be safe. I heard now it comes out of your ears too.
I saw a guy in a full parka today. Walking down the road. It's like 85 degrees, super hot in the sun. And yeah, walking down the road in a full, big, giant black parka, black pants. What the hell is this guy doing?
Okay, so we're definitely not marked for children. We're not children safe. But picture this. As suggestible as people are right now, it probably wouldn't take a whole lot to convince them that there might be just the slightest chance that you could contract COVID anally. So we take some pear-shaped globe butt plugs and sell them just in case. Just in case. The off chance that COVID could be spread anally. That way, because there's a small percentage of people that are going to wear effing parkas and full gas masks. They'll be willing to think, just in case, better safe than sorry.
Well, haven't you got gas masks on sale in your T-shirt shop or whatever?
No gas masks. Although that would be good.
I mean, a mask.
Oh, yeah, we do have cloth masks for those people that want to wear them. Or look, I get paid $20 a day to wear mine.
If you've made that cross on the crossroads, then you might as well sell the butt plugs and make them vibrate. I think you're onto something.
Mm-hmm. Remote control. There's an app for that.
You can connect it up with Dave's app, and like every time it hits noon, you get a little bump, zump.
There you go.
Could you imagine hacking into people's butt plug vibration controls?
No. Maybe they want everyone to wear, those VR goggles. So they'll just sell VR goggles that show what's in front of your face. So that I don't know where this is going to end. Did you change the title of the show?
Yes. You mean to what you recommended?
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Okay. I didn't recommend it as the title of the show. I was just
I like
making a comment. But I think it's quite apt.
It is. Insane. Remaining sane in an insane world.
Back away from the chat.
So I was thinking about, depending on what hotel we stay at, if it was going to be one of those atrium ones, I was going to try and do the magnet test, but they're packed way in the back now.
Oh, that sucks. I was going to say, it's probably a good time. I bet it's empty as
Yeah.
all
I don't
get
think
out.
we're staying at one of those, though, anyway. Those are like 5-star. We'll probably just stay in.
Yeah, but you could get a 5-star so cheap, I bet.
Probably right now.
Oh, I'm there. I bet.
We're
And
giving them away.
such good service, too. I bet you they'd be just thrilled to see somebody come stay at their hotel.
As long as you're wearing a mask. If you're not, you can fuck off and we'll go bankrupt.
Is this bothering you at all, Savage? What's going on?
Don't leave the house. And no, it's not. It's, trying to avoid seeing the nonsense is, yeah, that's quite annoying. Not being able, well, I suppose I could just turn everything off, but that makes me a pretty dull boy.
Good morning, Aussie Rob. I see you there in chat. Any chance you're going to be hanging out at home for a little bit this morning?
Is that Rob?
Rob. It is.
The only Rob in Australia.
The only Rob in Australia.
Yep.
He changed his name.
Yep.
Yeah, he sure did. A while ago, actually.
It's almost
He's over there.
here.
See, it's almost like it's serious. Rob, you did change your name a while back, didn't you?
Yep.
I thought so. I thought I noticed it. Work's been going good?
Yep.
Good.
You wearing your mask, Rob?
Fuck
Wearing
off.
your mask?
Gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force.
That wasn't what I was supposed to
Gravity
hit.
is not a force, but you can think of it as a force.
Oh, see, now it's just gotten silly. The answer was no.
Well, we've got a packed show tonight. It's just,
Well, like I said, I have a map I want to look at whenever you guys are ready to play with it.
Yeah, we can hit some space lettuce, too. We've been talking about space lettuce for a while.
I will see how long I can share without breaking my computer.
If you have to, you can shoot it to me if it comes to that. If you get a little wonky.
Now I can't find the thing. There it is. Okay, so this map is the Monte Urbano or Urbano Monte Planisphere in the David Rumsey map collection, which can be found at davidrumsey.com. If you haven't been there and played around with this map site, it is phenomenal. I don't get paid. I'm not plugging it. I'm just telling you, go there. They have so many maps. And in there, I saw this on Autodidactic Channel 2 the other night, and he was looking at it.
So
And it
surely,
was pretty amazing.
so
Sir?
do I understand this right? This is Ricardo Montalban's map to Fantasy
Ricardo
Island?
Montalban's Fantasy Island map.
Right.
Urbano Monte or Monte Urbano. I'm not sure how to say it, which way. I've seen it both directions. It's probably one of those comma things. Anyway, so as you see, things are slightly different. Man, he had more controls on his than I have on mine.
is this the one with dragons and stuff on it?
Dude, this is the one with all kind of crazy shit on it. It is just filled with nuts stuff from the middle to the end. I mean, in the middle, we have the whole like gateways of the 4, or is there more? Yeah, there's 4.
The 19 water channels or
The
whatever.
channels.
I find
all
it
that. I'm
interesting
sure
that G is right in the middle.
There's a G right in the middle. Yes,
Is it?
sir. Yes,
What,
there
that
is.
red thing?
Oh,
Look,
right
inside,
there,
right
sir.
in the middle of the red thing. Dead center.
And what are they coming away from the G? They're numbers,
It's
are
little
they?
lumber line, like numbers going out. Yeah, it starts at 90 and descends down in all 4 directions.
That's very interesting.
I
Gee,
thought so as
I
well.
wonder why.
I know we have a lot of friends who are able to read, or I guess they're able to read this language from what it looks to me to be either some kind of Latino, Spanish language. I could be completely wrong, but it's what it looks like to me. Ontario.
Tarot.
Well, mer is a sea, isn't it, in French?
Well, in French, it is. It would be, yeah, I thought that too, because there was a couple times on this map where he went to those places like Mer del North. I think Gia Kiato, that might be, I don't know. I'm not going to, I hate to like murder a language I don't know and offend anybody for sure. See, here's the mayor of India. So maybe it is C. I don't think this is French, though. It doesn't seem to be French. Anyone out there can read?
Well,
Right,
mer,
so
I mean,
these,
that could come from Latin, possibly.
we need Rob in
where we
here
get
too.
maritime and there's mer and.
Right, yeah, maybe so. Well, see, here's Mary Oceania right here. I don't understand that.
Big shout out to the Full Armor OG, also in chat.
What's up, Jimmy? But if Rob was here, he could help us figure this out because, okay, so if this is like, okay, let me go back out. Too far. Oh, this is so bad. I knew my
I love
computer.
the Loch Ness
So this
monsters.
is Africa, South America, North America. This would be like, I guess, India. And this would be the Asian area. So is this what? New Zealand stuff? And this is Australia? Or is this Australia and this is a land we don't know? Because there's lots of land out here that we don't know.
And what
This isn't a nice
year
law.
is this purported to
15, man, all that information was on the other page. Let me go back. 1587 is when this came out. And it could be Italian now that I'm seeing it was published in Milan. So maybe that's why I can't read it.
All this could be accurate, and then a flood came along and left us with what we've got
With what
now.
we got now, I thought that same thing.
I mean, there's enough
the freezing occurred.
There's enough underwater ruins off Japan and all these other places to show us that, and the Mediterranean and everything, isn't there? That you can go scuba diving in, and they've got Roman columns and all that sort of thing underwater.
So is this a different color because it's snow or because it's sand over there? Because there's all kind of strange animals here for it to be snow, including these people. What are they doing?
That's got to be Australia then, isn't it?
Yeah, that looks like Rob and his crew.
Ah, yeah.
There's a bird, I guess, and I don't know, lots of crazy stuff. Who's this guy? Montezuma, apparently. Okay. Here are these guys. Kind of large looking dudes. There's somewhere on here it talks about giants. There's the griffins. Man, this is so hard to work with my bad computer. The version that he had on his show, he was able to spin it around. I guess his computer is able to do more tricks than mine is able to.
Someone's saying Mikado means market.
I saw a Galilea something there.
Where's that?
If you go down just a hair. And then, yeah, a little bit more.
Galeka?
Yeah.
Galeon?
Is that supposed to be Africa?
No, this is like way out on the rim.
This is like, wow, that's like Antarctica.
This looks like it's actually part of Africa, this little weird pink area, because this is North America, there's Central America. Here's South America with this weird extension going out here that we don't have today, which could now be underwater. And then this little strait through here, but this is basically connected to it, this weirdly elongated part of the ring. So is that underwater now, or is it just flooded away, mud flooded away, gooed away.
Or is it still there?
Or is it there and we don't even know? That's where Elvis and James Dean are jamming with Jimmy. I guess James Dean wasn't jamming, was he? What? That's a Louisiana
Some weird
crane.
looking stuff.
Are those giant? Are they supposed to be proportionate to the rest of these critters?
Well, it
To
looks
know
like,
what
look
that
at, there's a big mountain range that splits it, and all the water is running to the ocean on the inside. See that big, like a row of mountain ranges?
Yeah.
Like it's holding everything in.
Mm-hmm.
There's your plateau.
And they
I'd
all
like to know
extend
what
from
the
that.
writing is in between the, the petals.
All this, I know. That's what I want to get into. Somebody who can help us translate this. So help. Wow, that dude's got his little ride, I guess. He's a mermaid. They're a mermaid. Merman. I want to be able to flip it around like dude was doing on his, but it's probably this 3D one that when I tried to do it a while ago, my computer said, ha ha, ha, and I said, okay, I won't try that again. Sorry, I won't ever do that again. So we're upside down now, just like they tell us.
Okay, zoom in there. What is that thing?
Which one? This?
And no, upper right. It looks
that?
like a
dinosaur,
lizard, dinosaur type thing.
Dragon,
crocodile, dragon.
That's a kimono. Kimono dragon, that is.
Kimono, right.
Komodo or
Now
whatever.
these look to be more of the old school variety of dragon that we've been told are dinosaur bone.
Well, yeah, that one has a sail on its back.
I know, dude. That's what I'm saying. There's probably been all kind of creatures whose bones are now being foisted off as dinosaur bones on us.
Or they were lying to their people, like, they lie to us. You can't go out there. There's dinosaurs and big giant beasts that'll eat you.
Well, they did exist, but they weren't. It wasn't millions and billions of years
And then these
ago.
weird stand trees too that are just kind of around the ring, like weirdly spaced. That's interesting.
Fascinating map for sure.
I wish I could spin it. It's very frustrating that my computer won't. Maybe if I send you the link, you can find the one that spins, Josh, in a minute.
Now there's some boats. That looks like a Spanish boat right there. To the right. This cross on it. A little bit more to the right. Right there.
Well, it probably says what it is right here. If I could spin it.
Spaniana.
And Antonio Pikefa. I'm not going to try that anymore. That's hurting my head. I'll get dizzy. Oh, here's this guy. Who's he? What's he about? That looks more like some kind of decorated vessel than some kind of fish. All those weird,
like a wing with lights on it or something.
spines and that. That doesn't look like nature to me, but I could be wrong. And this guy.
And this was way after Columbus sailed the ocean blue, too.
1587. After old Columbus told us what was really going on there. Oh, what we got here is a big camel. There you go.
Any country names?
I see a few that I've seen on here as I've scrolled around. Like here's Nubia. I don't know if that's actually a country, but it's a name. Let's go here where we are, and I can read it. It might be upside down a little better. Okay, so this would be what? Here's. Let's see if there's Tartaria stuff up in north. Terra Incognita.
What is that? Incognita. So
oh no, that's the unknown land, the hidden land.
Unknown. Yeah.
Rubicon Deserto, that's interesting. Appalachian, that's interesting. Lago Farga, Lago Conabar.
I mean, they say the UK used to be attached to the mainland of Europe.
Mm-hmm. Terra del Nor America. Oh man, yeah, I'm destroying this stuff. France,
Blimey.
Franca. Is that what I'm saying?
Or just Fran.
Francia,
Francia.
Canada province. So yeah, French, I guess. Nova Scotia. Shout out. Where you at, Alan?
French get everywhere, though, aren't they? They're like the Scots.
Look how wide Florida is down there. That does not look like
That
the finger.
La Florida, and then what's this? Little island between things.
Cuba?
It looks good. It is Cuba. You go, Josh.
Look at me go.
You go.
I geography.
You did geography. Okay, I'm sideways. I got.
What does it say around the sun there? What is it saying on the sun?
Around the sun. Let's go back to the sun. Estate, Mexico. Isle de Sacrifice?
What?
No shit. Isla de
not gonna visit there.
Sacrifice. I don't think I want to go to that place. Really dark looking bad spot there. Who are these guys? Looks like he's got some blood on his noggin. What's going on here? Some kind of weird little island with a lot of
Mexico. Messico. Mexico.
A lot of little antiquitech towers and whatnot.
And look at it, has 3 land bridges that walk to it.
Only get to it right.
What the hell is that?
That's wild. Next to the Isla de Sacrifice. Man, what the hell is going on?
Now, where's that supposed to be?
This is on the Gulf of Mexico.
In the Gulf of Mexico.
Right outside of Mexico, I guess. So this would be, Florida, Louisiana, going off into the Texas curve and Mexico.
Yeah.
Wow. I have to take a cruise and go see what's going on. Camp O Fun next to the Isla de Sacrifice. A whole little satanic getaway for you there.
That's right. For the spring breakers.
So that's like Burmish. Burmish is usually some kind of worm related thing. So La Wormish, the land of worms. I don't know. I'm stretching on that. Yeah, that's pretty nuts. Pretty nuts. I'm trying to go around this whole coastline and see what else we got.
It looked like there was an unmarked island down there of white.
Right there?
Yeah, there's some more down to the left. Maybe they're just white spots on the map that we're on. Well, no, that one looks like it was circled.
I wonder if there's anything out here about like
Bermuda
Triangle, right?
It says it right there, Bermuda.
There's an island. Epstein didn't kill himself.
There we go. Oh, my neck hurts looking sideways.
There's a red looking thing inside that little island you were just zooming in on.
To
the left. Yeah, right there.
Another little city of some sort.
Wow.
Navy set up here.
What's on the west coast?
Wow, this is all Navy'd up.
Yeah, it is. Look at all those boats.
All right, west coast. Let's go see what's going on out there. Wait, where are you guys headed? Let's make sure you guys aren't headed into some kind of sacrifice. The East Coast.
Look at that giant island. Oh, no, that's not an island. That big white thing right there. Yeah, what the fuck is that?
I guess some kind of Lego de Arcadia. So that's where the Cajuns came down to come live where I was and they got driven out. They were up in Canada, the people that were here. And they got driven out. Some of that whole mud flood, orphany type stuff. I just haven't quite worked it out yet. So yeah, I don't see any sacrificial islands out here for you guys. I think y'all ought to be all right. No big dragons or.
Yeah, I don't know if I could handle dragons.
Yeah, I think you're fine. I think y'all are heading to the right place. Let's see, the West Coast. Oh, yeah, there's already something going on. Big goats. They got big goats out there.
Did they have the Grand Canyon marked? Like a big giant hole?
You know, that's interesting. There's the line of the.
Have they got the lakes?
Well, I guess that's what this turned into, Lake Ofago, or maybe these two somehow joined together and they became a big lake with all this waterway that looks pretty pronounced. Again, I'm not sure. We add a lot of water to this area. Maybe we get the Great Lakes. And see, what's this little separation? Weird between California and, I mean, it's not water, but it looks unusual for sure. I don't know, because this part is different, but it's water. I don't know. Let's see what it says. Is it? Yeah, it's Mayor something, so that's water. Huh.
Crazy.
Yeah, all up in here is where it's supposed to be Tartaria, you know, or whatever. The unknown giant land. But on here, the giants were somewhere out here on this outer ring. It was even called that, like the land of the giants. Is this it? Terra. New Guinea, I guess. More of those dragons. These guys must be. Is that those big weird headed things? The white bald headed guys that Martin kept finding in all the old pictures.
Just put a link to it in the chat.
They do all sorts of weird stuff to themselves.
Yeah, we didn't want to get into that. I will drop a link here in a second. I sure will. Oh, we got these guys. We got tentacles and flippers. Are just big tails that are split? What the hell? These guys have scalies and these guys don't. Hey, whoa now. PG-13, everybody. Where's this? Partelia? Patelia? Anybody? Patelia? No, never heard.
Wouldn't you just love to set off in a fleet of boats and just
explore?
Start exploring, yeah.
That would be the dream. But you've been told, John, everything's been explored up. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, you need to
and
leave
Ponce
the shipping
de Leon
lanes.
and his guys, they got it covered. You don't have to worry anymore. All right, I know we're probably boring everybody. Let me get off this because I smell my computer burning. I'm going to send you the link, though, Josh, so you can try to dig through and find that one that spins around so we can actually get a better view than all this upside down. And I will share it for everyone in chat. Thank you for your time.
Nemo's asking, did Daz draw that?
Daz, we need to get him in here drawing, man.
He said he's working, so that means.
Oh, that's true. He's got a real job.
Painting.
Man. He don't have time for us. He's moved on up to the big world.
Typing emails.
He's got the world famous wife now, and I mean, you know, he don't have time for us.
Speaking of which, how many people are watching?
40. I guess we need to actually start having a show. Did I drop? Okay, so the first link I dropped is just the map I was sharing. The next link I'm going to drop is the search return for this map or the guy who made this map, whatever, this specific map, Urbano Monte.
Gotcha.
So you can see all the other maps because some of them do things. You see it, it tells you like one of them spins for some reason. Some are composite, some are pictures, some are the individual pieces because this thing was like in huge pieces, as you see.
I did see that, boss.
Oh, that's right. I'm not sharing anymore.
I sure did.
You can see. So here's the link for the search return, which is too big for the damn. Never mind.
Bitly.
So if you, yeah, I don't know how to do all that right now. So what I'll do is give you this. Just a lot smaller. All righty. Y'all could be talking and saying things and stuff.
I'm busy.
Busy. John.
I'm reading chat. What are you on about?
You ass.
Well, if I can't beat you, I might as well join you.
Join us. That's it.
I'm making moves, man. I'm doing things.
Come on Friday and listen to our silence. It's good.
Love it.
I'm sure Hat hates me. I'm sure the chat hates me for telling you lot not to be in chat. But
all right, so here's the link for the search return to that dude. And then overall, if you just go to that David Rumsey site, davidrumsey.com, it is pretty amazing. There are maps there that are all over the place. Can you get those from the chat there, Josh, or do I need to get them to you special?
No, I get them from
All
there.
right. I've kind of extended my skills at multitasking here. Stretched them thin, as everyone is saying.
Bloke from Oz.
Is that what I hear ding dong?
There he is. See, your sound works just fine, Rob.
G'day, Rob.
Hello, Mr. Savage.
You're bored enough to ring in, I see.
Yeah, I thought I'd grace you with more presents today. What do you reckon?
Stuff. All right. Tonight.
What's up, Rob?
Your moon's upside down.
Is it? I'm trying to twist it around. Maybe I needed to be on the other side when I took the photo.
How's things out your way?
The things where I live, you would think they were nearly back to normal.
Really? You were flooded out last time I spoke to you.
Yeah. There was a lot of rain. Yeah, but things are nearly back to normal here. But that'll change. That'll change soon.
Now, you see, I would have thought they would have. I mean, Australia being a testing ground like Scotland is as well, I would have thought you're in your flu season now, aren't you?
Yeah, that's it.
So I would have thought they would have dropped the hammer on you and practiced and played around every little game they could. It'd be interesting to see what happens down there, out there.
They're doing that in Victoria. They're doing the testing right now. Aren't they? It's just it's unbelievable.
Locking people up in high rises, aren't they?
Yeah. And I went and saw a doctor a few weeks ago now. I had the flu. I wasn't running a fever or anything, but it was just sort of something in my chest. The doctor wanted to do a COVID test on me. I said, no. That's fine, do that to me. He said, oh, really, I should do it. I said, do you think I've got it? He said, no. I said, well, we're not doing it then, eh? I asked him a few more questions about it. And he said he admitted that 30% of the tests are wrong. They're false positives. And there's a few other things that I was asking him about. I was just shaking my head.
Relatives I've got out there,
these doctors know,
they're shit scared. They're absolutely shit scared. The people I know, immediate family, have had probably 3 tests each.
I just can't believe what's going on. With people, this obvious bullshit that's going on. I just can't believe people are buying it. People are waking up. They are slowly waking up. I see the traffic on Twitter these days. With, how many people are waking up, but it's too late now, I'd say.
It's like I tweeted the other day, Matt, if you asked anyone pre-COVID whether they trusted their government and politicians, they'd have laughed heartily. And now, it's gospel. Whatever your politicians or your government are telling you, you have to do it. Where did these people suddenly gain their trust in these utter buffoon, incompetent, treacherous, treasonous shitbags.
I just
Boggles belief, doesn't it?
Yeah, I can't.
Public school.
I have. Well, I can admit that I now have no mates because I was sick to death of having the same conversation every day. It was just absolutely frustrating the shit out of me.
Robbie,
I would
no
have
mates.
these. I would show them things. It's just so fair. We all go through it. I think we all go through it. And I've had enough, and I feel revitalized since I've ditched them. I'm just revitalized.
It's a weight off your mind, really. Sometimes it's cutting the strings and ties to these people that you think, how can you not wake up? It's my job to wake you up. And when you realize it's not your job and you're highly unlikely to wake them up anyway, only they can wake up themselves with curiosity and, sort of human instincts. Yeah, it is a weight off your mind, I think, anyway. It was like when I stopped arguing with idiots on Twitter. It makes for a much happier life.
I never really started doing that. I think I had when we used to talk about the curve math, I think I used to get on there and try to explain until I realized that the people that were arguing about the curve math were usually trolls, and you just go around and round in circles. And I didn't really realize, back in those days, I was very naive. I still probably am naive. But these people would argue that 8 inches is first mile is 8 inches, and the second mile is 16 inches, and the third mile is 24 inches. And you'd say, no, that's a slope, mate. You're describing a slope. You got to do it. And then they'd argue, and then you'd think, right. And then I realized it was you arguing with people who weren't real people. Whatever they were.
Well, I think a lot of them are real people. They're just in classic cognitive dissonance. They can't hold two thoughts in their head that conflict. So it's quite obvious they will have to defend, regardless of how ridiculous the opinion they hold is. They have to defend it to the death. So, yeah. But there is also a fair, decent smattering of AI out there and bots that you can discern.
Can we say anything on here, Josh? Josh, can we say anything on here, or we'll get cut off, or what? Buddy, if you talk about certain people on here, because I hear if you talk about certain people, you might sort of ban your bloody channel. Up for anything we want.
It's quite possible. I will say that we've got hit pretty hard for Smurfs. Just saying.
Yeah, dude, don't talk about the fucking Smurfs, please.
I work with a guy who looks like Papa Smurf. He looks exactly like him.
Off the air.
Except he's not blue.
I'm like,
he's not blue.
Ew.
I'll give you that.
So he's just this little.
If he held his breath for a long time, I'd say he'd be blue. But yeah, he's not blue. But geez, he looks like him.
Just this little tiny guy, huh, with a white beard and a white hat.
That's exactly right. That's him.
Got this wizard always chasing him.
No, it's just so frustrating out there because you see these people who are these are the people who are trying to take over us. Talk about the things that they're going to use to take over us, and people still dismiss it. It's just bizarre.
I know, Joe.
It's absolutely,
I show them the proof. I show them the text. I show them the picture. I show them the video. I show them whatever we need to show them, and it doesn't matter. Yeah. Oh no, I need my mask. And I'm rude. I'm rude because I won't wear one. I'm inconsiderate.
Yeah, it's coming.
All my nieces.
So the whole of Victoria.
Meanwhile, her friend couldn't come to her birthday party because she and her mother went to her grandmother's funeral. Her grandmother, who after she died of cancer, they said she had COVID. They weren't there at the hospital when she was sick. They weren't there at the hospital when she died. They never were allowed to go to the hospital and visit her. And they were never around her in any capacity where she would have been sick. They went to her funeral. So they thought it might be safer if they didn't go to the party. What the fuck?
My great great grandfather-in-law died a couple of weeks ago, 99, age 99, and he I mean, he was the sort of guy who would have mammoth parties for his 50th anniversary, for his wife's 80th, for his 95th birthday, and all this sort of stuff. You know, all the family would get together. He had 40 something grandchildren and all the rest of it. And he had his entire funeral planned out. You know, he really wanted to live past 100, but since the COVID thing, they've had him banged up in a old people's home where they weren't allowed to visit him. They weren't allowed all this sort of stuff. And not surprisingly, he died. But his funeral, they weren't allowed to sing, and they were all seated 2 meters apart, and there were mask wearing people, and it was just so upsetting to see it, that such a great man went out with such a fizzle and a pop, rather than this 1812 overture that he had planned. And, you know, to be fair, he fought in the Second World War. You know, he gave up being a very lucrative accountant to becoming a pastor, I think. He married my wife and I, and numerous others of his children. And it was just so sad, you know, that this pathetic, made up, political, fake disease or virus is ruining so many people's lives. It's crazy.
Yeah, I guess you would hear that sort of story 1,000 times over if you asked someone, especially in your country, John.
Yeah, yeah.
And obviously the US as well. But where I live, there hasn't been a case in now 2 or 3 months since there's been one case.
Doesn't really
We're
matter
still-
though,
yeah,
Rob,
yeah,
does it?
Yeah.
They could still
No, it
lock you
doesn't.
down
No.
tomorrow,
Yeah,
and you'd be there going, but there's no one, there's no new cases, and everyone would just like, yeah, but it's for the best, you know, it's for the best. It's
And
just in
and,
case.
and what I've worked out, and I've seen a few other people sort of saying the same thing on Twitter. If it doesn't affect you, and this is probably the reason why I probably finally ditched my mates. If it doesn't affect you, like my mates, none of them. I lost my job. I found another one, but I lost my job because of this bullshit. If it doesn't affect you directly, then they don't care.
Yeah,
They
it's
just
not
go.
happening.
They're just going along their merry old way until it's going to affect them directly. Then they don't care, and that's how I'd say more. The majority of the 7 billion people in this world are treating it. If it doesn't affect you, then they don't care. That's probably our biggest problem.
Well, we're also resilient as human beings. We will adapt and overcome to any situation we're put into. So, I mean, it is, whether they realize it or not, it is affecting all of us, because, you know, we've all been locked down, other than, say, Vietnam and Laos and Mongolia and a few other places, Iceland. The whole entire world's been locked down. So it's affecting everyone, but to what degree, is how much it gets through to them.
I'll tell you another funny little story. So I'm a member of the local, we got a national rugby league team here, and I'm a member. And the stadium's you're not allowed to put 25,000 people in this stadium. You're only allowed a few thousand people. So I'm a full member. So I'm in the draw every time to go to the game. That means, they might draw my name out of a hat, then I can go to the game that week. And they sent me a text the other day saying, you are successful, you can go to the game. So, and I didn't realize that was the case. I just thought that I had to actually enter to go to the games, enter the sort of the draw to go to the games. And I rang them. I said, I don't want to go. I said, I'm not interested in going to a game with only a couple of thousand people in there. They said, oh, no, you're in the draw every time. And I said, well, all right, well, you've given me a seat. I said, can I have another seat so I can, where do I sit in my normal seats? They said, no, you get a random seat somewhere else. I said, well, so what, I got to go sit by myself? She goes, oh, yeah. I said, so you want me to go to a stadium and sit? I said, can I buy another seat so I can at least take someone else? No, you can't do that. So they were going to charge me $50 to go to a game and sit by myself, not in my normal seats, and randomly. Oh, come on now. How bizarre is that? I said, just keep your ticket. I said, if there's 25,000 people allowed to go, that's when I'll start going back again.
Yeah.
I paid big dollars for these seats too.
Well, they got canned crowds in America and stuff, haven't they? And over here as well. I think. I think they're having football matches with no one in the stadiums.
Yeah,
over here.
and they and for TV they fake the crowd noise.
Yeah.
And say there's a controversial decision.
No,
Which
get the fuck out of there! Really, I don't watch it at all. I didn't.
Yeah,
know that.
the director. So the director of the say I watch rugby league. So the director of the rugby league coverage will sort of see a controversial decision, and he'll press the boo, the crowd booing, and when a try scored, he'll press the applause. Yeah, but there's actually people going to the games now. I think there was like 10,000 people allowed to go to
They have people catching foul balls at the baseball games. Virtual people now. The cheer and everything. A foul ball will be hit their way, and they put their hand up and everything, and then they're holding the ball and cheering, and it's a fake person. It's not even real.
How long do you think most people will put up with this before the asleep people will wake up? Is it another 6 months away before they go? Because
forever.
This is the way I see it. If we don't say the virus is a real thing and it is going through everybody, how long is it going to take if they keep locking everyone down and not letting them out? Then the virus will be slower, and it'll take 20 or 30 years before it goes through everybody.
And then they'll
the way they're doing it.
COVID 2030. They can just reinvent this at will now.
People think that this is going to be over and we're going to be back to normal in a couple of months' time. That's what people think.
Well, like you said earlier about showing people this, I watched something, a recent video 2 or 3 days ago, Max Egan talking about the plan they have. And it's available and you can read it anywhere. And it's basically going through 2025. And that by the end of not even the end of this year, before the elections, people are going to start seeing the craziness. I mean, I think it's already starting to show its head with all this money and change and shit that's going on. They are pushing this to make it where you will have to have a chip, a tattoo, whatever the fuck, to buy shit. You will be purchasing with your face, you won't even need your phone anymore. It won't be cards. It won't be any of that. It'll be your fucking identity and your record.
So therefore, they won't be making you wear masks by that stage.
Well, either at that stage, you're either done your fucking, you've taken the shot, or you're somewhere that they are keeping you away because you're not following the system. And it won't be too hard to round us up since we won't be the ones in masks.
Yeah, Google has new paint that you can paint on your skin, and it turns you into a smart device. They put little chips in it and whatnot.
When I say this is changing everything, my sister's a teacher. They're going back to school, and they've been told, as well as the whole school board has told them, that it's okay for them to start wearing scrubs to work. What? Why? It doesn't benefit any other than being a simple on-off in a blood situation, or like I've got to change my clothing. There's no reason for that. Other than to normalize institutionalization of medical institutionalization. That's what they're trying to normalize. If they're trying to teach kids that somebody running around in scrubs is a normal thing,
It's a
It's
religion.
fucking nuts.
Religion. It's completely based on non-scientific belief. I don't buy the religion.
Even the government websites that they talk about COVID say that masks don't work. You know, wearing
Yeah.
a mask for a healthy person, and yet all the media outlets are saying, "Oh yeah, we
Oh,
got
it's
to
a
put on this
symbol.
mask."
They
Yeah,
say that on the
yeah.
fucking CDC. It's a symbol. It's a symbol of your caring for others.
It's
That's
an
what it is, Rob.
instrument of freedom.
There's a
It look-
lawyer. There's a mob over here that are fighting. So if you get a fine over here for not wearing a mask, this is in Victoria. This is not where I live, but you go see this lawyer and he'll help you fight the fine, or he'll tell you how to fight the fine and what you got to say when you go to court about the fines, because
Well, it happened over
they're
here
unlawful. Really,
in
they're
the
unlawful,
UK.
aren't they?
They fined a whole bunch of people, including the Labour leader's brother or whatever, and then later had to come out and say, yeah, actually, none of those fines are enforceable. So it's fearmonger. It's fear tactics. People are
Yeah,
so
they can
shit
call me an
scared.
asshole. They can call me an asshole if they want. I prefer breathing over making people feel good. That's just me, though.
But Zach, if you're in a shopping center, and I've seen this on videos from America, you know, you're in a shopping center and you're not wearing a mask, and then suddenly you're surrounded by 6, 7, 8 people yelling in your face to go.
Yeah, they don't hear that. It's
know,
weird. I've never even been confronted.
No?
I don't wear a mask. I went to Home Depot twice today, and
Yeah.
everybody was wearing a mask. There was even 2 guys standing at the door in masks. I don't know what they were doing. They had their little Home Depot thing on. I just smile and walk right by, nod my
Well, that's
head.
good, eh? That's good. That's good.
Yeah, I don't, I just look like I'm supposed to not be wearing a mask. I don't sit there and, I don't have the shifty eyes, and I don't walk slow and look over my shoulder. I just walk right in like it's, every other day. Nobody's ever
It'll
said a word.
last. It will last as long as we let it, and it will go as far as we let it. Us here and the 39 people watching can change the world if we want. We just
That was kind of
got
the
to
push
get
of
the
that
rest of the
video
world.
that I watched with Max. I mean, I know everybody's got differing opinions, but that was essentially his push, is that this is it. This is our window to wake the ones who are your closest people up. If you can't wake up those people who are your closest people, they're the ones who are going to suck you right in with this, because they're going to just go along willingly.
Yeah, I was talking to my mum the other day about the Event 201, and she doesn't find that a coincidence. You know what I mean? She doesn't find that having a talks about a coronavirus. Who, show of hands, who had heard the word coronavirus before January? I hadn't. You know what I mean? I hadn't heard of that word. And these people were talking about a pandemic with a coronavirus in October and November. And so if that's not a coincidence. But I don't know. I'm baffled. I'm baffled at people's attitudes. I'm absolutely baffled.
I mean, coronavirus is the common cold, basically.
Yeah, but we never ever heard of that before. That the term coronavirus. Well, I definitely hadn't. I'd say, well, I'm just throwing it out there, but I'd say 99% of the population would have never heard of the word coronavirus before.
Probably not.
Before January.
Probably
Yeah?
not.
No.
But yeah,
I'm angry today, aren't I? I might have to take a chill pill.
I love it, Rob.
Rob came back hot.
You're not actually. I think you're quite docile. I think they've slipped some lithium in your water.
You sound happy. Maybe you're fired up, but you sound like you're in a good space mentally, is what I'm hearing.
I agree. I think when you normally go piss and vinegar, then you really sound angry. But this is you've got a different sort of level of zen about you at the moment, where you're angry, but it's not affecting you, if you know what I mean.
Maybe because it hasn't got here yet. It hasn't got to where I live yet.
Yeah.
Even in the first wave, we were all worried about that first wave. But I think 20 people got it in 200,000, 30 people got it in my town of 200,000. It hasn't been a case here for months, a couple of months now. So maybe that's why, but it's coming. It's coming.
If you
I'd
let
be, I'd
it.
be,
Well, the
I'd,
only
I'd be
way
shocked.
they're
I'd be
gonna-
shocked if it doesn't come.
The only
I'd be
way they
shocked.
can get enough fear in enough people who shouldn't be afraid is to have unusual cases. Unfortunately, we've seen that with our friend Billy Ray and what's going on in New York and what he has seen personally with people he knows, and it's really outside the norm. And I would think in populations of that condensed an amount, it would be so easy to put something into a population. Food, water supply, water bottles, fuck, vitamins, who knows?
Well, they're already saying, oh, it's mutated now and it might be like airborne. And I think this was the start of the gotta wear your goggles. Gotta wear goggles because it's mutating now and it's gonna be airborne. And you're just gonna have to, we're gonna have to find a new way to fight it. And that's what I think is gonna happen. I think they're gonna find it's mutated after the fact. Oh shit. We've been dealing with COVID-19, but guess what, folks? We've got so many people out there doing the right thing, fighting the good fight, but some of them refuse to cooperate. Some of them refuse to do their part. And now it's mutated, and now we've got to do it all over again because of the people that didn't play along. So here we go again, thanks to them. We've got to come back with a whole new vaccine now. Turns out that first
It's
vaccine
like a fucking web.
didn't do
I can't
anything.
get out of it. Christ. Ah.
Yep.
Did you see, and I don't know if I'll share screens, but I've got an article in front of me. Coronavirus in pets. First dog to test positive for COVID-19 in the US dies. Did you see that?
That was today, wasn't it? But we
Yeah,
had I'm sure we had a 16-year-old cat with a broken tail die in the UK at least a couple of months ago. So, and that was COVID, of course, because there is a legitimate COVID test, of course, and COVID is a thing. Novel though it may
but
be.
but surely a normal thinking person sees that and laughs their head off at it. But
Yeah,
apparently not. But apparently not.
I just stopped before the show.
Well, a normal thinking person, yes. The question is, what the fuck is normal thinking?
New normal.
Fuck, I couldn't unmute quick enough. New normal thinking, damn it.
New speak, new normal. Madness.
I don't know. I don't know where it's all going.
Nowhere good, Rob.
That's what I said to my mates. I said that what you know is over. The life you thought you had is over now, and they all laughed at me. But we're up here. Like, it hasn't affected us yet, and I haven't spoken to them now in 2 months, and I'm assuming that they're still going about their little lives and everything's sweet for them. And I hope it all continues for them, but I just can't see it. I think it's gonna. Victoria now they're reporting like 600 and 700 cases a day. It'll slowly move into our states, and they'll lock us down again. Hope they wake up then.
That's what I saw. What I would predict coming for Australia first, because you're the first to see the dawn. You're the first to start your official flu season. So I've had a close eye on Australia, and yeah, Victoria doesn't surprise me. To lock people down in their own high-rise flats, to deactivate their access cards to their own buildings, and to have police on the doorstep, that are barely out of nappies, telling them they're not allowed to go and walk in the park outside or for 20 minutes. If they tolerate that, then they will be wearing goggles and butt plugs by the end of the month, It's
Goggles
time, people. It's time.
Did you not hear that, Rob? I could have sworn I
that?
saw somewhere that they're now looking that maybe you can contract COVID-19 anally.
Oh, good.
Isn't that nice? don't know
Well, that's
where.
good.
Well, I heard it here, but still, I heard it somewhere.
John's in trouble, then, isn't he?
No, because we're going to start selling pear-shaped butt plugs wrapped in the globe because it's pear-shaped. See how that works?
That sound you just heard, it was me sharing something for you in show prep, Josh, if you'd want to pop that up on the screen.
Okie doke.
Rob's been trying out the prototype for years.
Oof.
Crickets.
Is that what you're using?
Get out of there.
You got it?
I'm getting it.
While you're getting that, I will. Let me go find it. I just lost it.
Well, I'll tell you what, one good thing about COVID is that no one's talking about flat Earth anymore. That's for fucking sure.
Yep.
See how that works?
We did. We just had a map a minute ago.
Yeah, I must confess, I did have a long conversation with another mate who I've had to ditch because he was probably the worst person I've ever spoken to about all this bullshit. But I showed him my Hinchinbrook Island video, and he just dismissed my Hinchinbrook Island. I said, I said to him, if that's Hinchinbrook Island, I said, will that change the way you think about the flat Earth? He said,
Nope.
He said, yeah, but you've got to prove it. I said, well, it is it. I said,
Get a boat.
I said, it's not. I said, it's not. I said, it's not. It's not under debate. I said, that's it. I'm 100%. He said, to you, it's 100% to you. I said, no, it's 100% because it's 100%. It's the island. It's nothing else. It could be. It's the only massive land mass in that direction. It is it.
That's cool. Covering your ears and going la 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 la.
Yeah,
I can't hear
yeah.
you.
And then, and then he said, and then he pulled out the, well, why can't I see New Zealand with a high-powered telescope? And at this stage, it was still a normal conversation. And then because I've known this guy for 40 years, and I said, well, there's dust in the air. There's all sorts of shit in the air that stops you from seeing very far. I said, it doesn't matter if you've got a high-powered telescope. The high-powered telescope can't see through things, and it won't be able to see through dust, and especially over the ocean. You're going to have bloody all sorts of stuff over the ocean, And he just absolutely dismissed that. And he said something sarcastic, and that's it. Very, very frustrating.
It's a shame when it happens, but sometimes you just got to move on for your own
because I
sanity.
tell you, John, he's out of all the people that I've mentioned this to, he's the only one to go and do experiments and gone up high and tried to see things. Not that he ever saw them correctly. He used that theologite and and I thought it was a little bit weird what the findings that he come up with. And he thought he could see the theologite would bring up the curve and just slightly bring up some sort of curve. So I looked in that myself, but at least he was doing experiments. But he was, but I would tell him things, and he would contradict me with something that Wolfie 666 or whatever his handle is. He would show me. He'd show me the lighthouse video from Wolfie, and all the
appeal to authority.
Yeah. No.
Phuket Word says COVID will hopefully be a gateway drug to the flat Earth, and I think it will be ultimately. I think it will. First of all, wake people up to government lies, then wake them up to media manipulation, then wake them up to, well, if this isn't true, then what else isn't true? And then it's the moon landings and JFK, and then it's,
Do you know that Wolfie did a video that showed a very, very small sun on the horizon by using filters?
You forwarded that to me, yeah.
Yeah. Did you know that? Or before I forwarded that to you?
No, I don't watch that twat.
Yeah, well, I don't know how I got onto it, but decided to click on it, and yeah, he focused on a sun that was on the horizon, and then put it was massive, and then put his little solar filters over the top of his camera, and it brought it down to the tiny sun.
Proving one
Yeah,
of the.
and then I went to the comments. I said, "You beauty," and then I went to the comments, and it was all pro globe, with only a couple of I don't think there was hardly any comments for
No flat earthers watch him anymore. It's pointless.
Yeah, it was just well that'll show the flat earthers or something like that. All these that proves that the sun's not that sort of size the whole time.
Yeah.
It shows that's a small sun on the horizon. What are you on about? See,
and I've noticed there's been a few big channels, that have 100,000, 80,000 subscribers, and they're starting to make their flat Earth videos, and they're using like 2015 arguments on how gravity would work on a flat Earth. It would all pull towards the North Pole, and how we think that the Earth is rising up, and all this just nonsense. It's like, man, you guys.
This is why they
looked into it.
This is why they put the recommended videos up that they do, all the debunking videos. So this is the new waves that are coming in of all these flat Earth debunkers who've only watched flat Earth debunk videos that have been up for 7 years.
Well, I tried to look for a theodolite video, so I just put in flat Earth theodolite, and the videos were all debunking, and I had to scroll down maybe 100 videos before I found something that I might have been able to sort of watch and send this guy. But yeah, it was all actually the first one was like Mark Sargent on one of the news agents.
Well, I sent you a good one, didn't I? Which was covering the Robotham.
No, that was a good one. I never ever sent it to him, John, because it was
no point.
Yep, I gave up.
If he's using a theodolite to try and prove the Earth is a ball, then he's missed the point completely. Phuket Word's got it. Is the theodolites are only for tangible objects. The horizon isn't tangible, and they were never intended for horizons. As far as I know, well, we went through it, didn't we? And we were looking up the most expensive theodolite you could buy, and it had a range of something like 300 meters. It was that's what they're for. They're surveying equipment.
For you.
They're not to see where the bloody horizon is, 20 miles away or whatever. It's just ridiculous. But of course, you can't find all the really decent videos now that were made about theodolites, pulling them to pieces, because we don't live in a normal world anymore.
No, you're right.
Phuket Word, Nick, you're long overdue on this show. We've been talking about it for about 5 years now.
It's been forever. He's been in chat a time or one, two before, and we just never have been able to get him here on the show. So
please
definitely
drop Josh or Walt an email. Where would he?
I'm dropping it.
I tell you what,
in the chat.
If anybody wants to hop on with us right now, you could shoot us an email at Iron Realm
Here we
Media.
go. You're bored with me already. No worries.
Sorry, who are you? Sorry.
Get him, Rob. I was completely enjoying myself. Didn't want to talk to anybody.
I love having guests on. It's great having you as a guest, Rob. I just thought we'd have some more guests on.
I wish I had a camera at this point.
Well, since we got back onto the flat Earth
right
a little earlier, Rob, did you see the map I was sharing?
No.
All right. Well, we're not going to go back to that. But on the map, there were some interesting lines. There was a G in the middle at the North Pole, and the lines radiated out in four directions, starting with 90 degrees. Thomas Grown, Flat Earth Proof, in chat earlier said, if you take the equator circumference and apply it to the north-south direction, 90 degrees north only reaches part towards the center. Thus, you can go beyond the pole. And again, then he said, the equator is just an arbitrary measure. As we reach 90 degrees north or 90 degrees south, we just reach another circumference. That is why they could sail beyond 90 degrees North Pole and beyond the 90 degrees South Pole. So I don't get it. I wanted to go into that a little bit too.
I read that.
It's like I didn't understand that book when I read it, The World Beyond the Poles. I read it and I was going, huh?
I imagine if I wasn't on a live show and read that, then I might be able to understand what it was saying. But trying to read,
I'll drop it back into the chat. Hang on.
Yeah, I saw that. But Karen's up for a link. If I don't know how to send a link to the meeting.
Okay. Me figure out what
Yeah,
the
we
hell
definitely
I'm
got to
doing.
get Nick on soon.
Right.
Nick
I
has
put
been
Way overdue.
a rock of sanity in
Oh,
this
a go-to,
madness.
a go-to in all of it. Yes, sir. Many times over.
And a true zetetic experimenter, experimenting by method or
Yeah, and he uses logic, just straight, normal, everyday logic, and he makes it so a child can understand it. That's what I love about it so much.
well,
He
it reminded
explains things.
me of your
explains
videos, Zach, because his amazing video for me was when he had the lighter on the other side of the playground, across a flat playground, and he could show how the bottom was disappearing, just a lighter and a
that was
playground.
Brilliant.
And yeah, I mean, and this is, that's Zachonomics right there. It's just perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually redid one of his tests and experiments and just added in a horizon line showing how the moon and sun rotate from your point of view in the sky. You know how wagon wheels?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I never comprehended that fully until Nick showed me. Yeah, and as soon as I did, I made the video that day because it was just, he comes up with all this kind of stuff that is just amazing. Sorry, hold on a sec. I got Hank.
And the pressure in the bottle with the doodah that went up and down.
So
it's scientifically explained there.
Karen?
That's why we need Nick on. Sorry.
Karen, I sent you a link in Skype, even though it shows you're unavailable. I said, rules are meant to be broken. I'll see if you're available anyway. Anybody else that wants to come on, you can email us at ironrealmedia@gmail.com. I've got it open right now, so I should see it. I'll even check my spam folder on occasion.
I was actually opening mine as well, sir. So we've got it doubly covered.
We could pull up Skype probably separately, but I don't know that I've got that necessarily worked out the way I do with the Flatline, which we can open a little bit later. Because if I'm not mistaken, I do believe Donnie may have called right as we were going live.
001-304-503-3528 flat.
If it's
the same as
Mark
it was
it.
a year ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, time is 1:33:26. That means I'm going to come back to this video and pull that soundbite out so I can have John Savage call out the Flatline whenever I want.
You're not.
Savage!
Pope John Savage III.
Why am I a pope? That's like a bit of an insult,
Yes, that's exactly right. You've got it.
Rob Epstein from Australia.
Show out his cash.
Big St. James Island.
Phuket Word in chat is asking a question, Nick. Oh, how do I get on? Look, email us at Iron Realm Media, or just drop your email in chat if you want to do it that way. We'll email a link to you. It's easy. It's a Zoom link, and it'll open with your browser, or if you have the Zoom app already installed, it'll go to it.
Anyone got him on Skype?
A lot of people do.
I was looking to see. I thought we had a group meeting way early on in the day, but that could have been on Hangout, actually.
Yeah, I might have.
Probably.
Let me check.
or Twitter.
or
I'm
even
not sure
Twitter.
if
Like I
you-
said, that was early day stuff. So
That'd be Cammy in the background.
It is. Give Bob and Cammy our best. Give them a both
for sure, I know they're
great big
stressed
hug.
beyond measure. Give them lots of hugs.
I couldn't imagine moving house now. Even my
You want to say hi?
tiny little house would be hell on earth.
Hey everyone.
Hi,
Hey,
Cammy.
Cammy, we miss you, Cammy. We miss you.
Oh, I miss you guys so much. You don't even know it. This is the only time I want to do this. The very last time. After this move, that's it.
I should hope so. Good grief. You must be well excited though. I mean, it's like just setting sail on a boat,
Right.
no rudder.
Yeah, it's crazy. I haven't even been able to. I'm getting ready to start thinking of that. Just I have the last like scrubbing the place down, before you leave right ahead of me tonight. And then I'll get excited. But yeah, it's a lot of work.
Yeah.
And the guys did so much of it, and most of it I worked as hard as I could, but boy, I couldn't have done it without them. Oh.
That's what they're there for.
So,
will you be
yeah.
happy to leave that squeaky door behind?
I will do that, and then again for the first month out there until while we're at the bed and breakfast, I should be able to join in and have fun with some things until we have a house and they're moving again. So
hell
yeah. So I'll see you guys really, really soon temporarily, and then it'll be gone again.
Have you not just thought about buying an enormous Winnebago and just drive it?
Nah, I want a cottage in the forest. We'll see how close I can get to it, but I really want a cottage in the forest.
Yeah, you can't put that on wheels.
You can't put that on wheels. You can't put a stream to powder in on wheels and that. So yeah, I'm one of those people that likes to have a place to call home. So.
Well, you have a good trip. Drive safe. Say hello to Bob and the clan.
If you guys got to get gas while you're in St. Louis or just outside St. Louis, shoot me a message, and I'll run out
definitely
and say hi.
I would love that. I would love to get a hug. That would be so awesome.
I'm literally just like a quarter mile from the highway. If you tell me I can come stand on the overpass and hold a big sign.
Oh, that'd be so easy. That would be so easy to do.
You know what? I'm surprised people haven't arranged that already.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody.
Oh, is it 12 hours away? If you're 12 hours away, you're a good chance that there's little hotels by that you could be a good.
It's like halfway. There's a hotel. I can.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right next to my neighborhood. It'd be perfect.
Yeah, that would probably work out really, really good because we are trying to do about 6 hours a day, and then with the dogs and everything in the car, and then finding a hotel and spending the night. Making it out in 3 days was the plan. So.
Just follow
6 or 7 hours. Yeah. Yep. Oh no! We won't. We're in the truck and we won't start near as early as him. So we'll get there a day or two behind him, but we'll get there.
So anybody that lives anywhere near Highway 70, anywhere in the United States, stand outside on that overpass and we'll just hold up big signs, put up big banners.
That's right. Skype me, Aisling717-CO. Put it on Skype, and we'll look out for you and stop along the way. But yeah.
You need some satellite tracking, like online, and having all these little aluminium tin cans up.
We did that. We did that, except for we put the GPS tracker in with our stuff in the moving van. So we're not tracking ourselves, but we are tracking our stuff.
Yeah, I bet. Make sure you use a better tracker than that balloon launch doodah.
This was the tracker we're using was the balloon launch, the second launch where we upgraded and have the radio towers and the ham license and that. So yeah, we are actually using the GPS tracker from a balloon. But the one that you're talking about, that piece of crap one that you're talking about, that one never got recovered, so we couldn't use it because
I'm still hopeful.
we know, yeah. Oh yeah, still hopeful. I have probably over 60 hours into looking for that balloon in that box, and we're on our way out of Colorado. If it doesn't show up on I-70 with a big red bow on it, it's not going to happen.
It's the year 2025, and we have found a high altitude balloon with the name Busters on it. Anyone? Any idea?
Anyone win? Yeah, and we have the different things. It would be funny if we did get a call or something. And again, it's in a field. Like, it was very rural where it went down, so anything is possible. And we did put contact info. I wouldn't rule it out, but we just won't pick it up.
Hey, Cammy,
No.
we've just been joined by Karen B. Hi, Karen.
Karen!
She's very quiet, though.
Oh, I killed her boyfriend, or no, I didn't really kill him, but I wore him out. Sounds bad.
Okay.
She's good.
I know. And on this
You
one,
might have to explain that one a little.
I'll let you guys explain, because you know what I get to do, because there's every chance in the world that tomorrow I won't have power, because that's my cutoff date, so it's what time they shut up. I got to go back in my house just in case there's no power tomorrow. That's what it'd be like. Hello?
That's really weird. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
See if there's anything at all I might be able to do for Karen. I'm not sure why she has no sound.
Yeah. When I walk by the garage again, I'll try to jump back in, but I'm going to go back in really quick and then come back while I know I have power. And so I'm going to hand it back to Zach.
Alrighty.
And I love you guys, and I can't wait to talk to you about more talking about the map and different things, because I've come so far and we're ready to present like just about everything. When I'm in Carolina, I'll be able to work with an artist. So there's going to be up and coming major updates and things on mapping and again how it all works. A lot of things coming up. All ready to go, just waiting for the move to be out of the way.
Well, that's exciting. I'm excited for you.
It is very exciting. All right.
Looking forward to that. You take it easy, Cammy.
And I think it's maybe you and Bob. I think maybe you're the reason I've been feeling so drained this week. I bet you're just completely emotionally and physically and mentally exhausted.
I am gone. I am completely. I feel so old right now. I feel like one giant mush of arthritis or something pain. I don't even know what doesn't hurt is better than what hurts. But yeah.
Load yourself up with magnesium.
Will do. When I get to Carolina, will do. Right now it's coffee, but I know that's not the best, but I have to just push through another night. But after this, I mean, then it's riding in a car for days. I mean, that's that's not lifting in that. That's kind of a body recovery. So that's pretty good. I am grateful. I mean, we couldn't have done it without, we had a flat earther come in. Did Zach tell you? The flat earther that put the sign, Flat Earth on his car.
Yeah,
has been helping it. He lives right down the street for us, on the same street.
That's crazy.
So we have a new. I love him. So yeah. Well, I'm going to hand it over and vacuum. I can't say again thank you enough to the guys, and love you guys, and my love to everybody. It's right down the street, on the same street.
That's
crazy. On the same street. You in literally counting the number of houses and the number of houses. It was 17 houses. Thank you enough. So love you guys, and my love to everybody. It's right down the street. On the same street.
I think you might be getting close, Karen.
Love you, Cammy.
I'm getting a little bit of slap back. I think it might be from Karen.
Okay.
Yeah.
She jumped off.
That's
said
it.
she loves you.
Now we hear you.
Does it sound okay?
Yep, it sure will.
Yeah.
It might just take a second to level out, but yep, I think you're good now.
Hi, Karen.
Hi.
What do you think of that garden design? Will that be all right?
If you can find a place to put it, sure.
Yeah, you can change anything you want.
I know.
It's your garden.
I know. I definitely want a pyramid.
Yeah, I was thinking at the center we could put like a hollow pyramid with a chair in it that you could actually sit in.
Yeah. I know. I wanted it big enough that you could like sit under or walk under.
Yeah, I was thinking get inside of it.
So that it was like a grounding area with the pyramid over it.
And we could even have the chair like a clay chair that we just carve out of the clay.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
Where we plan fuck all. Look, we've got Karen B, we've got Rob from wherever he is, and now we've just been joined by Phuket Word.
Hey, Walt, my son just come in here and he can see you on the screen, and he loves your mullet.
Hi, can you hear me, first of all?
There he is. Hi, Nick. Yep, sounded good.
Okay, thanks, man.
Nick, what's going on, man? How you been, man?
Good. Thank you for letting me join. It's great to be joining
Yeah,
you guys.
long overdue, man. We've been. You're like one of those we bring up every couple months in our pre-show chats. Like,
yep.
What about Nick? Let's get Nick on, and then nobody
We're
gets on
bloody
from there.
useless, basically.
Yeah, we are.
Nick,
We're
as I'm
horrible.
sure you probably know, we've been around long enough to precede our reputation of being utterly useless at contacting people, getting people on. This is why these shows work so well, because it's just flying by the seat of our pants, and
It's organic.
The best
That's
way
what
we
makes it
work.
Yeah, I was going to say organic. Yeah, for
You
sure.
are without a doubt my favourite expatter. You are English, aren't you?
Yeah, and that's why I'm able to catch up with you now, because obviously usually I'm in Thailand, but I'm in the UK at the moment.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you?
You're kind of shanghaied in the UK, aren't you?
Are you in prison?
Yeah, I am very much locked out of my other country.
Wow. And was that obviously it wasn't planned, but how long were you meant to be in the UK?
It was one of those things where it was going to be a life-changing thing anyway, because I've been over in Thailand 25 years, and it was time to try and just get things reestablished. But
I didn't think it was a two-way street. I thought, once you went to Thailand or somewhere or anywhere outside the UK, you almost either have to hit the lottery or there is no coming back here. I mean,
I've got kids that I want to try and establish something for, and it's very difficult out in Thailand. It's a lovely place, the culture and the people are great, and of course I would much rather be there. But just as an expat, as a foreigner, they're a sovereign nation and inherently racist in that sense. Not the people, but the system.
Yeah.
Are you actually in Phuket, are you? Or you live in Phuket?
Yeah, well, I said I've been there. That's where the channel started, just as a kind of like local news reporting kind of channel. I was involved.
I went there for a holiday 20 years ago.
Oh, right. Oh, it changed. Yeah, you would have gone there when it was just maybe a few bars on the beaches. Now it's just it's like the Costa del Sol in many places.
Yeah,
so
just a couple of streets there.
Coming back to the UK, is it? I mean, did you regularly come back, or has it been a long time since you've been here?
My longest stint was about 15 years.
Wow.
And that was a bit of a culture shock coming back, but it was a total mind fuck coming back this time with COVID taking off. I mean, as I was getting on the plane from Phuket, because we were stopping off in Singapore, there were Chinese people being told they weren't allowed on the plane, even though they had the tickets booked and everything. It was right where they were just and the paranoia was really getting out of hand. So yeah, by the time I hit the ground in the UK, it was full on. So I arrived not only to this foreign culture, but I mean just everyone behaving insanely, jumping out of each other's way and all this.
When did you get back to the UK? What month?
February. So I came back on February.
Oh wow, timed that well, didn't you? Would you, given the choice again, would you, if you knew what was coming, would you say I'd rather give it a miss this time? I'll stay in Phuket.
Sure, absolutely. We grow our own food and things like that. It's just we can be fairly self-sufficient and but here, no. I mean, I came back and I'm living back with my mum, who's got this tiny place, hasn't got a garden or anything like that. So of course, with everyone buying up bog roll and all that in the shops, I'm thinking, Mum, we need a garden for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just to say that was it's been weird, but it's kind of I don't know. We've all dealt with it in our own ways, right? So it's kind of
meant to be, though, surely.
Yeah, got to look at it that way. I think,
just the timing and everything.
This is a way we could wake a lot of people up right here, because it's so blatantly sorry for my word, retarded.
Yeah.
The way they are doing things.
Yeah.
It is blatantly obvious that, you know, there is fuckery going on. And people are starting to wake up and like, wait a minute, why is this, what's going on now? Who are these people? What are they doing? And yeah, you can, it's like a doorway. You can open that doorway for them to now listen to something.
Yeah, I don't have, I mean, yeah, I have hopes for that, but they're not too high, because I think people have gone past that feeling of fear.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are living in fear, just straight fear, animal instinct, you know. But there's some people that are waking up to this, they see it, and it's
sure.
Yeah, I'm an optimistic. I try to look at the bright
It
side.
is helping some people to wake up, but I think, and I was talking about this last night, I think it's also putting some people like deeper into sleep. You know, some people are starting to come out of it and be like, whoa, this is just too crazy. And other people just go along to get along. They just do what they're told. They're like, just put the mask on.
I think it's more than that, Karen. I think the fear internally that they see it. They see it, and it terrifies them so much. It's kind of like in the dark room, there's something in the corner. I'm just going to pull the covers over my head.
Yeah, I'm just going to close my eyes and wait for it to go away. I hope it does. It doesn't get me. Yeah, these people, but yeah, some people are definitely crawling way deeper into the hole, for sure. My family is, I don't, as much as I love my family, don't get me wrong, I love spending time with them and everything, I don't want to see them right now. I don't want to see them acting like a bunch of COVIDiots. This is going to be hard to keep my mouth shut. I've been real good so far. I've been real good with all of them. Not even, I let them air it out. I let them talk about it. I don't say much, Oh, okay. Yep. All right. Stuff like that. But yeah, I don't want to go home. The only reason I am going home is because I want my books. If this shit really gets crazy, yeah, I want my stuff. I want my books.
mother rang me this morning, Zach, and she said to me that she heard on the news that we won't be able to fly or go on holidays overseas for another 4 years.
It's insane. Yeah, states are starting to do this quarantine bullshit, like Brian's, Massachusetts.
Wow.
He can't go home for his grandma's funeral. For one, they're waiting for the vaccine.
In the past, things used to move slowly, and I'm talking ridiculously slowly. But now, when you wake up and I don't watch the news, but you when you're in your car, you've got the radio on, you hear it's something different every day, isn't it? I get a lot of my news off sort of social media. Maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't. But it's something different every day. They move. Everything is moving very, very quickly at the moment. Does it agree about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
The world is
well,
changing.
even with just the
before
one
our eyes.
topic. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Don't go buy masks. Don't wear a mask. It's not going to help you. We need them for medical staff and people like that. And now it's, well, you can wear a mask if it'll make you feel better. That's what it was. And now it's, masks are mandatory. And this all happened in like no time. Yeah, like you're saying, every few weeks it's something totally opposite of what it was just a couple weeks ago.
And sometimes every day. Sometimes
Yeah,
it's a day. It's a new thing daily, and people they're conditioning you now quickly compared to very, very slowly. They've done the groundwork, and now I think they can do whatever they like to these sheep.
Yeah, they've fractured minds, and it is very dangerous. I think it's a social experiment as well. Really, they're just how it's some of you were saying earlier. How far are we going to let them push it? It really is up to us. And
I think this is a precursor for the vaccine. For sure. They're seeing how many people they're going to be able to just say, hey, we're going to do it because we're going to go along.
Yeah. And I don't think you're right though. The fear thing is that they're going along with the fear, but there has to be no fear in going against that and just walking into a store without a mask, or just not entertaining any of this at all. But of course, it's difficult when, for example, you physically can't travel, or you can't be, you're actually being prevented. But apart from that, yeah.
And what if the major food chains are making you wear a mask to go in and get food? We all need to eat. They're gonna
Like
make
gardens are so essential right now. I mean, build a garden for next year. Just get your soil ready.
Yeah,
Get that soil. Do whatever you can. I mean, start right now. Start
But I can't
after the
grow
show.
a cow. I can't grow a cow.
No, but you can live. You
But
can
you can
live
off of a garden,
off of-
dude. If
yeah.
it's down to the end of
I
days,
did hear,
I'm
Zach. I
starving.
laid all that mulch down.
I know it looks beautiful.
I can't grow a lamb, Zach. I want a lamb.
That's why you grow
You
some
go
food and
hunting
you
lamb.
trade.
Then you
Top
get
of it
your
so far.
I love lamb too. Hopefully there's vegans in the audience. I love lamb.
Hopefully, there's some vegans in the audience.
I love lamb. They're the greatest.
Yeah, I love Greek food, and they do a lot of lamb. Yeah, lamb is good. Best lamb I ever had though was cooked over an open fire with Just Jack to start Shavuot, the spring harvest festival. We went out there and cooked the lamb over an open fire. Man, it was cool. Ate it with our hands, old school style, barefoot.
But funny story too. When I went to Phuket 20 years ago, I vowed not to eat the takeaway food there because they got McDonald's there, they've got Kentucky Fried there, and I only because I didn't want to get sick. Because once you get sick over there, so I ate all the good food until a couple of days to go. I caved in and I had KFC. That was the end of me. 3 days. the plane trip back was bad.
Because of the KFC, yeah.
Yeah, the KFC was the one who got me. Yeah, I was eating all the sort of the Thai food, and just in the main street there. In the main street, we there was a Hot Rock Cafe or a Hard Rock Cafe or something on the corner there.
At Road, yeah.
Yeah. And across there was Aussie food, an Aussie pommy food down one of the alleyway, and we found that. I don't know if you know where I'm talking about.
I know exactly
what
you mean.
Right down the end there was this Aussie and pommy food little place. You get lamb chops there and mashed potato and bloody all of that. We found that that we were eating there, soup and all sorts of stuff. Yeah, it was great. It was great. So that's the one we found. And when we strayed away from there is when we found our trouble.
Oh yeah, I mean obviously buyer beware, but that's the wonderful thing, isn't it? You can obviously, I couldn't do it as a foreigner. That's one of the issues I have with being there. It's like, I can't set myself up as a sole trader, but a Thai can. And of course you can, whether you fix shoes or you cook sausages or cut up fruit, there isn't an unemployment problem in Thailand, because you can, whatever you do, you can sell it, or you can pitch your wares on the street with your your trolley or whatever. And that's beautiful because you still have that, everyone shares. It's not too long ago that people were living without electricity, without money, because they were living off
are some places, yeah.
And they just, they exist as little communities. People get married, then the whole neighborhood chips in to build them a house, and it's all because they cut down the trees from the forest, they haul them up, and do you know what I mean? It's all
kind of like the Amish.
Yeah. It works.
They still don't use electricity, and they pretty much hate money, but they're great at
the Thais love money, and they love electricity, and they love the gadgets.
So you would have been there. You would have been there during the tsunami.
I was in Bangkok at the tsunami, and I went down to Phuket not long after that. So I knew I've heard some horrific stories and some heroic stories as well. Yeah,
sure.
It was and the mad thing was that it was mad, but it's weird. The people that should have or would have or planned to be in certain places and they weren't, through some twist of fate, people that would have been, I've got friends that they had plans to be there with their entire family, plane got held up a day, or that something happened. They just changed it. They didn't go on the date they booked, and they were sitting in the air. They were in the aircraft in Bangkok, ready to fly to. It was Koh Lak, which was very low lying land, and that the tsunami just went over the entire coast there, just from the east to the west coast, boom, flattened everything. They would have been there. People from Ontario, a whole family.
So the place that I remember along the beach and all those bars and everything, that was all wiped out.
Yeah, along Patong, that all flooded. I mean, all those hotels and stuff along. I mean, there were people that were kind of, some of them, they were, literally hanging on to their ceiling fan as the water level rose. So it came, that whole road, that whole area, that beachfront road was completely engulfed. So the thing is, before, it's funny, the locals, the sea gypsies, they're kind of, they've been there for as long as anyone can remember. They've just got their kind of oral history of being there for thousands of years, But as soon as the tide went out, which was the kind of precursor, just like when you do something, when you kind of shift your weight in the bath or something, it goes, so that's what happened to all the water, and all of a sudden all this coral and everything was bare. The locals knew. When you see that, you head for the hills. Of course, the out of towners, oh, brilliant! And they, people got washed away because they went out into these where the water had been sucked away, and then of course it couldn't come in quick enough to escape the waves when they actually came in. So yeah.
Mad. Nick, did you have you been following the has Vietnam had a lockdown? Sorry, Thailand.
Oh yeah. This is it. They're very proud right now of being, apparently they're the kind of #1 country with 0 infections. This is it. They locked down really quick, and as I said, I can't fly there right now. There are no planes. They haven't opened up the international airport yet. Right. So I'm trying to think. I was thinking of ways. How could I get back? Could I go to Malaysia, hop across the border? But the thing is, I'm in contact with the government, and they're telling me I need COVID specific COVID insurance coverage up to $100,000 worth of insurance coverage. I need a COVID test and a fit to fly certificate. Obviously, I have to test. I'm negative for the COVID. I need various other things. Other documents, proof that I've got a family and stuff out there, and then they might consider giving me this certificate of entry. Once I have that, then I can apply for a new visa. So this is all just basically hoops that I can't jump through because they still haven't opened up the airport. So they say you've got to have a ticket before you can ask for this thing. So I'm in contact with a travel agent saying, well, knock me up a ticket. And she's like, okay, she'll knock me up a ticket. But the thing is, they're still not allowing aircraft to arrive. So you could book a ticket. And the NPC is saying, yeah, you go ahead and book a ticket as long as you can move that ticket, because we ain't announcing anything yet. Everything's closed.
You can buy a vaccine, but it doesn't exist yet. Exactly. So there you go. You can buy 9 billion vaccines, and it still doesn't exist yet. But what interests me is that right next door is Vietnam and Laos that didn't have any lockdown whatsoever, right. And haven't, burnt in hell and disappeared under the waves or anything. Yeah. I mean, it's just, it shows who is sat round the big table of world government, as far as I can see. Is who's kowtowing to this and who isn't. And at the moment, anyone that hasn't been locked down, I think, is a candidate place to get the hell out of this asylum and move there. But yeah, bizarre.
Good point. Definitely agree, man. It's like, because they obviously haven't been forced into a position or over a barrel because they're not in the club or
so are they supporting? I mean, is the UK government supporting? Are you getting money or anything? I mean, you're stranded literally away from your income, and you're just meant to survive. Is that it?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't want to do any of that with the UK government because obviously.
Well, yeah, I don't fucking blame you because that would involve a needle and something shoved up your nostril. But I imagine that they must have some sort of I don't know fund for stranded people.
No, I mean, well, it's funny. I mean, there are lots of people that are still stranded in Thailand, and because the flight stopped. I mean, so they wouldn't consider me necessarily stranded. And obviously, what I've got to do in order to get my family over here eventually, or at least be able to, get them here and visit, is to have a kind of clean record in that respect, to not be sponging off the state because they want to. It's easier for someone to come from some war-torn country and get a house and a car and everything than me. Yeah. So,
and when you mean your family, you mean your Taiwanese family, yeah?
Yeah, my wife and kids over there in Thailand. Yeah,
you've been separated from your wife and kids since February.
Yeah.
Yeah. Excuse my language, but
it's all right, man. I say it every day.
It's just unbelievable. We've been joined by someone else as well. Blimey,
we have
a full house here.
We've been
What's
joined
going on, Josh?
By Salt of the Earth. Salt of the Earth.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, welcome.
I'm sorry, I was working on some tile in my bathroom, so I was echoing probably. Hi, how is everybody doing?
Doing absolutely wonderfully.
Yes, my name is Lana.
I'm
Very
waiting
good.
on the
I
camera.
didn't realize Salt of the Earth was a woman.
What?
I said I
Hi,
didn't
Karen.
realize Salt of the Earth was a woman, but that's awesome.
Of course, I wanted to join in to have a little female atmosphere as well.
Well, I love
it.
it.
You don't feel so alone, Karen. There you go.
Thank you so much for doing it, Lana. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. I've been listening to you guys for a while, and I've been participating in chats recently, and I just thought it'd be fun to call in and participate.
Well, it is. That's awesome. Thank you so much. We were just catching up with our new buddy, Nick, who we've all watched for years. Oh, yeah, and there's Rob. Hi, Rob.
I'd love to get Nick's brain about the experiments that he's done, because his experiments changed the way we look at
Absolutely.
things. So if we can talk a little bit about why he did what he did, and I'd love to.
How does your brain work, Nick?
Wow, it's that's strange because all
easy questions, man. Easy questions.
It was just a case of when you come across this and then you kind of deconstruct the heliocentric model and you hear all those arguments and then you think, hang about, and then you make those comparisons. So in my mind, it was just a way of well, look, if you actually try to ascertain this explanation, and I think just going down low to the ground, and observing the horizon, it's just like, wow, those were what do you call it? Wow moments, I suppose. It's like, yeah, it's all scalable.
What I find was weird is how close you can make a mirage come to you. We've all driven down the highway and the mirage has been 200, 300 meters down the road.
Yeah.
But when you've got the lighter going, and was it you who had the video of the person walking towards you where his legs were cut off? Was that in your video as well?
Yeah.
I'm assuming that bloke was only maybe 40 or 50 meters away as well. But you can get down low to the ground and make a mirage be within meters of yourself.
Right. Yeah. I mean, possibly. I don't know if the conditions made a difference. I mean, I was obviously looking out to see whether it was heat, but I think that difference of between the surface and the air was made a difference. But it was always because you're always faced with that was one of those things. A lot of globers would come back with this argument. Well, you show me that things will disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface. So I'm like, all right then. They do.
How many ways would you like me to show you?
Yeah, yeah, this is it. You know, it is.
So,
because
have you met any flat earthers since being back in the UK?
yeah, a few, and got a very warm reception in that respect, and really sound people like all you guys. You know, you can instantly talk about all this shit without any kind of hang-ups. It's very comfortable. We there's so much you don't need to say.
Yeah,
because we've been to, we're all talking about COVID and this and that. Thing is, we all know what each other's going to say. We know the bullshit. We know the agenda.
I don't think I know a single flat earther that's fallen for the COVID bullshit. Maybe one or two, maybe.
Yeah, but of course the problem is if you as a flat earther try and point this out, then of course people just want to shoot the messenger. They say, "Oh yeah, good advice coming from a flat earther."
We're all flat earthers, idiot. You just don't realize it yet.
Take the time to look at the data.
Yeah. But actually, good question for any of you. Because I was chatting to someone the other day, and it eventually came out. She asked me what my channel was about, and I told her. And so, but then it's like, well, I'm struck with, where do you start? Where do you start with someone who's never heard of it before? We all know where we started, pictures of the Earth from space and stuff. But how do you? I'd love to hear about any of you guys' experience in that, dealing with someone who's completely new to it, but kind of open.
I've never woken anyone up because I barely talk to anyone other than what was colloquially called the circle jerk that we're in at the moment. Thank you, chat. There's a reason why I don't look at chat. But for me, it has to start at the moon landings.
Okay.
Because that is one of the most recent, provably nonsensical, and they even admit it themselves. I mean, it's talk about dragging a horse to water and making it drink. You can show them that NASA says, we've never sent humans through this part of space, and it's like, what? Sorry, what? Say that again.
That's what I was
It
saying
doesn't
earlier
even
on,
mean
John.
anything.
That's what I was saying earlier on with my mate with the theodolite. He came to me and was questioning the moon landing. He doesn't believe we went to the moon. So I thought, hello, and I just slowly moved to the flat Earth. It was very, very slowly too, but that's where it ended. That's where it ended with him, and it was our friendship's now over because I thought I could once he knew that, because he was talking like a person that I could have convinced quite easily.
But Rob, don't think of it as a friendship that's over with any of your friends. Think of it as a seed that is planted, and you walking away is a dignified way of not turning it into a horrendous, embarrassing cat fight. In time, I mean, some of them may not, but believe me, some of them will get enough curiosity to do their own research. The reason they don't believe you is because they haven't done their own research. They're not just going to believe you. And because it also goes against everything that's been ingrained into their lives from birth. But I would, especially your best man, your mate for 40 years, the fact that he is questioning the moon landings, he's even bothered to get a theodolite out. All right, that's not the way forward, but it shows that there is some sort of spark of curiosity there.
Questions, right? That's the beginning for sure.
Yeah, I wouldn't say these friendships are over.
I think it's because they want to prove me wrong. So
Yeah,
they're not.
If that's all it takes.
They're not looking at me being right. They're looking at me being wrong, and they will take any information that they get of me being wrong and just show me that. They're not really going to the extent that we all did.
But when they're lying,
they're only half. They're doing only. They're not even doing a half. They're doing 10% of what they should be doing.
When they're trying to prove you wrong, when they're lying in bed, they can't lie to themselves. They have to sit there and think, well, he's got a point here. All right, they might not tell you that because Australia is one giant building site full of butt-cracked, hard-ass bastards with mullets who are ribbing each other and beating each other's arms and taking a piss out of each other in a hugely macho world, as it is. So they may never tell you that you're possibly right, but when they're at home in their bed and they're thinking about this stuff, you might be surprised. I would wait for the phone call back to say, you know, you said something about the Earth being flat. Yeah.
That'll never come.
Well, give it 10 years,
I'll
and
tell you
you're
what,
looking at
John,
long scale here.
one of my friends, Rob and Nick, of like 20, 30 years, truly, would not have it. He just kept hammering me back with NASA, NASA, NASA. So I knew, and it was mine too. That was one of my big humps to get by, but I knew that was his chink. That would be how to get to him, is to keep hammering the fake, the fake, the fake. So I would send him everything I could. He would come over and visit. That's when he was living out of state. He came back in state and he would come visit. We would watch stuff, Phuket Word videos and whatnot, and it just wasn't getting through. And I finally started finding the great, there was a documentary called American Moon. And that was the one that I finally sat down with him. I didn't say a word. I said, look, there's going to be things in here that I don't agree with at all. And that's why I like this, because it made me go, that doesn't seem right. That looks like somebody's reaching for some bullshit on our side of the equation, not on the moon believers, on the moon deniers. So he sat down and watched it, and truly about halfway through, I guess about the third or fourth time, the way they took other people's debunkings and broke them apart, like the Mythbusters with the moon print, the footprint, how it didn't really look like the one that's on the moon. The one on the moon looks wet, and all these things. And about halfway through, or 3/4 of the way through, he's like, okay, fuck, I guess we didn't go to the moon. So first level achieved. That's all it's going to say. First level achieved. We're going to work from there. And I know he's not flat. I know he still believes that, I'm sure ISS is overhead. Wow. I'm sure he still thinks that all the new shit's real, but at least he doesn't believe the old lie now.
Yeah, I did that video. I did that video a long time ago now of the I called it Following the Yacht, where I followed the yacht for on
Great
camera,
video, Rob. Fucking
camera for about, would have been a good hour, maybe an hour and a half. I followed this yacht, but I only took probably 20 minutes of that. You can, so if you watch Nick's videos, and then you know what you're looking at when you see the yacht going away, and it just turns into a sail. For a person that doesn't know what they're looking at, they think that the bottom of the boat, the hull of the boat, is all gone because there's only a sail there. But I know now that the sail is mirroring on itself, and the sail has doubled in size compared to what it was, and it's upside down. If you look closely, you can see it's upside down.
Yeah.
And but people look at that, and I get a couple of comments, not, and I'm talking only, it's got maybe 100 views, but the people who have commented on it, thanks for proving the globe. Well done.
I get those comments all the time on my videos.
That's the biggest compliment, because that's the last resort.
Karen, your sunset video proves the globe. Thanks. I get that all the time.
So, Karen, what would be your number one sort of thing to wake someone up? And we'll follow on after with Lana if you've got one ready.
Well, it's hard to have one go-to because everybody responds to something, to different stuff. And, I like to tell people, I like to start with, we can see too far, and basic geometry just by the nature of a sphere. From the point that you're standing at, it gets exponentially farther. The curve of the earth gets exponentially higher or more as you go out from where you're standing. And that's an easy one for people to think about. But really, even then, sometimes people they just go to the next thing. What about this? What about that?
Or they'll rationalize it in some
Yeah,
way.
they just keep trying to come up with anything that they can come up with that will keep them from having to contemplate that they may not be on a ball in space.
What about the pebble dashing method of David Weiss of just pummeling them with and hoping some shit will stick on the wall? I mean, that seems to work.
Asking people, what's the first thing that you think of if I said, hey, do you know the Earth is flat? What's the first thing you think of? Because then they'll be like, well, I see. They'll start rationalizing it, and then that's kind of what I like to do, because then you can just start shooting it down as they start throwing it at you. You're like, well, you tell me, what do you think? What's your proof?
That's a good
boom,
one,
shoot it down.
Yeah, a great way is to just sort of play dumb and ask them questions about their own cosmology. How fast are we spinning? And, what's the difference between the spin from the North Pole to the equator? How fast are we going around the sun? And are we closer to the sun in the winter in the Northern Hemisphere or further away? And just see how much does the moon spin? I remember trying to convince, my mate, when I first brought it up, he came round and I thought, yeah, excellent. We're going to have a whole night talking about this, and I'm going to be able to pummel him into admitting that he's been fooled as I have. And we spent 5 hours with me trying to show him that the moon in his model, did actually rotate. And he was like, no, it doesn't. It always faces us. And I'm like, yeah. So how does it always face us like 6 months later? Oh, and it 5 hours completely and utterly wasted. But how about you, Lauren? What would you have you had much experience in actually waking people up? Because I certainly haven't. I don't tell anyone about this stuff. Oh, have we lost?
No, that was Lana.
Oh,
Salt of the Earth.
I wrote it down. You see, that's the problem.
Oh, you're trying to read it. Yeah. She may be muted up. That may also be the case.
But Nick, someone was asking, what experiments would you do?
What experiments would I do?
I can't remember what the question was now. I was filling quite clearly, waiting for Lana. I'm going to write that properly.
I think Karen made a good point, really, isn't it? Because you've really got to play it by ear. I think for all of us, it was probably the globe died from 1,000 cuts, didn't it? And now, of course, you can just say, well, just look at water. Water proves that we are on a flat Earth.
Yeah,
but to get to that point, you've got to go through all of that bullshit. All the stuff those ridiculous explanations. And of course, a lot of the time you are dealing with hardwired people. They I think you've all made the point that they will not listen. They might ask a question. So what about this? What about that? And you'll explain, and it doesn't resonate with them at all.
Was it easy for you, Nick, to move to the flat Earth? Was it easy?
When I heard it from those first, it was Eric and what was the guy? God, it's embarrassing to not remember. Who was the
Mark Sargent?
No, not Mark Sargent. No,
Dave Murphy for me. Dave Murphy. I've said it on here plenty of times. But Dave Murphy.
Boyland.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. But yeah, the horizon is always at eye level. It's like bam. That was it. I was an overnight flat earther, but then I spent the next kind of 3 to 5 months making sure.
Hello.
Hi,
Lana. Good. I'm glad you rejoined.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, that's all right.
Go ahead with your story. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
Lost track there. But
so you spent the next 3 to 5 months sort of solidifying that.
Yeah. Yeah, doing those experiments, thinking about. I think again, it still comes back down to that really, really, really simple thing that you look out. As long as you can, you understand what's happening in the eyes. You look straight ahead, and then you try to envisage a perpendicular view, an external reference frame, which is exactly why the glober feels smart, because they have this perception that we're on a globe, and of course it's smart to be able to do that because we've never seen the bloody thing. this is what we're taught, isn't it? Oh, you're clever because you can perceive that everything from this external reference frame, and it's all kind of related to physics. And but that's the thing, they're jumping straight out of that reference frame to looking at the globe rather than just being another person observing the observer. And to be honest, that's kind of like one of those things you just do as a kind of personal development thing, isn't it? You know, just trying to kind of see yourself from kind of an external view. And I think possibly that's probably one of the biggest problems that you face with your average Globie is, to be honest, a lot of the time they're very bigoted, and they do not have or have not trained themselves to see themselves from an external point of view.
It's interesting you say that. Isn't that what you're meant to do? Like, see yourself from another position. But yeah. I mean, this is what I've done all my whole life, but it's taken me my whole life to realize that very few people do that. Take themselves out of themselves and look and criticize and go, no, you were wrong there. You were.
Yeah, there's a lot of introspective work that goes into that, to truth seeking, even because you have to look at yourself and say, well, am I being honest with myself?
Exactly.
Yeah. Where that goes, you know what I mean? And so
I thought everyone did it, and apparently
do it.
They really don't. It's so rare that people do that. It's bizarre.
Well, I had to go buy a camera, John. After all these videos that I see, I had to go buy a camera and prove it to myself that I was seeing, you would focus in on a ship that's 10 miles away that you shouldn't be able to see. You saw it on videos, but it wasn't until I went and got the camera myself and I did the experience myself that I could, that these.
Well, I remember when you were skeptic. You were quite reasonably, understandably skeptical about it, and then got your camera, your big fancy camera. I'd say you had more money than sense, and then you went and dropped it and broke it. And does it still work?
Nah.
But it did prove to you, though, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, I don't need to. I'd like to go buy another one, but I don't need to.
Get a theodolite.
I'd like to buy a gyroscope. I'd love to buy a gyroscope.
I'll send you mine. I've got no use for it. That was the whole thing about the gyroscope, is that when I made the videos, I thought, anyone can do these videos and see it for themselves. And then I got the barrage of, frictional bearings and all this sort of crap. And basically it turned out to be a thought experiment. If a gyroscope works this way, with the properties that we can empirically see in a gyroscope, then it literally can't work on a spinning ball.
To get a gyroscope, if you want to use a gyroscope to actually sort of gather any sort of substantial data, you have to have a very expensive, highly machined, highly precision gyroscope. And even then, it's in question. And that's one of the things that I really learned being part of FE Core and watching these guys work with all these different gyroscopes with the ring, with the fog, the fiber optic gyroscope. Nobody ever had a ring laser gyroscope, but there was a fiber optic gyroscope that they were using. There's a gyro compass, and there's, then there was the fiber, there was a gyroscope that was machined, and even that had a lot of faulty stuff on it. I mean, it depends what it's mounted on,
but the thing
how many RPMs it's spinning at.
The thing is,
seriously, when you start getting into gyroscopes, that is a whole never-ending thing. I don't even know that it could ever prove anything. That is theoretical. There's just no way to measure Earth movement. There's just no way to do it.
Well, isn't the gyroscope what they put in the airplanes? Because I remember watching a video with a pilot a long time ago. I mean, 4 years ago, and he flat out in this video, he just flat out said that there is no way that the Earth can be moving because the gyroscope was so set. and there was no way that it could be moving underneath you because of the way it was set in the plane. And then that video got deleted, of course.
Oh yeah,
But the
a lot
thing
of people have
is,
done tests with gyroscopes. I mean, John, this is Savage, right? You've done stuff with gyroscopes. You know, measuring whether, seeing if they can even be sensitive enough to to detect that 15 degree per hour change, that rotation.
That Bob found.
You know, and then it's different depending what your latitude is. I mean,
Thanks, Bob.
I don't know that anybody has recorded anything of any that shows anything, right?
well, the thing
They
I take is that if you take a gyroscope from a plane and you strip it down, as you can find numerous videos on YouTube about this, you will find in the middle a sort of egg-shaped spinny thing that is attached with wires to electricity that makes it spin. And this thing is not rocket science. It's not. I mean, I know you can go a step further with the fogs and the other gyroscopes, but a mechanical gyroscope stripped down from a plane's cockpit is not like Rob Durham did. Rob Durham. It's not an amazing bit of kit. It is simply a spinning weight.
Right.
And these things keep planes in the air. They don't, I mean, they tell you that you have to reset them every 15 minutes. That's not correct. I've heard from friends of mine that are high altitude pilots, etc. There is a way of telling that we're not a spinning ball.
Yeah, but have you seen some of the other videos about gyroscopes? Like, have you seen like Sandy Kid and his levitating gyroscopes, where they take two of them and puts them together, and then they start to go up? I mean, and then it also depends on what metal you make your wheel out of, because it generates an electromagnetic field. The spin of it
Absolutely.
generates an electromagnetic field. So then that even changes how it reacts or how it moves. I
I'm
mean,
a huge fan of tops, and I've been looking at getting some high precision tops. And I was looking at a site that has them in all different weights and metals. And each metal, even though it's the same size, has a different spin ratio, a different wobble ratio. It's insane, all the different metals, how they affect just spin on a top, let alone something like you say in a gyroscope.
well, yeah, it just is. Even if you have a very strong magnet, all those different metals are going to be attracted to that magnet at some degree, but all different, right? Whether it's iron or whatever. Iron's going to be the most ferrous, or aluminum, or whatever. You can try all the different metals. They're all going to be affected in some way, but to different degrees. And so then you have these spinning gyroscopes generating a field just based on the spin. It's it's just a whole huge rabbit hole.
But
It's
doesn't
fascinating.
doesn't the gyroscope give the pilot the vertical horizon? That's what it does for the plane.
Well, no.
Based on the level to the ground.
Yeah, essentially, yes,
They
with an
did that
attitude
before
indicator.
They had gyroscopes, didn't they? They were flying planes before there were gyroscopes in planes, right?
Yeah, in those days they looked at the horizon.
They were
kept
visual,
the level
right?
Exactly.
They had a
straight.
sighting device, basically.
And they were going sort of, 100 miles maybe.
Yeah, through Kitty Hawk
Actually-
and whatnot.
Wolfie's got a wonderful picture that proves the horizon is at eye level at 47,000 feet. It's brilliant.
Is
It's
that what they
hilarious.
talk about, where pilots, if they're flying a plane and they see a plane that's on the horizon, then they know that that plane is at the same altitude as them?
Above or below.
That's in their
right.
manual. That basically is in their manual that says if it's above your horizon line, then it's higher than you, which doesn't make sense on a ball Earth at all. And if it's below your horizon, it's below you, which again doesn't make sense on a ball.
John, did
at
you
all.
say just before that a pilot has to readjust every 15 minutes? Is that what you said before?
No, that's what's claimed.
I will tell you that my dad was a pilot when I was a child, and growing up, I used to go in his 2-seater Cessna and fly the plane with him. And, you know, my dad would always go, "Here you go." And he would let go of the controls and make me fly. And I was probably 9 or 10 years old. And it was really fun, but you don't have to nose down. There's no, and I know maybe we were going really slow because we were in a little bitty plane, whatever. But yeah, there's no such thing. And you know, I flew visually, of course, because I didn't know how to read the instruments. But of course, my dad knew all the good stuff. But if you guys want to get back to how, and I know I'm sidetracking you guys, but you were asking how I have ever woke anybody up. And it's really funny because within 2 days of watching videos on YouTube, I decided that the earth was flat, and I told my neighbors.
What did they say?
Oh my God, they were just like, "What?" And I made them watch a number of videos. And these were, you know, just my neighbor. We're military. My husband's a Marine, and we lived in Salt Lake City. And it was really funny because they were just like, "Wow, this is crazy." And they invited the preacher over within 10 minutes.
To exercise.
Save your flat soul. Right?
That's got to be the best way.
Within 45 minutes of showing them videos, they were all just like, "Wow, that's crazy." And then the neighbors said, "Well, I think our son could probably get into this." But they asked me right off the bat what I thought the reason why they would have this huge lie. And I said, "I think they're hiding God. I mean, like, don't they want you to know that you're like a little speck of dust with no, you know, there's nothing special about you and whatever." And of course, I just picked up everything immediately. And then my husband, of course, it took me months and months to show him gradually over time. But within the first month, we went to a Marine Corps meeting, or, you know, with all these Marines, and we're sitting around outside. And I said, "Doesn't it feel like we're spinning at about 700 or 800 miles an hour?" And they all looked at me like, "What?" And I was like, "Yeah, we're supposed to be spinning right now. Do you guys feel like you're spinning?" And I just threw that out there, and they were just like, "Oh my God." And they had all been drinking, so it was really kind of funny.
Can't you
But
hear
yeah,
the sound barrier breaking?
Yeah. And my husband, he was the hardest to crack, you know. Of course, my neighbors probably thought I was crazy, but we ended up moving shortly after, so it wasn't a big deal. But then, of course, I tried to call my dad, the pilot. And of course, he was just a private pilot, but he did work for an airline, and he was in flight control. And I wanted to ask him about the flight patterns because, you know, of course, I was all into Jaron and watching all his flight pattern stuff and Globebusters, and I was all over those guys. And I asked my dad, I was like, "Dad, when you guys do flight patterns, do you do it like a straight path? You know, like if you imagine the, you know, globe being flat, or is it like, how do you do those?" You know, because he had retired or whatever. And he started laughing hysterically because he knew immediately that I was insinuating that the earth was flat. And it was that classic reaction, you know, and this is, you know, 4 years ago. So now it's very easy because it's much more pop culture that people have seen and it's crossed their path a little bit or whatever. But it was literally the classic, you know, "You've got to be kidding me." But I wanted to know, and I never got it out of him. And then a couple years later, when I went to stay with him, I started asking him about it. And of course, we got into like some knockdown, drag out discussions. And my dad and I are really close, but it was crazy because I could not. He's just like, "These are just people on YouTube. These are just people on YouTube. They're just nobody. You don't even, how do you even believe these people? They're not, you know, like what makes what they say important? You know, you're not looking at the physics. You're not looking at, you know, all the scientism aspects."
They are just people on YouTube. I'm just a person on YouTube. What makes it important is that you can literally go and do the tests yourself, other than other things that they tell us, that they can smell that Uranus smells of farts and there's raining diamonds on.
Well, I think it's just
he was probably
the cognitive
looking for a way
dissonance.
to dismiss it because he was understanding it in his mind, and he was like, "I have to just this."
He did.
Real.
He literally he conceded so many points.
Absolutely.
And it was very funny because you know, he was not going to go, oh, well, I believe you. But he said, yes, I see that and I understand that. And that's what's great about being able to talk to my dad about it. Of course, my husband, I convinced a long time ago, and I was just like, you know, just feel your senses. What do you feel? Does the sun look like it's that far away? Does it literally, when I take a picture and there's these rays, does it look that far away? You know, just the common sense things are just a very big, you know, just kind of, can you sniff and use your own common sense? And maybe it's a lie. But then, of course, I went down the route of showing that everything on TV and movies is programming. And I have to point out that every movie has a globe in it, just about. When they can put one in there in the background, there's a globe. There's a globe. There's a globe.
Any house,
and my
house
husband,
has a globe in it. On a television, on a movie, somewhere in there is
everywhere.
a globe. Yep.
Everywhere.
It is everywhere.
Yes.
And do a test for yourselves now. Sorry. Do a test for yourselves now. Go and turn on the radio and see how fast you hear the word COVID after you turn the radio on.
Oh, yeah.
It's quite amazing as
well.
well.
Oh, that one's nuts. Every commercial has a mask now. But as far as the Earth thing, 2 days ago,
4
I watched
seconds.
this
I
new
think 4
cooking
seconds.
show,
3 or
and
4
within
seconds.
the first
I got the other
sentence, he said, "These cooks from around the world are the best cooks across the globe, and we've got them from around the globe." I'm like, holy crap, do you have 3 times in one sentence?
Planet and globe are left and right.
And of course,
anyway, I'm going to let you guys go back to something else. I just thought I'd impart that kind of little bit of story.
That was good.
Really, that was really fun.
That's awesome, Lana. Thanks.
I think it's so interesting to talking to pilots, especially after I talked to a pilot. I had the opportunity to speak to a commercial pilot when I was on my way to Amsterdam back in September of 2019, back in the good old days before COVID. And there was a pilot who came and sat next to me. And I was like, oh my gosh, there's a pilot sitting next to me. And he started talking to me. And he's like, hey, what are you doing? Where are you going? Do you live in Amsterdam? And I was like, no, I'm going for a conference. And he's like, oh, really? What kind of conference? And I said, a Flat Earth conference. And he goes, oh, what? It was great, because then I started talking to him about it, and I'm like, has anybody ever told you that the Earth is flat? And he's like, no, nobody's ever told me that. And so then I just started asking him questions and talking to him. And when I started talking to him about the Earth, I'm like, okay, so the Earth is a sphere, right? He's like, okay, yeah, right. And I go, and so it's 8 inches per mile squared. So if you're flying 550 miles per hour, I said, and you do the math, and that's how far down the Earth's curvature is going when you're flying a plane. I said, do you ever adjust for that curvature? He says, no. I said, you just go, and he started finishing my sentences. He was like, oh yeah, straight and level. Mm-hmm. And he's like, huh?
Because it's flat.
Yeah, I just started, and then I showed him I got out the app, the Sun and Moon app from David, and I said, hey, have you ever seen this map before? And he goes, no, I've never seen that. I'm like, that's an azimuthal equidistant map. You never seen that before? He says, no. He says, well, I've flown over the North Pole. And I said, yeah, but nobody flies over the South Pole. And that's when I showed him the map. And he was like, oh, that's interesting. And then he's like, then when he told me he flew over the North Pole, I said, did you fly over the North Pole, or did you fly over what they told you was the North Pole? And right away he goes, you know what? It could have been wrong. I don't know. He says, I just follow the coordinates.
That's what I asked my dad about the flight thing, did he fly routes? Because he did international flights. He planned the flighting. And I said, did you send them from, New York straight across the top edge or whatever? And that's when he went nuts. Was like, I'm not going to tell you. I thought it was so funny. I was like, I got you.
You would follow as close.
He didn't want to tell
lines
me,
of
I think,
latitude,
because maybe it's a secret. Huh?
You would fly as close to the lines of latitude as
I think the shortest distance, because it's all about the fuel. That's what his whole job was about, using the least amount of fuel. So when they show that a flight
via California via the north of Greenland, and then almost banking on the North Pole, and then crazy trajectory back down again. I mean, that's just
a refuel is what their excuse is. The excuse is always to not be over the ocean too long. They don't want to do long trips over the ocean, and they want to refuel, which is absolute craziness. It's like,
Don't
really?
I remember a document being shared
It'll
around
take 9
Twitter a
hours out of
couple of years ago that was from a flight instruction manual that not only talked about flat and level, but actually told the pilots that they have to adjust upward occasionally rather than downward, which is what they should
Yes,
have.
and there was a video recently with the pilot that said that. You know, somebody put very recently they put I can't remember who it was, an RV or somebody. They just put a little brief, you know, pilot's flat Earth thing, and one of the pilots said that on there. He said that no, if anything, you have to keep adjusting up a little bit.
That's what I remember. I remember sharing it around back in the man. There's so much like that has gotten lost in the distance because we're settled. We know what's up. We're tired of fighting. When I go try to find that stuff these days, it's lost in piles.
It's logical that
Right.
a plane would, for the aerofoil
Occasionally drift down,
to
yeah.
work, would be, you know, the nose of the plane would be at minimum sort of 1 or 2 degrees above the horizon in order for the aerofoil
Actually
physics.
function. Right.
Well, I can tell you from personal experience flying that little plane
Yeah,
that
right.
you
At
wanted
age
to
9.
keep your nose up. Yeah. I mean, my dad was hilarious because he made me fly the plane. I loved landing and taking off, which was hilarious too. But no, the best part of it is pulling up. I mean, you want to keep your nose up. I mean, that's just a given.
Oh, this
My
is great.
cousin is a commercial pilot, but I haven't talked to him in a while, so I should actually pick his ear just for fun.
Our buddy Thomas, grown flat Earth proof in chat, said earlier, if laser gyroscopes detect the Earth's spin, then how can they tell if it's the Earth or the plane that's moving?
Say again.
That's just
I
it.
was reading
If,
chat.
if a laser
what the
gyroscope,
rotation is that it is detecting, you know,
It's the only thing it's detecting is like Bob did, the ether moving around us up above.
the question, John, was if a laser gyroscope detects the Earth spinning, then how can it tell the difference between the Earth moving or the plane moving?
Okay.
that's just it.
Bearing on logic, if you take one of these gyroscopes apart, they have PCB boards on them. They're programmable.
Tell it what the fuck to do, right?
You can tell it what the fuck you want.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
It's crazy. This is why I don't touch laser gyros or fogs because it's in the world of molecular whatever they're called. The
Didn't they also
Well said, John.
as far as the production of the gyroscopes, didn't they actually, you know, whoever produces the very high end ones, it's a very kind of locked down sort of situation.
Honeywell, yeah.
Honeywell, yeah.
You know what I
you
mean? Like
can't get into them.
it's very you know, there's no way to actually, and of course you can probably have the people that say they've tested them and they've worked on them and blah blah blah. But I'm saying that they're locked down on the info about them. It's very secure. Just like telescopes were probably manipulated, as far as I'm concerned. I think you're not allowed to buy a telescope that can do things good.
They still don't know how those gyroscopes are finding true north. Like a gyro compass is built so that it will find true north on its own if you set the latitude, but
that's
you know,
wizardry.
they still aren't sure how they're finding how is it finding true north. Is it programmed into there? Is it detecting some sort of magnetic field? Is it set
magnetic?
Right,
It's definitely got to be magnetic.
Well, yeah, obviously magnetism, excuse me, has everything to do with it because that's how everything works around here. But you know,
well, Rob Durham's had one of these things for over a year now, and he's taken it apart. There's more circuitry inside there than you can shake a stick at. Who knows what the hell that thing does?
A toilet.
Yeah, well, this is why I stick to mechanical gyroscopes, which just on a mind exercise alone, you can tell that if we were living on a spinning ball, these mechanical gyroscopes, which existed, you know, and still exist, for navigation and stabilization and every other purpose, they wouldn't exist. They would not work at all on a thing that is careering around at 1,000 miles an hour and 160 or 66,000 miles an hour around the sun and everything else.
Precisely.
That's just crazy, absolutely crazy. But yeah, hard to.
I agree.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've got great experience. You were in charge of a plane aged 9, and your dad's a pilot. I think.
Okay. Yeah, it was funny because my dad literally would just let go of the controls and force you to fly. So it was a little scary. You're like,
That's
no,
a good
Dad. And then
a little extreme.
He wanted me to grow up and be a pilot, but of course I passed that and said, oh no, never mind.
and Lana, you never ended up sort of floating off into outer space, just leaving that joysticks flat and level.
I think if you let go, it primarily has a tendency to just go down. The yoke or the stick itself wants to go in, and then you're going to go down. So that's why you pick it up. You're like, no, I don't want to go down.
And I wonder how many pilots would say, do they, if they're, sitting in a little Cessna or whatever, I'm not talking about a 747 or anything, but if you're, cruising along in a little Cessna, do you not just have a little bit of backward pressure on that yoke to keep that front end slightly up? It's the same as a glider. It's the same as a hand glider. If you dip that nose below the horizon, you're going to meet the ground pretty damn quick, I imagine.
But not because it's coming towards you with a round curve. Not at all.
Yeah, I'll go with that. We got another pilot.
All right, guys, I better go, eh? Good talking to you all this morning. Been a good chat. Good chatting to you too, Nick. And,
nice one, yeah.
Rob, man, please don't be a stranger, man.
Yeah, good to chat, man, Rob.
Yeah.
Don't be a stranger, mate. And if anyone out there, look up Rob in Australia. He's the only one out there, so
it's not hard to find.
Don't be a stranger.
It's a fake Australia too. Australia's not really here. I'm really in America.
That's right. You're a figment of our imagination.
And your name's not Rob either, is it?
Yeah, no, it's Hercules.
Have a lovely evening.
All right,
that's
see you
morning.
Take care, brother.
Yeah, it's Saturday.
Morning.
Yeah, he's a time. Not only is he not real, he's a time traveler.
See you, old mate.
Take it easy, Rob. And I think on that note, I should respectably bail out as someone in Britain. It's nearly 2 o'clock in the morning. I'll let my other Bretonian, Nick, carry on my behalf. Nick,
Okay.
It's fantastic to meet you. It's been a long time coming, seriously.
Likewise. No, very, very, very nice. Yeah, likewise. Thank you. Yeah.
No worries. Take it easy, guys. It's been a great show, as always.
Absolutely, Rob, shit, John.
Yeah, whoever.
Whoever the fuck. Well, you're both not real. You're both AI, as far as I know. So
exactly. Take it easy, guys.
But not.
See you next
week.
NPCs. Not NPCs.
Definitely not NPCs, without a doubt. All right, love you, cousin.
He's like player 3, maybe.
Later.
Is Zach still on?
Zach is still on.
Yeah.
Zach is around, actually. I think Zach is still here, yes?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right.
Good.
I know you had popped out.
Yeah.
Roll call.
We're just sitting around, just enjoying the backyard.
Cool, dude.
Well,
I know it's crazy there. So, like I said earlier, man, tell Cammie and Bob and Jaron and all of them that we're all sending love and prayers and positivity to get them out to Karen land safe and sound. And then hopefully we'll all be right behind them not too soon. I mean, not too distant. You know what I'm saying.
Absolutely, yeah. Bob's actually listening right now, so he heard you.
Awesome. Love you, brother.
I told Bob earlier in chat that I could come over and help you guys unload the semi if you need help, because I'm in Eastern North Carolina.
Oh, wow. See, it's a small plane after all.
But, he's saying it could be the
That's gonna be
9th
a
or
couple
the
hours drive
10th or
for you.
10th or huh?
That's going to be a couple hours drive for you if you're in Eastern North
Oh,
Carolina.
I know. It's like 5 hours to get
Yeah,
over
it's
to
a
where you guys.
while.
Well, I've been
Yeah,
so
Bob
cooped
is
up.
saying if it is
it
at
wouldn't
all
be bad to
possible, yeah, if it is at all possible, absolutely yes, we can take as much help as we can get. Yeah,
Unloading
he
a
just
semi
looked at me.
is
He's
no
like,
fun.
Zach, yes, and he put his big thumb up and said yes. Absolutely.
Nice.
Yeah, we're gonna have an
Well,
unpacking party.
Maybe I can give you guys my email and you can send me a text and let me know what the date is or whatever.
Absolutely, yeah. As soon as we find out, we will do that for sure.
I can forward along the email address that you used to email us. Lana, would that be all right?
Yeah, that would be perfect. Yeah, that'd be fun.
I will see if I can't make
So,
that.
hey, Zach, where are you now then? I know you've been on the road a bit. Are you kind of finally found somewhere to settle down or what?
No, I don't know if I'll ever do that. I'm in Denver right now, and just been hanging out with Bob and Cammie and Jaron here for about a year. Yeah, it's been great, man. I've learned so much. We've had every day is like a science lecture back and forth, you know.
Oh, sweet.
Somebody's teaching somebody
We're
something.
so jealous, man, that he's in science. We're all science geeks, and he's there in the middle of science wonderland. So, look, Nick, if you ever have time, go catch up on some of our shows where Cammie and he are playing around and all the ferrofluids and the math. And yeah, it's amazing over there. It's a world of fun.
Yeah, well, this is it, because it is exploration of the external tangible world and the internal intangible world, isn't it? It's very thrilling, and it's always great to seeing how just the direction that Zach has gone off in with gravity and electricity. I mean, oh man, and because that's really great as well, because you get to that point obviously where you are being held back by these trolls, and they're trying to keep you in a holding pattern, but then all that time someone somewhere has been investigating. They've been on their own little path and they've come to some conclusion, and it's like, wow, that makes so much sense, and it all helps put the jigsaw puzzle together even more. And it's real science in action. This, okay, we hang out and have discussions and stuff, but it does lead somewhere. Progress is being made. It's brilliant in that respect.
Yeah, that's why
Cammie's got. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, Cammie's brain trying to get that, out and in form to where, I could even understand it. It's very complex, the stuff she's thinking about and working on.
She melts our brains every time she's on the show. Truly, she comes up with something else, and it's like epiphany, and then brain melt, and then like, okay, I need to take a break and watch this show again because I'm done. I'm broke.
Yeah, but a lot of the stuff that she's been talking about has really led me to thinking about electricity and, the basic ways, the natural ways, not resistors and capacitors and transistors and all this stuff, but just how electricity works around everything, around us, around.
And the shapes. That serifot, that shape, dude, is a key. We were talking about that this morning on the show, how shapes kind of are what put this realm together, to me anyway. Cymatics, sonoluminescence, the whole thing, and the shapes. And I don't want to get off on that. That'll be a whole derail. But yeah, I think the shape of the thing that she's created is important. I really.
That's going to be fascinating to look into. I've got a lot of catching up to go as far as that. I do wonder though, how far can we ever get? We know that we're doing something that is making some kind of contribution, whether it makes a difference in our own lifetimes or our kids or grandkids' lifetimes. Of course, that's kind of ultimately what we're trying to do or have a sense of, I think. But I kind of, it's like do you guys think that there's still a limit, and there is supposed to be a limit to what we can actually know, and we have to at some point surrender, and the only journey we can ever have is that inward journey, because however you look at it.
I think there is a limit personally that we are only allowed to understand so much. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think we were meant to, and many people have said it, we weren't meant to figure out everything.
Right.
Well, I think it's really breaking the key to this place would break this place because, like, I mean, we talked about it with James True. Shout out in chat, James. We've talked about it with him, how we're here to have a human experience. We're spiritual beings from somewhere else that came here to have a human experience. And part of that is all of these mysteries and keys and clues and hidden agendas. And can you figure it out? But if we all figure it all out, then then we don't have a game anymore. We don't have we've it's like getting the cheat code for GTA and well, I've got $3 trillion. I don't want to play anymore. I have all the cars. What's the fun? So yeah, I think that's anyway.
That's what he said about God on he was on Jeffrey Daughtery with some other crazy guy. But James True was on there and he was making great points. And one of his points was, well, what if the creator or our version of God, what would be the point if he knows how everything is going to turn out? And maybe I'm a little off on that, but it was such a great point, and that really rang true with me. I was like, what would be the point if you know every end result, if you know every aspect of every turn or every decision that you make? And we were working in a multi, I wouldn't say universe, but multi-fields of play where we're doing all these different things on different planes. And like you made this decision, so you went this way on that one. And then where are you? And it's just so confusing. But he was basically saying something like that. What would be the point if the creator knew all of the results of every decision? Like, it would be completely pointless to him at that point. So I mean, I don't know what the point of that was, but
I get you, because you know, as a creator or as an all-knowing, omnipotent, whatever,
yes, exactly,
you would have to create these situations where you
playing field,
a finite kind of experience.
Hello. Hi.
Oh, yeah, someone just come in, or
sorry.
Nope. Just
But
Karen saying hi.
that same thing from James True, but wasn't he talking to too about like, what's the point if you know the outcome? Well, it was for, companionship. That's why he gives us free will. It's for, he wants to be around other energies or other living souls that want to be around.
I loved his point. I was saying that I wasn't very good at interpreting what he was saying, but I was trying to get to that.
But I'm just saying that's what they're, at least when I saw it, that's where he was going with that point. I don't know if it was the same that you were talking about.
That's all I was trying to say. He has some great points and very interesting perspectives. And I've never bought any of his books, but it almost inspired me to buy one of his books because he's written so many and he just has an interesting view.
James does have
I have nothing bad to say about his point of view.
Well, yeah, and I mean, what we believe is what our world is. If you truly believe it and if you want to make, it a good place, then you're going to have to find the good in people, because you can find bad things in everybody and good things in everybody. And if you try to think of it in a way that, hey, maybe, like he says, maybe they're trying to wake us up. They're making it, they can't just come out and say, hey, everybody, the earth is flat. It'd be total chaos. It'd be pandemonium. But they can make things so obvious that people start catching on and waking up and sharing it with others and this and that. And yeah, you're always going to have people that are going to listen to what only the TV says. And they can't just come out and say it, because it would be insane. It's got to be a grassroots type of awakening. And it's what we're seeing. And I don't think everybody will wake up. I don't think that's going to happen. But I think, we can see it in a good way, what's going on. You can see it in a bad way as well. It's all about how you want it to be, how you want to make it.
I think maybe that's the way it always has been, always will be. There is always, we pop in and out of this experience.
So true.
So my son likes to play a lot of these computer games that are procedurally based. So basically, rather than having a programmer go in there and say, all right, I want every little thing this way, and we're going to make 17,000 worlds this way, but we're only limited to 17,000 because fuck, I got better things to do. They throw a little AI in there, and they have, okay, well, these are the limitations. Here's the stuff we want you to play with. Now, generate away. What the fuck can you come up with? And I think that just because, I think a creator would be able to see what those limitations are. So I know what can happen. Now, let's just see what does. And we are the procedural generators. We are that AI that's generating the world around us procedurally as we go along. And that's why he's there watching. That's why he's so interested in us. That's why he put us here to do. See what he can do with these limitations, this finite brain. And we're going to put him in, surround him with infinite mysteries. And see what he does. See what the fuck he makes of it. See if they can learn to get along. See if they can learn to come back to source. See if they can learn to love each other despite their failings. Or not.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just talking out my ass.
Yeah, I like that, man. Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was just gonna say that he I think it was James True that was talking about that you have to have balance, and that's why we have all of the negative things that are going on in our environment, like what all of this higher level cabal and all of these things. And now, of course, like I said earlier in chat, that it feels like every sci-fi movie we've ever watched on TV has come to reality because it's so odd, just everyday life going to the store. You're like, what is going on? But I think he's absolutely correct that you need a balance. It's yin and yang. You need all the negative to go with the positive. And, I personally think that we as individuals can raise our level of positivity and bring on that to counteract all the negative. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Can I just maybe pitch in there that in some ways,
yeah, go ahead.
You do end up on a different frequency. So you are literally in another dimension, a different dimension, in sharing the same physical plane with these people. But, your life experiences, the people you meet, the people you interact with, and those kind of things are happening, I believe, because you're on a different frequency, then you are in this kind of, certain things you're not going to encounter some of those things that they encounter. And of course, the psychopaths we've been talking about, they're going to trip up and fall in their own way. They're going to have their own crises. They're all just humans. And it's going to be even worse for some of them because it's just the high, the bigger you are, the harder you fall, kind of thing. But I think, yeah, you do you see what I mean? We end up kind of operating on these different frequencies. And so we are then, it is like a multiverse, but all happening in one actual place, the same place.
It's so funny because if you think about us being every decision or whatever, or we're going through multiple things all at the same time. And even if we were, because the timeline is supposed to be linear to us, in years or whatever. But if you actually think that we are living multiple lifetimes, not just the one that we're on as this particular thing, if we actually are living in the past or supposed past or whatever history is, if we're way back there doing something else at the same time, it's absolutely crazy to think that you are in this one mindset that you're stuck in right now, and that you could possibly have made that decision, and that's going on somewhere else as part of your soul or your spirit or whatever you want to call it.
Indeed.
Anyone want to impart?
Well, I know somebody that might want to. We have been joined by James True. Thank you, sir, for joining us at last minute. Sure. Thank you. Love you, my friend. Welcome.
Oh, thanks. Hi. It's great to be here.
Always a pleasure, James.
I love spending Friday with you guys. It's one of my favorite things. It means the week's over and I can just kick back and relax until Walt sends me links, and then it's like, get in here. So now I'm all like, okay, is there boogers on my nose? Am I sitting up straight enough? So
that's a nice looking place you got there, man, isn't it?
no, thanks. I just randomly break into people's houses, and this is just some dude that
His house looks very cozy.
Is that like, I mean, you've literally got like the what is it, the pole or post behind you? Is that just a kind of tree with the bark still on it, or?
Yep, yeah, that's a tree. I really wanted a tree in my house so I could feel like, the outside's inside. So, yep.
Oh man, you're living it. You're walking the walk, man.
I'm dreaming to live. Yep.
Brilliant. Oh, sorry. Maybe this is it's new to me, but you guys have probably seen all this before. But
some of it.
Wow.
James True, meet Nick.
Hi,
Phuket
James.
Word. His channel is amazing. If you haven't been there, my friend, it's definitely a place for lots of amazing stuff.
Oh,
I want to see. Yeah, is that in the chat? I'd love to subscribe right now. Can someone?
It's over there in the description. I'm slowly but surely building the description. I'll have to go add you now, sir. So, but yeah, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. But yeah, Nick, if
Thank
you
you,
haven't
Walt.
checked out James True, his amazing writing, his
Here it is. It's
channel,
Bucket
his
World, right?
YouTube, go check it out for sure.
Okay, brilliant. Yeah, will do, man. Yeah.
I've just subscribed. This is PHUKET World, right?
Go check it out for sure.
Word, WORD, yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. I just closed it. Wait a minute. There it is.
Yeah.
Some travel agency he just subscribed to.
Right.
That's how good I am at this. I've just ordered 17,000 Bronco potato peelers that'll be here on Friday.
So you're a regular. You come here often, James?
So usually I like to hang out in the alley and just listen to what you guys talk about. Because a lot of times it kind of blows me away, and sometimes Walt decides that he wants to lower the ratings on the show, so he asks me to come in and kind of balance it. I'm like an anti-Nielsen's family kind of buffer thing. I'm like the cleaner, except for I'm the dirtier. Is what
No, I'm pretty sure James is up there, at least in the top 5, if not top 3, as far as views go on shows that we have on our channel over the last 5
without
years.
a doubt.
It's only because I do that naked trick.
But it's worth it, though.
The naked
now,
trick,
but
so
in the
you don't
morning,
wear
don't
pants
call
while
me.
you stream either, James?
Was
It's all about the right.
I said the naked trick, so you don't wear pants while you stream either.
That's right.
It's like
Are you wearing pants right
Baldini
now,
style.
James?
Do you want to see? Do you guys really want to see if I want
And so quickly it devolved.
True to his word, yeah.
I just want to warn you guys, Gaia Bear's in the house, and she knows this whole naked trick thing. So don't make me show you.
I will say-
we will lose all of these watchers instantly. So careful.
I just love the
I'm
way
glad
you
you
asked, do
mentioned
you want
Gaia
to see?
Bear because, oh, I'm sorry, Josh.
I was just telling James how much I love the way he asked if we want to see. Very coy. Very
wanna
coy,
see?
James.
What sucks is that no one says yes. It's always the same answer of just like, so how's the weather?
So let's go on to, yeah.
Yeah, it's always moving on to the next topic.
Here's the problem. It's not that I don't want to see. It's just that I'm not
It's that I
sure
don't-
that I do.
I'm just telling you, one day you guys will regret not seeing, okay? You'll understand what you were missing.
The Gaia Bear's in chat. And no, a couple weeks back, maybe in chat, Gaia Bear mentioned repurposing a camper and offering to make a video on that process. And I think that's an amazing idea. I didn't see it until I went back to the show, and I just want to put that out there. If you want to come on here and talk about that sometime, you're more than welcome. Get with us. IronRoundMedia@gmail.com.
That'd be good. Right now, I'm looking for ideas of how to, some kind of place, abode. How am I going to do it on the cheap without getting into debt and all that stuff? So that's why I just see your place behind you, James, and it looks like the kind of place that, I could.
A nice cozy
wooden yurt.
cabin, the tree in the middle.
What's that, about 28 feet across, James?
It's a wooden yurt. I think it's 33 feet across.
33.
Very good guess. Very good guess. Yeah.
33?
I know.
Confirmed.
I get it. Illuminati confirmed. Guys, I don't know if you know this or not. I actually think the Illuminati's good.
Oh, yeah.
I can make a case for it, in fact.
Or if they really wanted to kill us all off, I think they could probably do that. You know, anybody who isn't.
Chains, we'd be in chains. Guys, we currently, the average American says, yeah, I'll take 72 vaccines. And yet we're walking around like, no, we're too smart for the Illuminati. We're so clever that if we're 72 vaccines we'll fall for, but not 73. You do that, and then we'll really wake up. It's not what we think it is, guys. I'm telling you. Benjamin Franklin wanted a nation of philosopher poets that no matter where they wandered, they needed no credentials, they needed no sheet of paper to remind them of what their natural rights were. And I personally believe that a lot of these psyops that we see where they fake something, they're faking it because they are trying to spur your discernment. They are trying to get you to wake yourself up. And that truly would be the definition of the word Illuminati, isn't it? To illuminate
yourself.
Yet your consciousness, your discernment, your morality, your all of it, right?
Yeah,
It's a great concept.
Yeah. I mean, it's ridiculous not to wake up to the lunacy. I mean, the things they try and pull off.
If I was a super rich elite person, I would be clowning the crap out of you guys.
Just having a laugh. Yeah,
wake up. I would have an airship. I'd be flying overhead. I'd be Project Blue beaming you guys just to make you wake up and stop believing the lies. And if you did it, I would rest easy knowing that I did something amazing with my life because I was able to awaken all these people. Versus the story we're told, which is that I'm supposed to be so dastardly that I want to instead spend my entire life trying to enslave you, despite the fact that I have all the money in the world. I can print any dollars that I want. I can get any resources I want. I can have sex with pretty much any human I want because I'm an elite. So why would I want to spend all that time trying to imprison, trying to destroy, trying to ruin the very people, the very crop that I pull from for my own entertainment as an elite Illuminati? Do you see what I'm saying? It's just, there's not the motivation there. It's not quite as clear as we think it is. That
right on, man. Yeah. Mm.
I agree, but how does it equate to the others that aren't considered Illuminati? Because I mean, there's several groups there in the upper echelon of what we consider the cabal.
You're looking at a jungle, is what you're looking at. And there are eagles.
Oh, okay. We got guerrilla forces of different natures.
Yep. There are lions, there are tigers, there are jaguars, there are panthers, right?
Gotcha.
Just like there are dolphins in the ocean and there are sharks in the ocean. A dolphin wants you to wake up. A shark wants you to sit there and be food, right? So it's a little bit of both. You're gonna experience all of that, a whole litany. I call them the merry pranksters. I don't trust the Illuminati. Don't hear me wrong. I'm not saying we should trust them. I'm saying that they personally have a vendetta where they want to wake up as many people as they can. They are under the impression that humanity is a garden and God is watching us bloom. And the Illuminati get off on making more of us bloom because they think that God sees that. They think that God sees what they're doing, these Masonic rituals. And they think that God shows them favor, which he could, who knows? It shows them favor by helping us to wake up, because we are living inside of Dojo Earth. This dome is Dojo Earth, and there's a sensei who's making you learn. And if you're not going to learn at 13 vaccines, he'll give you 14. If you're not going to learn at 14, he'll give you 26. If it's not 26, he'll go up and up and up all the way to 72. Whatever it takes for you to stop trusting this machine. That machine will get as evil as it takes before you finally say enough. Before you finally stop voting, before you finally stop making poor, amoral, or immoral decisions based on fear instead of discernment.
I'll drink to that.
Agree.
Yeah.
And my fish that just died's name was Dojo.
Oh, sorry about your fish.
He was 3 years old. I had him long enough, I guess.
So
what's that in human years?
Yeah, in human years.
Well, let me ask you this, James. So if the Illuminati are trying to wake us up for everything that you just said, so why is everyone asleep? Why is everyone asleep? Why isn't everybody born and just told the truth?
Yeah,
Why aren't we able to just blossom as what we are, as what God created us created us as from the very beginning? Why do we have to go through that? Why don't we just come into a world and be like, hey, instead of telling us a bunch of lies and trying to poison us and try to hold us down, why is that necessary?
Balance. Unfortunately, I'm butting in, but yeah, I think it's about balance. Personally, there has to be a lot of negative.
Well, you say it's about balance, but then everybody says, "Oh, when you wake up," and then it becomes you rise above that, right? You get to the point where there's non-dualism. There is no good and there is no bad. There is no, you know what I mean? There just is. So
it is.
Is it about balance? I mean, if you're just told from the beginning that just it is what it is, I mean,
I don't think it's about balance. And the reason why is because if you look at the Old Testament and the New Testament, they're literally showing you exactly the same framework that a parent would use for a child. The very first thing that a child needs is obedience. It starts with obedience. The child has to be obedient to its parent. That's Old Testament, right? Old Testament is you will be obedient to me. And what happens New Testament? The obedience falls away. That's not the important lesson anymore. Now there's another lesson, right? This other lesson of mercy, this other lesson of discernment, of growing humanity inside yourself. So what I see happening, Karen, is that I would like you to imagine that God is your mother and she's dropping you off at karate practice because she's sending you to Boy Scout camp one day, and she wants you to have the confidence, the resolve, and the discernment to survive at Boy Scout camp. And it's a special kind of Boy Scout camp because you're actually hiking the entire Appalachian Trail with your Boy Scout troop, and she wants to make sure that you're ready for that. Now, because she's raised you from a youngling to teach you about obedience, she's not really able to teach you about discernment because you have nothing but obedience for her. And what she needs to install in you is that you need to have doubt in her too. The reason why you need doubt in your mother is because it's the only way you will secure and move your assemblage point from your mother's trust into your chest's trust. And the only way you can get that out from mother, because mother's so soothing and so awesome, is you got to start lying to your children. So mom will physically start telling you things that are lies, preparing you to learn the truth on your own, because that's the only way she can make discernment bloom. So she tells you about the tooth fairy. She tells you about Santa Claus. She tells you about Easter Bunny. And as you slowly grow up, you realize, oh my gosh, even my mom lied to me. Even my dad lied to me. The only person that's ever going to tell me the truth in this entire world is me. And that's why we need lies. The only reason why we have so many lies is because we are here to learn discernment. That's why we're brought into a world that we're told is a globe, that we're led to believe that has the structure, has the moon, the luminaries that seem to possibly suggest to someone who's done very little work or homework that we are in fact living on a globe. And so now you have this grand illusion game, this training game like a Jenga, where the only way to play and win this game is to literally figure out all the lies. And at the end of figuring out all those lies, even as big as ball earth, you come out of that as a new person, someone who's completely thrown into their own zeticism. Sorry, that's like really intense. They're like really thrown into their own zeticism, where all they believe is their direct experience and everything else just becomes pure speculation. Now you have a true sovereign man that does not believe things by rumor, innuendo, tradition, or religious fear or persecution. He's only looking and determining his world through direct experience. And I believe that's what God truly wants. He wants us to come home to him with a discernment that is first rate, ready for the wild, ready for active duty into whatever may or may not come next.
Okay.
Over.
Yeah. So yeah.
Thank you for that very long and thorough.
That was intense, but
James.
good.
I know.
But I get it.
I was
But
like,
that. Thank you for that.
Could I just
What about people that get to cheat? Like somebody helps them out along the way.
So in this world, the Masonic lodges are cheating, and the Kabbalists are cheating. Okay, you know this because there's an Ark, and the Ark of the Covenant. Not only does it store genetic information, it's storing gnosis, it's storing knowledge, and that knowledge is basically encrypted because of the amnesia. One thing that we can say about Dojo Earth that we know for a fact is the entire system is based off amnesia, isn't it? Even our society itself can't remember. So we're born not remembering. So too does our society not remember. Now, James personally thinks, I don't mean to refer to myself in the third person, but I personally think that what we're truly here to do is learn how to access our salts. I'm talking about our DNA epigenetic wisdom. So me, James True, may be lucky enough to live, say, 60 years in this world. I'm not actually here to make James True better. I'm here to make James True's DNA line better. And the only way I can do that is that every time I'm born, I'm either going to be able to remember, i.e. tap into my family's salts, or I'm going to forget. And those salts are going to be full of trauma, i.e. lead, or they're going to be full of wisdom, i.e. gold. And so every time I'm reborn, hopefully, if all goes well in Dojo Earth, I'm getting that much wiser each time. I'm learning the lessons. Sometimes it takes me multiple generations to learn one simple lesson. But in the end result, the overall alchemy is, unless I succumb to the machine, which is a completely different result of the wheat and chaff, unless I succumb to the machine, I will instead emerge as a sovereign DNA line. I'm not talking about a man. I'm talking about a DNA line. So that my entire DNA strand understands its sovereignty, it understands its discernment, and it knows where its central core is. And that's one of God's making two things in Dojo Earth. One of them is sovereign man. The other, believe it or not, is one of the 144,000, the most zealous, blind believer that will literally take whatever vaccine you give, whatever thing you want it to do, it will blindly show so much devotion that it will epigenetically destroy itself to follow rules and to be the most obedient person in the world. So now you could see there's almost like a wheat and a chaff to this place, where on one extreme you have the most sovereign individual person in the world, that's your salt, and on the other extreme you have the most oil obeying, etherically slave person on the other side, and that's your oil. So I think that God is actually looking for two products. One is sovereign man, and the other is complete devotion, no matter how many years in the desert they're sent to live, no matter how many deluges they're sent to be reset from. God needs someone to be a container, a time capsule for information. When we are reborn, when we are reset into a new deluge, these Kabbalists are able to emerge from the ark, and they already know that in 6,000 years, this whole system resets. There's this giant Tower of Babel that's going to be built. Technology is going to increase. They don't know how the technology works. They don't know exactly the specifics of it because they don't understand enough. All they know is that they are so loyal and so dedicated that they will write that Torah 1,000,000 times over. They will store that information. They will hoard it like a golem hoards the ring, right? The precious ring. They want that zealous, massive, like SJW, the most extreme SJW you can. It's just like, stay, take care of me. They will store that information. They will store it through 13,000 years if they have to, and bring back the next Tower of Babel, which causes the chaos wagon that spins this whole place. That's why Islam's on a lunar calendar and Christianity's on a solar calendar. They need to stir us in trauma, dissonance, and lies, or else we will not learn discernment. So the Masons and the Kabbalists have a central role where they're sort of playing what we would see as the bad guy, and their entire job is just to introduce dissonance and cause and spur discernment out of us. Otherwise, we will chill out. We will turn into chill dudes that just have sex in the field and pick corn and whatever. That's not enough. We need trauma. We need lies. We need dissonance to make us start to hone our philosopher's stone and pull the vitriol, right? And go deep into the earth, find the truth, bring it to the surface, and reveal it to the world. That's why we're here. That's our goal.
I think that's what I was trying to say with the balance thing. I'm sorry that I said it like that, but I think what you're saying is we need that negative to make us stronger, or whatever. You know I'm trying to relate it to. Go ahead, Karen. Sorry about that.
I think Nick was saying something, weren't you, Nick?
Oh, yeah. No, I think, yeah, really nicely put. I think both of you have both made a very similar point, really. Yeah, James has gone into a huge amount of detail about the kind of the two sides of the balance there. Interesting though, because you're talking about the third person, because this is something that Thais do, or I think would maybe be more related to the Buddhist culture, where if I was talking in a conversation, I would say, you know, Nick wants to do this, or Nick wants to do that. So for them, natural conversation is to talk about themselves in the third person. So they already have this, again, it's talking about this kind of view of themselves from the outside. There's this already intrinsic understanding that there's a soul or a spirit, and then there's this body, and they're separate, and you know, the experiencer, however you want to describe it. So it was very interesting, James, that you mentioned the whole kind of third person thing there, because that you know, when you it sounds so strange to us, doesn't it, to talk about yourself using your own name, but it's actually a very natural way to see yourself. And if you have that kind of perception, then I think you're a step ahead already. You know, you're able to, and I think again, you know, that's with what I found with the Thais, is they are very, very conscientious people. And the whole Buddhist culture is still there, because, for example, if you turned up in a village as a stranger, the first question you're going to get is, have you eaten? Because you know, it's normal for someone to be on this quest and just going about their journey, and wherever that may take them. And so, you know, whether it was the monks or of course everyone kind of becomes a monk at some point in their life. So it's just normal that people will be taking these internal journeys, but obviously on you know, going somewhere physical. And so that's really ingrained in the culture. I just wanted to kind of it sounds really simple compared to the depth that you went into just now, James, but the heliocentric model is just a kind of, it's going to sound really boring really, but I mean, it's just, you know, maybe it's just a mistake on these guys' parts, because well, of course, you know, as you said, with the lunar calendar and the solar calendar, if you're going to adhere to a solar calendar and illustrate that, then of course the Earth has to be a spinning globe if it's going around the sun. It's the only way they can make it work. So it's just kind of just based on that simple premise that we're going to follow the sun as a calendar, you ultimately end up with a globe as your way of telling time. And I think, to be honest, that's really, I'd just like to look at it as simply as that, really. It's all the confusion and bullshit has stemmed from that one thing. We're gonna make a solar calendar.
I want to point out really quick that it's remarkable. I mean, remarkable how many coincidences all of if you look at the size of the moon and the size
I'm sorry, I have to disagree with you. I think, you know, really, if you just look at it, there is no way you would ever believe that we're on decided to have a solar calendar.
I agree with that. There's nothing about the Earth.
I think the moon is like a huge. Everything's a ball. I can't look at the moon and not wonder if it's a sphere or if it's a ball. It's really hard to not wonder that. And that I'm just saying that I think the reason why so many people do believe it's a ball is because the system was designed to make that easy. Because in my opinion, what causes the most learning is finding out you were wrong in the most largest way possible. That the largest way you were wrong possible is actually going to alchemize the learning more than say, oh, I thought it was Tuesday, but it's Wednesday. That's one thing. But it's quite another to think, I thought I was living on a spinning ball and it turns out the whole thing's flat. That is such a monumental lesson to learn that it ends up being stored in the salt. Your DNA ends up learning.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense, man. Yeah.
I don't believe in simulation theory, but I do believe that God himself kind of liked this idea that here's sort of my main argument. Please just consider this. You know that God exists, but you log into Dojo Earth. And one of the features of Dojo Earth is amnesia, which means you enter Dojo Earth in a very special way. It's the only time that you can go somewhere or do something and not know that God exists. You enter this world in amnesia. Additionally, you enter this world not only in amnesia, but with just one or two subtle clues that really make it looks like you're in a space vacuum where God cannot hear your voice, where you are abandoned by this society that's telling you everything's a ball, everything's working. And what it actually does is it doesn't torture you. No. It actually gives you privacy. For the first time ever, you now have privacy from God. You were born in amnesia, and you're living in this environment, this holodeck that looks like it possibly could be an atheistic world, possibly. That gives you the ability to have privacy from God. That gives you the ability to do very naughty things to yourself and to others because you're under the impression you have anonymity. That allows you to truly explore and discover your own morality, your own discernment, your own sovereignty, your own ability to fall for lies. It just goes on and on and on. So what I see happening is all the amnesia is on purpose. The entire shape of the world's on purpose. And it's purely as a training ground, a dojo earth for you to gain discernment over all those things at the same time.
Yeah, I can resonate with that, man. I think it kind of it does go back to what we were talking about maybe before you came on, and that whole kind of idea of being the experience.
What I was trying to
go on.
Oh, I was trying to say when I was talking about you doing the Jeffrey Daughtery thing probably 5-6 months ago or whatever it was I listened to, and I was trying to give what your point of view was, and I had no idea. And I was like, I think he was trying to say that why would you be the creator of God if you knew every outcome? And I was trying to go from there, and I never got any of that. Like, I never went anywhere with it because, of course, I'm not you, and I never read any of your books. And I said, I just thought it was really interesting. And then next thing you know, you're on here 10 minutes later. And it's fab. And your point of view is fantastic. I just wanted to say I love the connection with your DNA, the whole rooting. And I think Owen Benjamin, I don't know if he got that from you, but I remember watching him about 6 months ago, and he was really into, he feels in his bones and his DNA that he's, from Vikings and giants and all that stuff. And maybe that rooted off from your stuff, but I thought it was really cool.
Yeah, congrats to Owen. He just had a baby. Everything's okay too. I was kind of worried about that. He had to have a C-section because he's a fucking.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah, and everything turned out great. So they just came out.
Oh, fantastic.
Yep. Full disclosure, Owen and I are in a big fight right now. When I say
really?
fight, I don't mean that like personally. I love Owen, but if you were to watch his show and my show, it's like this. It's
night and day.
It's pretty intense right now. There's a lot of vitriol between us. But yeah, Owen.
Well, I don't watch him anymore, and I just started watching you very recently, so I wouldn't know that. But thanks for.
Well, I embrace it. I embrace it. I don't think you'll hear me say a bad word about Owen. I did call him amazing poly with a penis, but that was a very strategic cut down that is kind of trying to be more like Owen because he's really clever at stuff like that. But
provoking.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call it provoking. This is Owen. This is just Owen. He's just authentically him. I wouldn't even say that he's provoking. Like it's just, I think it was here. Wasn't it here? Wasn't it here on this show, Walt, where I actually told people, yes, I am going to meet Owen, but I cannot promise you he's going to like me. Do you remember that, Walt?
Yes, I do remember that well.
And Owen loved me for months. He took me under his fold. He gaslit me. He bought me dinner. He bought me deviled eggs. He was swooning me. He was taking me out on the town, showing me off to all his friends. And then I had the nerve to say that morality comes from inside the body, not outside. That we have a moral compass that's based solely on the amount of calories that we have to devote to our compass. And so morality itself is almost a slippery slope, like a sliding scale, based on the amount of calories you can devote to being moral. So a 5-year-old child will have one set of morality, while a 30-year-old adult would have a more complex, more developed morality. And that's causing a huge fight right now because now I'm a Luciferian satanic pedophile star worshiper because of all these things. So and I'm not even saying that's necessarily Owen, but it's a lot of his audience really, really does not like what I'm saying about that kind of stuff.
What is his take personally on that, like in response to that?
Owen believes that there is a logos, an external thing that somehow installs morality inside your body, and that you simply know it. Like it's very Platonic. The Christian ideal of morality, I think, in a lot of ways, is very Platonic, where it's telling you it's an eternal realm of morality, the logos basically, and you either know it or you don't. I personally don't see it that way because I believe in aperture, which is a very important concept. And that aperture is basically going to tell me that one person will be moral while they're actually saying Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. But they are exercising their morality. It's just sort of like a retarded form of morality. They only have a certain amount of compassion. And so the best they're going to come up with is Black Lives Matter. While Walt or Karen or me or you maybe have more complex morality or a more complex compassion, and we can see past the lie, the psyop of Black Lives Matter, and actually push for something bigger, which is truth in media, truth in media, truth in media, just as an example. And so both of us are acting morally, even though both of us are actually directly opposing each other. And I think that kind of talk makes Owen and a lot of his audience super nervous, because they're realizing they're going to have to spend more calories discerning their morality when they were hoping that they could sort of just kick back and be told what their morality is. I personally believe that this is part of the growing up process that we're all doing, is that we're learning to say, wait a minute, I can't phone in my morality. I actually have to make these decisions myself. So that's kind of the gist of the disagreement. It's basically exoteric versus esoteric. If you think about it, my wisdom and truth comes from outside myself, or my wisdom and truth comes from internally, from inside myself.
I agree with you 100%.
I think we're more like antenna, and if we have a good juice, we can use that to amplify our antenna and really tune into a crisp, clear signal. But if we're broken and we have dissonance, we're going to just get static, and we're going to assume that it's all true and legit. And that's why we have to do the extra work to really discern that. Man, in my opinion, man generates morality. He doesn't bask in it like a suntan bed. He generates it. It's like he mines morality every day in the way he lives his life, which if he's going to do that, then that would tell me that morality would have to come from man. In fact, I can't find another piece in nature. I can't find a morality tree. I can't find a morality bush or a morality plant. The only time I can find morality is when a man is showing compassion for another man, when a woman is showing compassion for another woman, that kind of thing.
I agree. I think people want to depend on something outside of themselves rather than looking internally and using their own nature, as opposed to relying on something that they're believing in outside of themselves that's going to help them come in. They want something to come into them as opposed to using their own strength within themselves. You know what I mean? I'm talking about like asking for help and all the, that kind of stuff. I don't know if you get what I'm saying, but I just don't think people take personal responsibility for themselves.
It's a lot of self-soothing. We do a lot of self-soothing. In fact, I believe that we pretend this is psychopathic Luciferian cabal elite is here to enslave us. I think we actually say that narrative because we want to self-soothe. I think that truthfully, all of this entire system of Dojo Earth is based on consent. No one has ever forced me to take one of these 72 vaccines. Instead, they're always asking for me or my guardian's consent, literally every single time. So what I see happening around us is not a system run by purely evil people, because if you were purely evil, you would not be functioning in the world of consent. So what I see instead is this very sophisticated Dojo Earth, where the elite are actually, believe it or not, working for, or many of them are working for this Masonic goal of the great work. What is the great work? The Illuminati, the Golden Dawn, the coming of the budding of consciousness inside of man.
Does that include adrenochrome and eating children?
So adrenochrome is
curious.
An addiction. It's not that's a drug addiction. You could be addicted to adrenaline inside blood. So that's going to cause you're going to have to be evacuated to have that sort of addiction. But that is a gift of Baal. That is a very important piece of Baal, because we are brought up to rely and completely trust our parents. And as a result of that, we are also brought up to believe and adopt and follow everything that we're told by our government, i.e. our royalty. As long as we are blindly believing in our government and our royalty, we're going to need to solve that. And the only way we can solve that is for the government to start treating us like crap. The more we are treated like crap, hopefully the more sovereign we will become. So we will look for opportunities to find our sovereignty only because of the gifts of Baal, i.e. the torture that they're making it for us to do that. It's very akin to a baby bird and its mother. The mother is telling it on day one, you're going to have to leave the nest. And the baby's like, yeah, but I'm not going to leave. And she's like, well, I really need you to leave the nest. The baby's like, yeah, but you'll just regurgitate food. I'll just stay here. The only way that mother's going to get that baby out is she's got to push him. She's got to make it so painful for him that he finally decides he has to jump. Otherwise, he will stay at home and play video games the rest of his life, living in that nest, waiting for her to regurgitate for him. So she actually has to make it uncomfortable in order for them to go. That's kind of the most of that, but there is more to that. If you truly want to understand why pedophilia works, why it's in this system, it comes back to really thinking about each of us are a DNA line. We're not one person. We are our ancestors, we are our forefathers, and we are our grandchildren all at the same time. And some of us are so evacuated, so evil, so unwoke, that we need to not only destroy our own life, but our children's, our grandchildren's, and our grandgrandchildren's. And only then can that salt in that family overcome enough of that pain, enough of their own failure to say, my God, I was so bad.
What are you doing?
now they've learned that lesson because it was that much more intense, because they're looking at their own children that they sacrificed to avoid their trauma, to, you know, cover their shit up or whatever. So I realize pedophilia is very intense, but we are learning here in Dojo Earth. It's no different than saying, here's a guy that's been brought to karate and he's not learning his lessons. Sensei's going to have to pop him in the fucking mouth. And as soon as Sensei does that, that guy's now all of a sudden, wait a minute. Now he's taking things a little bit more seriously. And I think that's why you're seeing these really harsh, what we call evil things, which really boil back down to consent only from a DNA line stuff, Karen. Like I get that the child himself is not consenting to pedophilia. However, that DNA line is consenting to doing that in a more chemical kind of broad-based kind of way. It's kind of like
but then it's involving other lines that weren't doing that.
Yeah, we all have an agreement with each other that we've came here to tacitly hurt or help each other, and each of those is a karmic transaction that we've agreed to make with each other. It's part of Dojo Earth. Imagine if you were to go into a ball pit at McDonald's, but there was like a real heavy lawyer thing and they're making you sign a waiver. One of those waivers is going to say, hey, you're going to get hurt in here. It's possible. Or you could hurt someone else in here. It's possible. It could be that Dojo Earth has that exact same system in place. We need to learn the guilt of hurting not ourselves, but of someone else. That's a completely different kind of pain. It shows us more about how important it is to maintain our sovereignty and be responsible for everything we do, regardless of our intent. More about following our own actions and making sure that we're owning up to them.
I think that's, I don't know where this comes from. It's like one of those download things, whatever. But that idea of us choosing whatever. We chose to come here and do what we're doing. We're truth warriors. We're fighters. We're trying to wake people up. But to do that in this system, it's like they're gamblers, the controllers. They love to scheme. They love to play games. That's the trickster, like you talked about. And so we set up these games, but here they're really huge stakes and circumstances behind them. And there are people who have been here so many times, have got to the point of so much knowledge that they would come here in extreme cases, families of abuse, horrible, we know, I don't want to get into horrible details. We know the things that go on here. So yeah, I don't doubt that that's part of it. The agreement, the being here to experience what we're experiencing in every possible fold of it. Because I've been here a lot. I know that.
I can tell you this, that my brother, okay, first of all, I love my brother. He's so awesome. He's my biggest hero. Really, I freaking love him. That guy is a cold-blooded psychopath. And I grew up with him and he used to torture the crap out of me. Now, just like what Karen's saying, I didn't agree to that. I didn't sign up to that. However, if my brother would not have done that to me, I would have been trusting a whole lot more than I was distrusting by the time I was 17, right? So by the time I was 14, 15, 16, I knew this world isn't fair. This world's extremely dangerous. No one's here to help me. I've been abandoned by it. And if I'm going to live, I'm going to have to do it myself. And that is a gift of all. James True was given an advantage over you guys. When I say you guys, I'm not trying to say everyone here had a happy childhood. Please don't read that wrong. I'm just trying to kind of explain what I mean. That gave me a huge advantage on my discernment learning front because I was already well ahead of the race. It could have been that I entered Dojo Earth looking for the right atmosphere, right? The right star chart, the right family, whatever you want to say, to be born into, to have the right necessary lessons or strife that's going to cause me to learn that salt the best possible way.
Right.
So I just had my heart destroyed by a girl this week. It's been, you look at my life and no matter what the hell I do, people will tell me how brilliant I am, how great I am, how good at this. I cannot fricking get a wife. It doesn't fricking matter how nice I am, how much I try. I'm addicted to women that will not ever, ever, ever want to be married. This is part of my gift of ball. It's torturous. I'm freaking mistouch. I love women so much. It's the most painful thing I've ever had to gone through. Meanwhile, I'm standing next to what I would consider a compassionately challenged Neanderthal, and he's got a beautiful wife that loves him dearly, and they've got a great relationship, and they've got it all. And so it's part of why each of us have our own stuff, you know. Each of us have our own stuff, and that stuff is directly blended to what's next for our DNA in order to learn our salts. So for me to truly understand why I don't have a wife, I mean, yes, I get it. It could be just my character. Okay. I'm not trying to say it's not. And it is. I have a very faulty character when it comes to women. But I think deeper what it is my DNA line, right? My entire DNA line has not learned its lessons from women yet. It just, it doesn't understand that yet. It's either trying too hard, or it's choking up on the bat too much, or it doesn't have good form, or it doesn't have good defense. It's something like that. So that's kind of why I'm here, to sort of work on that, if that makes sense.
Were you going to say, go ahead, man. Are you waiting for me to talk? Yeah.
Nope. You go right ahead, Nick. I think you got
cheers,
it,
man. So yeah, I wrote down 4 things as you were talking there, James. Actually, yeah, born into Maya or illusion is one of those things I think is written very early on in the Buddhist scriptures, as far as I know. Agree definitely that none of us would be where we are now if it weren't for all those shitty experiences, and yeah, you're right to call them gifts. I would agree there. And interesting that, you know, the Chinese, the lineage factor of DNA is especially important. It's more of it's a religion really for the Chinese, in that sense that they worship their ancestors very strongly. And so I think they see, you know, in that sense, there's a culture that sees that in the same light that you're talking about. And then the 4th thing really is like, well, okay, so you become a black belt on Dojo Earth, then what?
Yeah, great question. And me as James True, I purposely don't want to answer that question to people, because I'd rather them just look at how well thought out this Dojo Earth idea is, and I don't want to lose them by speculating on what's next. I could see it 2 ways. The coldest way is that something is growing us as crops, and their favorite food is a conscious human. They just freaking love it. They love it when we're lit up. So it could be that as soon as we discern and we learn and we become supermen, like Nietzsche's Superman, that as soon as we emerge from Dojo Earth, someone eats us. Like, wow, that was really good. I mean, I'm just saying that if you look at nature, that happens a lot, right? Like things that develop for years and years and years are just basically eaten. That could be happening. It would be very fair, wouldn't it, karmically, for us to be eaten because of how we eat other things.
We consume, yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of like your worst case scenario, right? And then I think your best case scenario is almost like God's turning us into like vassals or dukes, or he wants us to have enough discernment that he can trust us to do something important, right? And it would have to be pretty important, because think about the army. The money they put into the most is the warriors that are the most important to them. In other words, that, you know, they'll put 1 month into my job in the military. I was just guarding basically a bilge pump, but then they'll put like 7 years of training into like a Navy SEAL or a pilot or something. What we're looking at on Dojo Earth is a lot of training, infrastructure, an entire atmosphere, all this stuff is giving us discernment, which makes me feel like we're looking at something more advanced than just being eaten. That there's something that's going to be required of our DNA to have to be able to discern something in an atmosphere where maybe discernment's hard. That's what it feels like to me. I can't prove that, but that's just kind of what it feels like, which would kind of hint at maybe what's next.
fantastic answer. Couldn't ask for any more honesty than that, man.
Yeah, it's I'll tell you, one thing I like about this philosophy is the moment you adopt this philosophy, you cease to become a victim and you become a learner, because now you're inside the sensei's dojo. And if you're inside a dojo and sensei comes up and trips you, like sweeps your foot and you fall on your ass, you're not immediately going to play victim because you know you're there to learn karate. And that's really what's happened to us, is we've forgotten that mom brought us here. She dropped us off. She didn't abandon us. She just dropped us off. She's just like, guys, I'm just dropping you off to karate. And every day I drop you off to karate, sensei makes you lose your mind so you forget, because he wants you to use your salt. I'm talking about your genetic memory, right? He doesn't want you to try and remember with short-term memory. That'll never work when he sends you to planet Zartan or some realm called Zixi 4 or something. He needs you to have that information stored in your salt. He needs it to be deeply known. That's why he zaps your memory all the time. So you're forced to tap into your salt and truly remember this guy, this Lord technology, this Satan, right? What is Satan? The deceiver, right? What is a sensei? Someone who's fooling you. Your sparring partner is a deceiver, is he not?
Sure.
He's always deceiving you. He's there to punch you. He's there to cause you pain until you learn to block off his punches. In fact, if you were to see sensei or Satan or whatever you want to call through this light, you will actually discover check it out, compassion for Satan, which is freaking creepy. I get it. Everyone, hold on. Don't burn me yet. For the first time now, you now have a cosmology where God and evil are resolved in the same system, and they've been built to make you better. That what we're calling evil is truly simply our inability to remember why mom dropped us off here to begin with. We see sensei as this evil guy that's trying to trip us all the time, and he's not. He's trying to get us to stand up. He's trying to get us to find our balance. He's trying to get us to discern him. That's not hate at all. In fact, it's a deep, deep kind of love. It's a love so deep that he knows you're going to hate him if he's doing his job well. And that kind of love would have to be something that was done by one of the highest of highest angels, if you think about it. God would need to trust that person more than anyone else to have this massive responsibility of basically playing the role of evil dickhead for eons and eons and eons. And to me, that would say this would have to be like God's, one of his main henchmen would have to take on this role of sensei, of Lord technology, of the great deceiver, of the NASA. That's the key, NASA. It's literally telling you what they're doing. They're causing you to grow your discernment.
Okay, man. Very succinctly put. Yeah, I like it. Yeah. See, Walt kind of shaking, or you're shaking your head in
Every
agreement.
time
there.
he shows up, it's like this. I mean, you see the numbers have like dropped considerably since he got here. You ask, what did you do that for? No, dude. I mean, people show up and the brain starts swirling and the ideas start flowing. It's great. Thank you, James. Truly.
Yeah. Cool, man. It's good.
And
It's very good to be sharing this. Yeah.
And it is a touchy subject. It's one of those
right,
things
that's what
that
I was gonna say. It's a hard subject to dance around sometimes, but I'm glad you brought it to us tonight.
It's a lot. It's very hard because people get really mad because they're like, whoa. Don't you give compassion to Satan? And what they don't understand, and I know, Walt, you probably heard me say this a million times, but compassion is not consent. And we're here to learn that. We don't know that. We're under the impression that if you give something compassion, you're consenting it. And that's simply not true. A child will try and make me pancakes when I'm not looking. And I will come home to that kitchen and there will be milk all over the floor. There will be flour. There will be sugar. The entire place will be destroyed. The cat will be terrified. It will be in the oven. It will be freaking out. And I can have compassion for that child. I could say, my God, that child was trying to make a cake for me. That is so sweet. And I cannot consent to what it did. I can do both. But for some reason, we've told ourselves that we cannot do that with evil, that we cannot give evil enough compassion to understand it more. And I would argue that you even use compassion on your enemies, because if you have compassion on your enemy, you know what their motivation is, you know what their fears are, you know where they're going to be if you swing a punch. So we use compassion even to destroy something. But we've been taught that those who are evil are those who believe in compassion for evil. And it's literally the exact opposite, isn't it? It's entirely the exact opposite. And I don't mean to bring up Jesus, but I really want to just say one thing about Jesus. Jesus was a known necromancer. There are at least 35 instances in the Bible of Jesus helping, solving, or curing someone of demons, someone who is suffering from demons in some way. Not once in the Bible do you hear Jesus saying, "Hey, demon, fuck you, you suck, you're evil, I cast you out." It was never that. Never. Jesus was always applying compassion. I believe that what he saw as demons were basically just trauma locked in people, and he was able to give them witness. Jesus had the most amazing witness in the world. And if you were experiencing his witness, your body would heal itself, because most of your body's ailments are a lack of witness, hence the demonology, hence everything else. So to wrap all this up, what I'm arguing is that I think even Jesus himself would say there's no such thing as evil. There is only a lack of compassion for evil. Because once you fully apply compassion to something, you will see that even the most evil person that you're pointing at is trying, not succeeding, but trying to operate in a morally good way. Everyone wants to be morally good. It's just that many of us are so evacuated that we're committing evil in the name of trying to be morally good. And that truly is what's vexing us. It's not this other idea of a dastardly evil person that literally wakes up to commit evil. I don't see that. And I've seen people that I hate, that I'm very angry with, and I've accused them of that, but never has that been true. Even those people are trying to go to bed that night. They're trying to have a clear conscience. They just simply are too retarded with their compassion, either through pain, dissonance, lies, whatever, that they're not able to extend it far enough. And we as people are simply calling it evil because it allows us to save calories. It's like a weed, guys. It's just like a weed. We have a word called weed, and it's not fucking real. We can go out and point to a dandelion and say that's a weed. Just like junk mail. I can grab a letter that I don't want, and I can say this is junk mail. It's not real. These are categories that we assign to things so we can dismiss them. That's all evil is. It's a label we use to dismiss something because we don't want to give it our compassion. We'd rather save it for someone else.
Yeah, labels always distract from the true, what's the word, presence or meaning of something. Yeah, so it's, yeah, you're right. We're brought into this world, and the first thing we do is start attaching labels to things with language. So yeah, suddenly, a flower or whatever, as you say, is that the magic is removed by putting it in a frame and labeling it. So
not only that, if I could convince you guys that weeds exist, if I could convince you guys, weed isn't what we just call a dandelion because we hate it. If I could convince you that there was a noun called weed, not an adjective, a noun called weed, and we have to go out and hunt it down and kill it, I could convince you guys to join a crusade. I could convince you to join an inquisition. I can join you to burn an herbalist while we call her a witch. I could convince you to have World War I, World War II, Vietnam, Korea, because all of us believe that there's evil out there and we have to go find it and hunt it and kill it.
Barbara Bush would convince you to just say no.
Exactly. The war on drugs, the war on terror, the war on vaccines, the war on germs, all of it is based on our belief that evil is a noun. In fact, it goes worse than that, because many of our cosmologies believe that there's an evil, subterranean, force of bile and death and diarrhea and flames, and it's this Dante's Inferno. People think Dante's Inferno was in the Bible, and they create this crazy, insane atmosphere where now we're running around going, 19 box cutters, 19 box cutters. Yeah, we must kill. And it works just that easy. And I can prove it because if you look at how some of Owen Benjamin, not Owen himself, but if you look at how some of Owen Benjamin's followers responded to me saying something as simple as Lucifer is the morning star. And before King James, there was no such thing as a proper name for Lucifer. Literally, before King James, Lucifer was a lowercase word. It meant Venus in the morning. Noctifer meant Venus at night. And literally, before King James, the very dude that wrote a book saying, here's how to torture women who call themselves herbalists because they're evil, that he's the one that created that dichotomy. He's the one that created that archetype of supernatural evil. And that truly is the heart of Zionism, something I hate and detest. I love Christianity. I hate and detest Zionism because it's turned into this socio-political terrorist organization where we've justified the hunting and killing of foreigners under the auspices of trying to save us all from evil. That's evil, doing that.
So, yeah, I mean, ultimately, you are referring to, a book or books. That's things that are written, again, language applied, and of course, interpretation. So, yeah, again, it kind of goes back to that question of, okay, Dojo Earth, becoming a black belt, becoming aware of all this. What does it change? Does that necessarily mean that we are assigned to create change in this physical realm, or it literally remains a classroom, and whatever's going on outside of that classroom, or once we leave, then that's for another time or another existence?
Well, I can tell you that if you picture Atlantis, so Atlantis is like a circle, and then there's a ring, and then there's a ring, then there's a ring.
Yeah.
And inside the middle circle, if someone will let me share screen, I can pull this up. But inside that center circle is the only place in Atlantis where you could be fooled that you're living in a closed system that's on a ball. It only inside the very center of
You should be able to share now.
could you do something like that. The rest of the time, you wouldn't really be able to do it. Thanks, Walt. So I'd like you to imagine that the very center of Earth, of where we are, of Atlantis itself, this larger scheme, is the kiddie pool. It is the learning center for us to learn our discernment. And it's the only place in this entire realm that would allow us to be fooled into it being a ball. Therefore, after we leave Atlantis, sorry, this is just the best picture I can find of it. The center is Earth on this, what you're looking at this image. The center is Earth, the very center of this circle. It's the only place in this map where you could think that everything is a ball. After you leave the ice wall, you enter into land, an outer ring of land. That's the dark orange here. That darker orange is a ring of land. It's not a center circle of land. Therefore, on that ring of land, there's no way that anyone could be fooled into thinking that you live on a ball. You're now seeing it in a much different way. And so truly, the eye of Atlantis, the idea that Atlantis is lost, guys, the reason why it's lost is because we were given amnesia. The reason why it's lost is because we don't have the cojones yet to leave the ice wall and discover it. And once we do, we will start to see the true nature of our world. But we're only going to get out of that ice wall, I believe, after we've developed enough discernment and skill to survive outside that ice wall, right? To make it outside there. I'm thinking we need an airship, we need a submarine, you need something that doesn't run on diesel, something that doesn't run on gasoline, right? What happened to Hitler when he tried to invade Soviet Union? Why did they have the Led Zeppelin Why did they fake the Hindenburg disaster? Why was there an embargo on helium? Why did they say Germany was no longer allowed to make Zeppelins? There was a complete stifling on all airships in the early 20th century. We stifled them. And I think we stifled them because we knew an airship would be about the one thing that we could do to get past the ice wall easily. And until we're ready for that, until we're ready for the truth, until we're ready for, sadly to say, the New World Order, we're never going to know the truth. It's only when we finally come together in a grand way that we can start to unpeel this world and see it for what it truly is, which could be something that looks like Atlantis. Just a theory, but it could be. And that's what we mean by the lost city of Atlantis. Literally the deluge, which is funny because that's what the Atlantis story is. What is the deluge? It's amnesia, right? Which means Atlantis has been here. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's just that because we're in the very center circle of it, we've been fooled into thinking there's nothing else more. There's nothing else more to look at. So we're content to stay and assume it's all real and have arguments over each other because it's a ball, because that's what we think.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. I have nothing to add to that.
What could you add? I mean, what could you add?
James, can you fill me in as best you can? Just as quick as possible, I suppose. What's going on with these campfires?
So, I believe that Babylon has been a spell, like a saran wrap that's been wrapped over all the land. And this saran wrap is called cities, states, counties, roads, power lines, network lines. If you look at, so like a wolf needs 200 square miles to live, right? One wolf needs 200 square miles to survive. And that's cutting it short. He needs more than that. He needs a lot more than that. We don't have that. There's not enough places like that. And every day we build a new road, which means we intersect land one more time. Then we intersect it again. We are so asleep, we drive past roadkill, and most of us don't even bat an eyelash. Hardly any of us stop to bury it. Hardly any of us would end that day and say, I'm sorry, I can't come into work today. I hit a deer. I have to pay homage. I have to fix this. We don't live in that society. We live in psycho world, right? You know we do. We live in fucking psycho world because we think that's okay. As we are slowly starting to develop, we are gaining a second attention, a new sense, a new sensation. The Hopi prophecy spoke about this. It said man will learn a new sensation. I'm under the impression that sensation is empathy. It is the ability to telepathically link with humans, animals, trees, demons, God, atmosphere, soil, all of it. We will soon learn to link with these things. And when we link with them, it's going to hurt. It's going to sting so bad. Well, I know you know what I mean. It's going to fucking sting because the second we link with it, we're going to see what we've done to it. It's going to start telling us. She's going to say, where the hell have you been? And she's going to be in shock. And we're going to be like, go time, trying to fix it, trying to heal, trying to make this connection better. In order to get us there, I'm under the impression that we can talk to the land through symbology. I do not think that you can go outside and look down at the dirt and say, land, I'm here for you now. I'm sorry I wasn't here before. The land doesn't speak English. It speaks symbology. It speaks through symbolic long-term messages. What the land does know is what's alive. Every single thing that's alive has a pulse, doesn't it? A heartbeat, right? A cycle. The sun rises and sets, moves away and comes back, right? All these things have a cycle. Every living creature has some sort of a pulse. And so what these campfires are doing is that every new moon, you are going to your land, the land that's yours, and you're telling it, I'm here for you. I'm here for you. I'm here for you. And you can't say it with words. Instead, I want you to picture that you're deep underground where the roots are, and you're the land, and you're looking straight up out into the sky, and you can see the surface of your dirt, and you see a human came during the new moon, and he set a ring of rocks, and in the middle of that ring of rocks, he set a fire. And that fire pulsed for one day and then turned off. And the second you do that, that land's going to go, oh, that's interesting. Someone built a fire on top of me. What do you know? Typically, humans are inside, so it's kind of refreshing he built a fire, but whatever. The next new moon, you come out and you do it again. Now the land's like, oh, wow, what a coincidence. He did it on both 2 new moons. The third time you do it, the land's now like, wait a minute. Did Walt just wake up? Is Walt trying to talk to me? Because Walt is sending a pulse every new moon into the soil in a cycle, and now the land can hear that something is alive. Not only is something alive, it's talking to me because it's only telling me its pulse during a new moon, during a waxing moon, right? While the moon is building, which means whatever's talking to me wants this to build and grow. Not only that, but all of these fires are linked with the same salt. Every fire has been connected with the same salt from the last fire, which means now the land, not only does she see a coincidence, not only does she think that now someone's talking to her, but she's looking at all her land and she's saying, holy shit, there is the same fire, the same salt from New York to Louisiana, to Washington, to California, to North Carolina, to Nevada. And now the land's excited. Now Gaia's like, wait a minute. Have these people woken up? Are these people ready for my message? Are these people actually asking me to tell them for once in thousands and thousands of years how much I've been hurting as they cut down my groves, as they chop down my Asherah, as they chop down my forest? Are we going to be able to bring the hemlocks back, the great chestnuts back, the sequoias back? Are we going to bring back the spirit of the land? And we do that by setting these fires and each of us coming to that land with intention. And when you stand over that fire, you're telling the land, I am here to protect you. I am in charge of your airspace. I am in charge of your waterways. No longer is the government in charge of that. I am the living immune system to the land. I am the living soil. I am here to speak for the land. And after you do that 3 times, that land will start talking through you. She will make you a freaking Lorax in real time. You will transform and become a freaking Lorax. You do not have to wear pants. You do not have to adhere to any standard. You can become a living representation of that land. And when that happens, Sasquatch, right? Spirits, fairies, little people, all of that, your aperture opens, and now you're perceiving what only a small percentage of us are able to perceive right now in real time. Now all of us are able to do it because we're tapped in. We've opened our aperture. We've expressed our compassion to the earth, and now she's talking through us. And that's when we become badass mofos. I'm talking a mixture of Ewok, Chewbacca, and Jedi, like in this one glam, massive package. And that's when the Sasquatch remembered that they were once giants, that they were once human giants, that they were so forgotten and broken, that their clothes shed, their hair grew long, they turned into Neanderthal animals because they forgot who they were. And we start to remember who we are. We start to remember why we're here, and the land starts to thrive again because her steward is home, right? Her protector is finally home. Her protector has finally pulled his head out of his ass and saying, I love you, Gaia. I do not hate you. I love you. You are my mother, and I am here to protect you. So that's what the campfires are all about. Sorry that took so long.
That was brilliant and beautiful, man. Truly. And it has inspired me beyond measure and really got a lot of things going in my head. In fact, this morning we kind of were talking about
Do you talk to
sonoluminescence.
Sasquatch, James?
Oh, go ahead.
Have you communicated with Sasquatch?
No, Karen. I always describe myself just honestly that I'm very obtuse and I'm not good at subtle things yet. My second attention is probably retarded compared to most other people's, but I do know people. And I know that when someone tells me they've had an experience like that, I know when someone's lying and I know when they're telling me the truth. And
Well, I've had many experiences with Sasquatch.
I've had enough people tell me the truth that I believe that, and I believe that it comes down to aperture, basically.
Sasquatch is what led me to flat Earth, ultimately, because that
Karen's
was
a badass.
That was my main interest for many years, because I grew up in California and Sasquatch was a thing there, and I always had a interest in it, but I never had any experiences or anything like that in California where I grew up. And then I moved out here to the East Coast of North Carolina in the woods. And as soon as I got here, it was like, hi, we're here. Just want you to know. And we're everywhere.
It's so awesome. Yeah, I just to really clarify, I look to people like you to just educate me more, because I really do think that my aperture is not as open as yours. It will be open, but it's not ready. There's certain things that have happened to me in my past that make me afraid of certain energies like that, and I believe that's what's causing me to not be able to experience what you experience. It's all because my aperture is just too retarded right now. It's just, I don't mean retarded in a bad way, guys. I just mean the medical term.
In the
retarded.
actual term of the word, right? I was going to ask you to share the dolphin story, if you don't mind. Is that cool, James?
Which dolphin story?
You were a kid out in the.
Holy shit, Walt, you listen. Yeah, I did have
listen. Shit.
I did have an instance, Karen, with a dolphin once where I was swimming in the ocean, and before I saw something, a dolphin told me, "Hey, Jimmy, it's all good, man. I just want to buzz you and say hi. I'm a dolphin. Don't freak out." And I swear, like half a second later, a dolphin buzzed me. Like it did like a round. It swam around me in a circle. And because it warned me, because it was like, look, you're a fucking freakazoid, dude. Don't freak out. I just want to say hi. It was able to stabilize me in my aperture enough to where it could come by and say hi. And that's about the closest I've had, except for two horrible, horrible, terrible, terrible nightmare dreams that I won't tell you, that I think were more than dreams. I believe that's part of why my aperture is so sphinctered is because I'm literally a coward when it comes to this kind of energy. And that's why I haven't been able to see good energy too, is because I haven't learned to chill out a little bit.
Yeah, you are kind of intense, James.
Just a bit.
How dare you?
I'm must admit, I'm not familiar with the fire thing. Maybe obviously is this something that you've been doing, or a group of people have been doing on a regular basis, or are you just talking about metaphorically in that sense?
James is a doer.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, it just made it's interesting because, you know, the way you're talking about it is from that point of view of like, you know, someone who just like you've been talking about, you know, dropped off at the place by the mother, but then, you know, there is this realization that okay, you know, you're understanding the mother's point of view, and that often comes with just being a parent anyway. You suddenly get it. You suddenly understand, you know, what the, you know, you're not a child anymore. But it's interesting, this whole kind of the pulse, we're talking about the pulse, and obviously it's related to the lunar calendar. So the thing is, it's us as these kind of Westerners, for want of a better word, that are facing this situation where we've got to try and go back and demonstrate our appreciation of the earth, Gaia, whatever. But of course, there are billions of people on the earth as we know it already doing that. They never lost touch. We're the ones that have lost touch, so we're struggling to get back. But all these other cultures that do these things, for example, of course, I can only speak from my own experience in Thailand, but they follow the lunar calendar and the seasons, everything happens on time when you're following the lunar calendar as far as seasonal changes go. And of course, they celebrate it. They have water festivals, or they have Roi Katong, where they make these floats out of banana stems and leaves, and it's all very pretty. And they have the candles, and they send them off down the water, and they're saying thank you. So they are very much communicating with the earth and showing their appreciation for it. And they have been obviously for as long as anyone knows. So they are still there. And obviously, this is just maybe just like the Aborigines or all these other cultures that have obviously existed. And it seems that we are pretty new here. We are we're the rebellious teenager that is kind of finally realizing that I fucked up, and you still need to go back to your mum.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. I think you're right on that most of us are much closer, to being connected to the land for sure. Yeah, I agree totally. I think that if these campfires develop, it truly what's going to happen is it's just going to go back to how it used to be, that before Columbus, quote, quote, discovered America, there was a thriving culture here. There were cities that were rivaled the population of London here. But we've been told that there was nothing here. We've been told that we discovered this place. We didn't discover crap. We erased it. We erased this place.
Yeah.
And if you look at what Sherman was doing, when Sherman did his march through the South, guys, if you overlay a map of the ancient mounds, American mounds, on top of Sherman's march, Sherman was destroying the culture that was here before. Guys, half of the Seminole tribe, half, was black. Black, not Indian, black. 1/3 of the Cherokee tribe was white. White. The oldest residents that we know in southern Appalachia came from frickin' Scotland. I am not kidding. Scotland. Like thousands of years before Columbus got here, before DeSoto came here. He was wandering around and he's like, why are they speaking Welsh? What the hell's wrong with these people? So there's salt in the land that stores information. It's waiting to tell us who it is. But when we burnt this place down so we could resettle it and turn it into this next experiment, we forgot the names of these places. I am a man from Katua. That's what I call myself now. I call myself that because where I came from is literally called Katua. It's formerly known as North Carolina. I say that as a joke, but I mean it. I am formerly from the place formerly known as North Carolina. I am a man from Katua. I am the living soil. It is my job to bring that salt to fruition, to remember that land. It is my job to mine those memories back up from that land, clear the amnesia, and start speaking for the soil again. That's why this campfire thing is developing. That's why in October, we're having our first big campfire in Northern California. Every new moon, we want people to have as many of these fires as we can. As long as people are having them, I'm going to go to as many as I can and bring salt. I'll help out in whatever way I can. But we're trying to start this tradition, this Johnny Appleseed tradition, where people will say, I will be the fire tender for my land. In order to do that, it means every new moon, I'm having one of these ceremonies. I'm inviting as many people as I can to come, and it's turning into a non-Babylon public land, if you think about it. Each of us can sort of give a portion of our land, a small portion of our land, to sovereign land, which is sort of like our own version of public land now. Keep in mind, we've lost all of our public land. That belongs to Babylon, guys. It doesn't belong to us. You're not going to be able to go there. I know right now you might think you can go there, but you're not. We need to create a whole other country underneath the one we have now, because if we don't, you're going to have a vaccine or a mask or a butt plug to literally go anywhere. And we need an underground campground railroad to allow us to freely navigate and move through the world as sovereign individuals. I'm talking about Pony Express. I'm talking about vegetable exchange. I'm talking about seed exchange. I'm talking about vocational schools of unlearning. I'm talking about anti-college routines. I'm talking about detoxes from Babylon, because these mega cities are coming. Those mega cities will form first, which means we have plenty of time. It'll be okay. But once the mega cities form, once they put a wall around a mega city so that everyone inside feels safe from the evil COVIDs who's running around the woods with all the pagan Sasquatch dudes, right? Because that's what they're painting it's going to be like. After those cities have walled off and are mega cities, they will start to grow. And then they will come for us. And that's why by that time, we need to have our shit together. We need a complete alternative to Babylon, a Nolibab, or even better word, a Baba land. Keep in mind that Babylon, Babylon, is the word for this evil giant city. But Babylon, Balon, is actually the ancient divine feminine, the living soil, the female of the land. We need to turn Babylon into Babalon. We need to reconnect that. And that's why we have our work cut out for us. I believe that's why I came here now. I believe that's why Walt came here now. I don't want to speak for anyone else, but I am one of 19. There are more of us coming. Walt is one of 19.
As am I.
We are coming. All of us, we are waking up. And that's what flat earth is, guys. Flat earth is the litmus for paladins, isn't it? It's literally the test for who are my paladins. What is a paladin? It's the first dude out there. It's the first dude that's like, I know what's up. And despite all the henchmen, despite all the serfs and the turfs or whatever you want to call them going, no, it's fucking round. The flat earthers are our leaders. They are the first of the rainbow warriors. I'm talking about the Hopi prophecy. I'm not talking about equality. I'm talking about the original rainbow tribe was Hopi prophecy warriors, which says a new person will develop. They will develop a new sense, and they will come and do what? Heal the land. That's what they'll do. So I truly believe, I know this sounds all highfalutin, but I don't give a shit. I truly believe that I'm here to help fulfill that Hopi prophecy by trying to get us to build more fires. It's just that easy. That's my best guess at what's going on. That's my best guess at what's going to help the most for us to do something for right now.
Love it. Love your take on it. I remember thinking early on, though, that actually is the earth communicating with us rather than waiting for us to communicate with her.
I have had, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I had, when I was 18, I joined the military. That didn't work out. I got out, and then I went to work at a wilderness camp. And at a wilderness camp, I slept outside for 2 years. And after that 2 years, I've always wanted this campground. My entire life, I've had this vision of what I'm describing to you guys now. I am a smart guy. I've been told that. There's no fucking way I'm that smart. I am not this smart. I am not this smart to put this together, that we need this symbolic pulsing interpretation of fire that communicates to the land. So I'm telling you, I didn't come up with that. The land told me that.
Right.
Now, I could be wrong. I'm not asking anyone to believe my prophecy. I'm asking you to believe my authenticity and go, you know what? We should let him try. Who knows? Because I don't even know if I'm right. But I'm following my gut as best as I freaking can. And I keep seeing these glimmers of saying, you're right, James. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. But I don't know I'm right. And that's what makes me run off faith, which is kind of beautiful because it kind of reminds me this is exactly how God would want it to be. He wouldn't want to make a promise that, yeah, if you build it, it'll come. God's saying, if you build it, they may come. They may not. I want to see if you'll do it anyway. And I'm like, yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it. I don't have kids. I don't have family. I can't keep a wife. I can't keep a girlfriend. I might as well do this for the land, right? I might as well. Like, I want to do something important with my life. I want to contribute. And so this sounds like a good thing for me.
Oh, right on, man. Yeah. Yeah. It's you've definitely been possessed, and I know you won't take that in the way it's usually perceived. Yeah. So yeah, I think we all feel that, don't we? I would venture to speak for everyone that we've felt that tug, and it's been a desire and a thirst that we know might not be quenched, but it's just got to be done. And that's not to say that anyone is any better. That's like you were talking earlier. This is part of the understanding that the the negative and the positive, or the evil, what is called evil or perceived as evil, is a requirement for the learning process, and to be grateful for it.
That's a tough one to swallow, but it's true.
Yeah,
It really is. It's true.
Of course, I think, and we all know we've been through something like that, which has allowed us to see things a little bit more clearly and be free from all those other distractions. Yeah, it's obviously important. It's something much bigger than us, much bigger than we can ever really understand. But there is that insatiable thirst or drive to at least try to walk that path and see where it leads us. Yeah,
I hope so. It's so many more of us are now wanting something like that. When I grew up as a kid, nobody wanted anything like that. They were just like, "What are you talking about, dude? Let's go do some cocaine and play golf." Like that was when I was growing up as a kid. When I was looking up at my adults, that's what they were doing. They were doing the '80s thing. They were doing the '90s thing, the 2000 thing, and it's I've had a lucky life because I kept choosing things that were just awful, that were showing me how bad it is. The Navy, nothing showed me more about the dangers of zeitgeist and the dangers of Babylon than being in the military. Because I saw firsthand how literally millions of people can go out and just kill people purely based on fashion decision. Like, what color shirt you're wearing? Oh, red? Well, I'm wearing a blue shirt. Boom, I'm going to kill you now. And when you watch millions of people agree to do that, you realize you're in danger if you're listening to these people. You are committing massive immoral fallacies if you're pretending that the zeitgeist or the group or the government or the military is right, because here it is showing you exactly how wrong it is. And that's either going to make you conform to the system or get thrown out of it. And luckily I was the latter. Thank God I was the latter. It's a real blessing for me that I was thrown out of that.
Yeah, cool. And that really does hark back to what we were talking about very early on with the whole COVID thing. We're hoping that it is that squeeze that wakes more people up, the gateway. Yeah.
Well, if you don't mind me saying, I believe that not only has it helped, nothing has been more transformative than the COVID hoax.
Okay.
And that's why I keep saying, guys, they want us to wake up. That's why they have these psyops that are so over the top obvious.
Yeah.
That enough of us are slowly waking up from it, because we can see it. It's how can you not?
It is like a B movie where you can see the wires holding the floaty thing up. Yeah.
Look at Epstein Island.
The astronaut, you mean? That floaty thing?
Yeah.
Yep. Look at Epstein Island. Think about that story of Epstein Island had every single salacious thing you could possibly pull out of a hat to put in a Mad Lib story, right? Billionaires, pedophilia, sex slaves, submarines, Mossad, espionage, top secret missiles, cannibalism. George Clooney was somehow thrown in there with a blowjob. All the celebrities, all the president's men, underground bases, plastic cows, ambulances, satanic temples, Moloch, domes. Literally every single salacious story you could find was put into Epstein. And it's showing you this idea of, keep believing. And you finally wake up. You finally realize it was all bullshit. So even the media, guys, there's even certain stories in the media that are trying to tip us off, trying to get us to see trying to get us to frickin' start using our discernment and make the default. See, right now our default is we believe the news by default. And that's so wrong. We should be not believing the news by default. Instead of there being a debunker site, there should be a bunker site. There should be a, I'm here to bunk something, because it's never been bunked. But when they tell us that it's debunked, that gives you this impression that maybe it was bunked at once, and it never been bunked. There's not even a word called bunked. We don't even check this stuff. We blindly believe it. We take it. We just bend over and take it and say, AP, Reuters, whatever you want to shove up me, I will blindly believe it. And that's why things are going to get hard. They're going to stay hard until we stop doing that. We have to frickin' wake up, man. We can't be this lazy and just default believe everything. We're destroying the things that we know are true by superficially slutting our belief out to things that we have no idea are true. We're taking the sanctity of our belief away from us. The technology of belief is the most powerful, potent, powerful force in the world. And we're treating it like a harlot. We're letting it sleep with anyone. We're saying, believe whatever you want to happen, just do it. And that's why we're having so much trouble, because we don't understand how valuable belief is. When you guys are listening to me right now, 64 people are watching right now. I am receiving essence prana from you right now. You were listening to me. You were giving me your energy. I understand that. I understand the power of that belief, your witness, your devotion to me right now. We have a system, the AP, the Reuters, the military Hollywood industrial complex is a collector of that belief. And as long as we keep feeding it, we will never, ever, ever be able to become zeteticists and start to discern and use our faculties and start to have respect for experiences. I'd like to remind you all that before there were pictures, before drawing was even popular, a Native American scout would come into a town and say, I saw an osprey. That's one of those birds. And everyone would freak out because they've never seen an osprey. And they can't pull it up on their phone. They can't show you a picture. Now this man is a living, walking testament, isn't he, of osprey, right? He's been installed with the familiar of osprey. You follow? You capiche? He has something no one else has in that village. He has exclusive experience of osprey. And that should be more valuable. That should be considered prime, valuable information. He should be heralded as someone who knows something no one else does. But all that's been cheapened now. All that's been taken away because we have the world of hypotheticals, and we pretend that we can experience with hypotheticals, which therefore makes them real. And that's why we believe in everything so much.
Yeah. I was kind of saying something kind of like that recently, because the belief feels like a very tangible thing in the mind, which again we can perceive as something tangible, or we know it's not, but of course we cling on to it like that. And is definitely part of the journey, is to even, I think, just to be aware of that, that you're holding a belief.
Yep. And belief is one of those words that most people think it's a bad word. And I'm not going to argue with people. If you want to think it's a bad word, that's cool. But I actually think belief is much more potent and powerful than we think. I think that we believe in plants, which is why they grow. We believe that our cat is important and our cat lives 18 years versus 13. We believe in our children. We believe in our ideas and our business grows. The technology of belief is much more profound and potent than we think it is. In fact, if you look at pharmacology, you'll notice that we have to spend millions and millions of dollars when we develop a new drug to try and remove the technology of belief from it long enough to see if the drug even helps. I'm talking about the placebo effect. This is a bona fide, real scientific thing that shows you that if you believe something's going to heal you, you are going to be healed. That tells me that the technology of belief is a real viable thing that's been suppressed.
So when I think about belief, I put it in terms of plasma. Belief is a kind of plasma, and you're extending it to someone. You only have so much. You can only generate so much plasma. But we live in a world where we can't see belief, so we think it's intangible and therefore is infinite. And that's why we blindly believe stuff. But what if we were rationing our belief? Think about how much harder everyone would be competing to earn that belief from you. We would have a whole other economy form where integrity becomes the new currency, not fiat, integrity. And I think that's where we can go as long as we start to revalue belief. For what it's worth, one of my books is called The Technology of Belief. I don't say this lightly. I've put a lot of thought and work into what belief actually is, what its essence is, what it actually would look like if you could see the subtle energy of it all.
Mind blowing, James. My God, dude. I don't even. What do you say at this point? Just know that this whole idea today that we were kind of going on about with the earlier on the show this morning, we had Daz call in. We started talking about crop circles. I believe it's where we got on the topic, and then Josh made a comment, and it just was kind of one of these epiphany things. We shape this place with belief. We shape this place with shapes. We shape this place with not
with sound and thought
words.
and energy and vibration.
Exactly. And so we've been told numerous times that all these symbols that are hidden around us are what this place is built on. And, you know, we are from somewhere else. We're outside of this realm, here to play this human game. And so as we're creating this 3D stuff, it's focus, it's attention, it's us singing the word into existence. So now suddenly there's so much turmoil, there's so much craziness, there's so much psychopathic energy that we start losing that shape. We start losing that memory. We start losing the genetic memory, the ancestral memory of this place, of this realm. Boom, mud flood. Things dissolve and flow away. I don't know, just one of those things I put together this morning.
Yeah, like our reality is just based on that very narrow band of vibration, like shapes on a cymatic plate. And once you change that frequency just a little bit, all that beautiful, perfect shape just becomes chaos. And you get a reset, and people go underground, and then fine tunes itself back into a reality, back into something that people can survive in. And they just hijack the history, reshape the civilization, and put us all right back under the spell.
Hey guys, I just wanted to thank everyone for letting me be a part of the conversation this evening, and I'm grateful for you guys letting me call in, and I love all you guys. You're great, James, especially enlightening. I love your campfire idea, and the only thing I kind of wish we could piggyback on that is when you have the campfire to put thought, intention, and energy towards positivity to cancel out some of this huge, the oppression of what's going on around us or whatever. And I thought that would be a great idea just to do without your idea, but I don't have to know how to pull any of that off. But anyway, I just wanted to say goodnight and thank you very much for letting me be a part of the conversation tonight.
Thank you for calling, Lana, and thank you for being in chat and all the time you spent with us. We do appreciate it, and come hang out anytime. You're welcome.
Yeah, I'll be in the chat on all you guys' channels. I mean, James, I'm going to be in your chat. And, of course, I was with you guys this morning at 5:36 in the morning, whatever time. So I'm really tired.
Thank you so much.
I'm so tired. I'm like, okay, I love you guys all, but I got to go.
All right, thank you again, Lana. Y'all.
Take care, Lana.
Bye, care.
Hear
Thank
something.
you,
What's your
everybody.
channel? Tell everybody your channel before you go.
Oh, it's Salt of the Earth,
Good
and I,
night.
you know, I thought about doing some videos, but I haven't done anything, and there's nobody on my channel. So
Okay, well, still in all.
I'll
Get in
just be
touch
in
with
chat
us.
saying
Thank
hi.
you, Lana.
All right, take care. Love you guys. Bye bye.
Love you.
Thanks, Lana.
Cheers, Anna. Yeah. I'm going to have to skip out too. It's coming up for 4 a.m. for me.
This was a lot longer than we planned, Nick. Thank you so
Oh,
much.
yes.
Thank you for joining.
Well, thank you guys. It's been wonderful, and like you said, long time overdue. So really fun, really stimulating. All of you, everyone. It's
Well,
nice.
Yeah, we're going to have to do it again a lot sooner than 5 years.
Yes. Now that you've been here, it's open door policy. You know how to get in touch with us. You have our email, Nick. Especially when we get settled back down with Zach and Cammie in the house with a lot of the more technical, scientific side of this thing. So definitely, please come hang out again. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. Well, okay, I'll bid you all a good morning for me, and you all take care now. Okay.
You too, Nick. Thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Oh, thanks.
Enjoy
man.
the rest of your weekend.
Nick.
Okay. Take care. Bye bye.
And I know you guys know this already, but I dropped the link for Nick's channel there in our chat. I mean, in the show description already, so it should be there. If you haven't subbed, go do so.
That was awesome.
All right, so I guess it's late. I don't want to stop, but I just looked, and it's 10 o'clock here.
Yeah.
You know, James has been at it all this time.
I left work an hour early just so I could come home and make sure everything was situated and all good. And I had PTO, so fuck it. I just took an hour off, which means I spent 7 hours at work instead of 8. 7 hours at work. In 3 minutes, I will have spent 7 hours on air today as well. So that's at least a 14-hour day for me.
Nice. That's a big one.
Yeah, it's a long one. Fridays are a lot of fun, though. It's just for shows like this. This is why I live for this Have No Sphere show. This has just been so awesome. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, James.
You guys are my favorite. I seriously, I love this, especially our time together. And I'm really sorry that I'm streaming on Friday now. I'm trying to fix that. I really am. It's like a dick move. It really is. But, well, I've called you about it. I do want you to know.
I told everybody, man, when you called, I said, look, James called me and apologized for streaming on Fridays. I'm like, dude, it's a huge internet. What are you tripping on? But, yeah, thank you, man.
Well, because where have I always been on Friday? Well,
usually hanging out with us.
Yeah, listening and whatever. So,
Yep. If you're not here on the show, you're in the chat. I know, friend. Thank you, man, truly. And Karen, you have been in and out a lot, and you've been doing so much. We haven't even touched on all the stuff you've been doing on other channels, other shows. I saw Brian was in chat a little bit earlier. We're supposed to have him on the show once Zach gets out there to your part of the world. So, yeah, man, we all need to have a campfire, damn it.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of going to be having something like that once Bob and Cammie get out here. I'm planning to have a get together in my woods. So, and definitely when people get together.
You're not too far away there, are you, James?
Always involved.
I'm politely trying to insert myself. Yeah, I'm in Western North Carolina, and I would freaking love to join you if that's ever easy. Yeah.
Oh, you are in Western? That's where you're at right now?
Yeah. I've been here for a while. So, yep, I've been looking forward to all that. We've got some cool peeps moving in North Carolina.
Folks heading out that way. I know,
Do you guys
man.
like
It's
have
like
a
the place to be.
dream, or do you like
Yes,
see
sir.
the same message in your dreams, or hear a voice that?
Well, I was
you
making
share?
mashed potatoes, man, and the next thing you know, the mashed potatoes, I turned them into a tower.
Right, they mean
something. Then Karen made the other tower, and then the next thing you know, here we are in North Carolina. So.
That's right.
Nice. Exactly.
So, well, yeah. Well, James, you have Skype, right?
I sure do.
Okay. Well, we should connect on Skype, and then I've been trying to reach out to my local flatties and get everybody together because I do have already some people scheduled to come out here. So, yeah, for
I
sure.
just said hi. In fact, if that's the city where I think you are, I had no idea. I know that city. I know that city really well. Yeah. Where are you from? Where are you at?
I'm near Shelby, but I'm not in Shelby.
I know Falston really well. I dated a girl there for about 10 or 20 years. I don't know if you ever heard of Acoustic Syndicate, but they're from there. And
Acoustic Syndicate, yeah, I have heard that. They play around here, but I don't really go to anything like that. But yeah, I've seen that name around.
Yeah, it's been a while for me too. But I was in Asheville for a while, and I got to know them there. And I was in Shelby all the time, doing crazy stuff.
Small realm.
What was that?
Awesome.
I said it's a small realm, without a doubt.
Right? I love that small realm. It's perfect.
Sweet.
Well, we just hit the 5-hour mark, so I guess we can cut it.
I guess
John
we need to
Savage is
stop
saying,
this.
stop!
Well, it's good that it's on an
Times.
odd number. I like odd numbers.
There we go. Then we did it. Perfect.
Yep. Karen, I said hi to you in Skype, so you should see that. And I'd love to
Cool.
link. That'd be great.
I love connections.
Okay, cool. Right on.
All right. I dropped your channel there in the description earlier too, Karen. If I've forgotten, I guess I'll stick Brian in there as well, because that's where you're found quite often. Tell everybody else where to find you. I know they should know, but
Oh, my channel, Karen B. And then Tuesdays, I do Strange World with Mark Sargent on TFR. And then Thursdays, me and Brian do Unveiling This Realm. And then here and there, wherever I may be.
Nice. I've completely marked this one out of my mind, and we just had him call in not too long ago. So yeah, definitely get you up there. All right, everybody. I'm gonna shut up. Thank you so much.
I'll
Karen.
see you soon,
Thank you
Karen.
So much, James.
All right, yes. Can't wait.
Right?
Few days.
I'm so excited for y'all, man. Shit, I want to be there.
I'll see you sooner, Zach.
All right.
Yes, you will.
Look forward
Tomorrow.
to it, Zach. We get to meet in person.
That's
right.
Absolutely,
forward
James.
to that.
I can't wait to give you a big hug, man.
Yeah, me
share
too,
some
buddy.
share some energy.
It's been too long in the virtual bullshit. I'm looking forward.
I know,
to
right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think I've met everybody here in the room. Besides Savage.
Besides Savage.
Savage, right?
He doesn't count, though.
Yeah.
Really.
Everybody but James. So yeah, you'll be my last hug in this room, James.
Right, there we go. Awesome.
So I'll be able to share all that other love with everybody else with you.
Bring it. Yep, just like the salts in the campfire. You'll be transferring the hug. That'll be great.
Mm-hmm. That's right. All right. I love you. We'll talk to you guys.
Awesome. Love you guys. It's been one hell of a show.
Absolute pleasure, guys. Love you much. Happy Friday, y'all. And enjoy your last July. And don't forget, there's 3 more days for the new moon. You can still build a fire. You can still take this month to send that first message. Just throwing it out there.
So it is that soon? I was going to ask you that earlier, and then it got out. And, yeah, we got off of it. So what day is it?
Monday is the full moon.
It is Monday? Okay.
All you have to do is build a fire. It only takes one. And then next time when you do it next month, you'll be that much more ahead. And she'll be that much more listening to you. So please consider it. If you like salts, if you'd like me to mail you salts, I won't be able to get them to you by Monday. But if you want salts from another fire, if you email, can I read out an email address?
Hell yeah.
Surely, please do.
Brentscheneman, BRENTSCHENEMAN @gmail.com. Brent Scheineman is his name. If you email him, you can tell him, I'm interested in having a campfire, I'm interested in going to a campfire, I'm interested in getting ashes in a campfire, or I'm interested in coming to your big thing gathering in California. And he will put you on that mailing list for this underground campground network. We're calling it the Living Soil Nation. And it's basically a bunch of sovereign independents who have said, I want to be the speaker for my land. And this is just an ability for us to talk to each other, maybe invite some people, if you're looking for more people to come to your fire, then maybe as part of this network, you might find someone who's interested, blah, blah, blah. So it's just a quick clearinghouse where people can kind of get together and decide what they want to do from there as this idea grows.
And once you have that fire, you can be like a drop shipment for other salts, and you can then set up some prepaid packages and pass them along.
You dump your salts into let's say you want the salt from our fire. I will give you those salts. You will dump those salts in your fire, and now the salt in your fire has that same essence in it. So then you could send out 19 of your salts to everyone else, and everyone would be linked together in that one universal fire. It's very symbolic.
That's awesome.
So you've mentioned 19 a few times and have never clarified. Do you mind? And we're trying to shut the show off, damn it.
The reason why I chose 19 is because on April 19th every year, a bunch of these Illuminati unleash these plans. They release false stories on the 19th, crazy, insane stories that are like, what? And it's like a tradition they do. And COVID-19, so think about it. April 19th, COVID-19, 19 years after the 19th anniversary of 9/11 are all happening this year, right now in 2020. In fact, when they brought the USNS Mercy and the USNS
on the coasts
Comfort, the two Red Cross ships, one was USNS 19, the other was USNS 20. So I'm using 19 to piggyback and take that resonance and use it for good. That's why we chose 19. It doesn't have to be 19. It's just a number we came up with. The idea is that 19 people is about as many as you're going to be able to fit around a campfire. Once you have 20, it's time to start a new campfire. And that's the whole idea, is that we don't want one big campfire.
Yeah, I love that.
We want millions of small campfires. That's how we're going to fix this. We have to be decentralized, like Ewoks. We can't be the Empire. We have to be the Ewoks. They don't have a central leader. They don't have a central network. They are dispersed. That's how we're going to win this, is by diversifying.
Not for nothing, but are we sure the Ewoks didn't have a central leader? I thought they had one of the elders. I thought he was like their little Ewok leader, but maybe I'm wrong.
I think you're looking at a bunch of roving factions of Ewokness that each had their own independent rebel spirit. Very much like any kind of rebel alliance, you'll find that it's very distributed, while the Empire is always centralized. It's more like Tower of Babel-esque. So it's literally the two symbolisms competing with each other. You know, you've got your obelisk, and then you've got your ring. And that's very masculine / versus feminine. So think about rebel as like feminine, and masculine is more like empire.
Yeah, I can see that.
I like that rebel is feminine.
It is.
I'm down with that.
But I am definitely in touch with my feminine side.
That's why Princess Leia, man, she knew what was going on. She knew how to handle it. And we need more of those.
Again, did she though? Didn't she like try to make out with her brother? Did she really know what was going on?
You know,
must be a Trekkie.
You know, people make mistakes. That's all I'm going to say.
True.
People make mistakes.
True. It's a small realm after all.
Yeah.
All right, let's get the hell out of here.
All right. Good night.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you again, Karen.
Thank you, Karen.
Karen, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Love you,
Karen.
Zach. Miss
Thank you,
you.
James.
Hug everybody there, man, for sure. They need a lot of
Oh,
hugs
yeah.
right now.
Yep. Thanks, Walt.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you,
invite, buddy.
James.
Appreciate it.
Love you,
I want to give a big shout out to Donnie too. I see we missed a couple calls from him. I had the Flatline open, though the ringer wasn't like, I didn't have it potted up. So I see the calls. We just had such a full house.
Yeah, we
I
had our
was
hands full. For
hesitate
sure.
to bring anybody else in just because it'll get lost in the mix, and I didn't want Donnie and his message to get lost in the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gaia Bear in chat, and damn it, I lost it because I scrolled too far. Dire Straits are sending emails. I'll be looking out for those for sure. Thank you guys.
Gotcha. Pretty sure Gaia Bear sent hers already,
Okay, well, nice. Then that's good to see.
and I've not checked in.
I'll play catch up this weekend. I'll be recovering after this long day for sure.
Yeah.
Josh, thank
Yeah,
you.
Dire Straits. I've actually hugged Dire Straits.
Oh, nice.
I met
Well, there
him
we
out
go.
in Ehrenberg on the Colorado River when I was out there in Arizona. He drove like 3-4 hours to come see me.
That's
We're
awesome.
making it smaller and smaller. I love it. I love it.
Yep.
All right, then. Make sure you
Love you,
check
Mike.
out Walt and
Sir?
Zach and I. He was just
Miss you?
telling Mike.
Oh.
I think he loves him. Appreciate the good hug.
Absolutely.
And I
I
was
love
just
you,
saying to
John.
make sure you check out Zach, Walt, and I on Tuesday and Friday mornings, 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. Central. It's 10 a.m. to noon Greenwich Mean Time over on tfrlive.com, Truth Frequency Radio, our little show called The Ironworks. Rolling up fast on 3 years over there on TFR.
Wow.
Yeah, how nutty is that? Is that right? Did I say that right, or is that 2 years?
No, it's right. You're right, sir.
Jesus, I said it out loud. It doesn't even sound right. 300 episodes. I know we're rolling up on 300 episodes for sure. All right, then.
What is that, an apostrophe?
I think you mean an epiphany.
Lightning has just struck my brain. I've just had an apostrophe.
I think you mean an epiphany.
Lightning has just struck my brain.
Right.
Well, that must hurt.
Because I like Hook.
Love it.
And somebody said the word epiphany, and every time I hear the word epiphany, I think of Hook and that line right there. Just like anybody says, and to keep a long story short, because I've seen Clue too many times, every single time without fail in my brain I hear, too late. No matter how short the story is, it's still too late. You did not keep a long story short. Anyway, let's get the hell out of here. It's been a lot of fun. Right back here next Friday. 5-ish Central. You never can be sure. Anyway, this is Iron Realm Media. And this has been Have No Sphere. Love you guys. Toodaloos. Be good, be well. Stay human. Bye-bye.